with Will, Phil, and Reg, trying to keep it real instead of what you usually get from these talking heads. It's Grapsody, we're here to fill the void. 3 black fans, different perspective, got to fill your voice. Coming with the podcast, talking majors, indies in between. Yeah, it's all that, and we're down with Fightful, better fall back. Coming for respect, we connect like a ball bat. No need to double check, these are all facts. You're listening to us talk raps. You're listening to us talk raps. Will, Phil, and Reg. Yeah, we're Grapsody, here to talk raps. Yeah, we're Grapsody, here to talk raps.
Welcome. It is I. It is he. This is Grapsody. I'm Phil Lindsey. Righteous Reg is, of course, to my left, to my right, one of those directions. But below us, we have a guest, Graham from the Public Enemy Podcast. What's going on with you, brother?
What's up? Peace, love. I appreciate the love. I appreciate the invite. Salute to y'all. Thank you for having me. Everything is well, though.
Everything's well?
Everything's well. Question mark.
Question mark?
Yeah. But yeah, to my left, I was trying to figure out directions earlier. I don't know. I go en français. Righteous Reg, what's going on, bro?
It's your favorite rapper, your favorite writer, your favorite podcaster. It's Saturday morning. I'm very excited to be here. Oakland, California. We're in a quote unquote heat wave, as they say. So it's getting hot around here. And I'm excited for the pod. And I'm excited to have our homie Graham back on the pod to talk some graps, to talk some hip hop, to talk some, I don't know, some other things. Beanies. I didn't wear a beanie today. I didn't know. I didn't get the memo. I usually wear a beanie.
Should I
Things have changed.
I didn't get the memo. I didn't know we was going with it. No, I'm just playing.
Beanie.
Yo.
Yeah.
Speaking with the name that they gave me.
Hey.
Yeah, man, quite a week. We got the first Clipse record, which is hard. If you have not heard it, it is incredible. No malice, speed is fastball is still there. Guys still going crazy.
With the whole, he kind of left the game and then he came back, and then there was like, oh, he's not gonna be cursing thing, and it's like, that'll be fine. Like, this guy's a supreme rapper, and then it's like, but he hasn't been like in the gym and at the game at it like Pusha has. So like, what's he gonna be on these records? And then you hear this record and you're like, oh, he got all the bars in the world. This guy came in hot.
That joint is crazy. Like, bro, like the way that they both stayed in pocket, like on the same rhyme, the whole, and it just the way it just flowed, and like even the, you know what I'm saying, the ecstasy disappeared like Houdini, and then Malice brings it back at the end of his. I done disappeared and reappeared without a voila. I'm like, bro, it's just
that's crazy.
These dudes are like, it's crazy. Like that record,
they rap like they're twins or something. Like, you guys are in. How could you be more in sync than this?
That's crazy, right,
bro? Yeah,
who would have thought?
I saw some crazy talk on the timeline because, of course, people talk crazy. I saw people saying, like, do we really need a Clipse record in 2025? And I was like, yes. I
saw a lot of that too.
Of course we do. What are we talking about?
We always need a Clipse record. Let's make that clear.
That's a fact. People are on this, Pusha still raps the same and blah, 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 and they're still doing these raps about this. And it's like, yes, we want them. I want them all. We want them good. They're with Pharrell too. Like, yes, give it to us.
Yes. Still give me all the Coke raps. Like, give me him jumping on the record, yelling, "Yellow diamonds look like PP." Come on, bro.
Yes. Like, you don't want this?
Reg, you just hurt my heart because you mentioned that they're with Pharrell, and yes, that's a beautiful thing, but that just reminded me. That's not going to be a part of this project, bro. Like, what world are we living in?
Feels weird. Feels a little bit weird.
Feels strange.
But you know, you just got to roll with the punches, you know, and I want the Clipse record regardless. I'm just super disappointed in the fact that they're no longer like on speaking terms and all of that. Like, it's just like, it's a message.
You can already hear it in this first single that Chad wasn't there. Like, it's hard, like it's dope production, but like if Chad was there, it would have been one extra level up. So it is kind of disappointing that he's not going to be around for this. But the fact that the three of them got together and he did the whole production is exciting. But then sometimes the whole production thing, and where was Kanye at? That's all I want to know. Like, did he have anything to do with this? Did he get any production in on this? Like,
we don't have to do that.
Because you know how Push be like, well, listen to this before I put it out. Like, I don't know if he's still on that way.
He said, y'all still waiting on Yeezy?
He said it in a record.
He did say that.
Nah, man.
Oh no.
I don't think we're getting any Kanye production on this one.
Great.
No,
I'm excited.
Yeah, I think this is all for real. Like, just straight through. And it's going to be saucy. Straight Virginia. Give it to me. Pause.
Yeah. And the production was fire. I thought it was dope.
It was.
Yeah.
What do you think this record is? This record just going to be about fancy clothes, vacations, and cocaine, or do you think it's going to be like is it going to be something deeper than that in this?
I mean, metaphorically, but like metaphorically, but they're not going to wrap it up and sell it to you that way.
Nah.
I mean, I don't want it that way, but I guess I'm hinting at like, is Push still like, because people are going to be expecting him to talk some Drake stuff or talk some beef stuff. Is that in what you think he's just going to hear? I'm here to rap with my brother to have a good time.
Absolutely not. I think all of that will be touched on. I think Jim Jones is getting a shot. I don't think he forgot about that. I think everybody that he has any issues with or any shortcomings with it's on the table.
I do think he's going to throw some shots at those guys. I don't think we're going to get anything like substantial about Drake.
Right. No, nothing lethal.
No, because I mean he's done it. He gave a story of Adidon. Like it's done. That's 7-year anniversary just passed 2 days ago. I don't think we'll get any more of that.
Running back that record 7 years later and remembering where I was during, I think I was like working as like a courier and carrying packages and listening to that record and being like, how could you do this to someone? You know what I mean? Like what? Like who would ever do anything to deserve this?
This is just cruel, right? It's just
man. And I like the Duppy record. I thought the Duppy record was good. I was like, I don't know, man. Yeah, I was like, I don't know. Then he came back with this and was like, listen, your dad don't love you. Your mother has never been married. Your best friend is dying. And by the way, you're hiding a son. Like, you're deadbeat. I was like, damn, all right.
That's how I knew. Listening to that again, I was like, oh, yeah, Kendrick thing was going to be tough. But he came back from this. Like, he came back from You Are Hiding a Child. And we were all like, what? And like, he was like, no, I got another record for y'all.
No, what he tell us? You know, I wasn't hiding my son from the world. I was hiding the world from my son.
Bro got some wild bars.
That's fair. That's fair. You know, when you say it like that, though, it's kind of.
Oh, dog. But yeah, man, still great disc record. Like you, I remember where I was when I heard You Are Hiding the Sun. Let them boy come home. I was like, all right, dog. I think you had to fight this guy. I don't know if you can.
It's fisticuffs after that. When they threw the little paint on Push at the Toronto show that one time, I was like, yeah, that's deserved, I think.
Bro.
You know, that was, again, that's fair.
Yeah, that's fair, I think.
Bro did the Shawn Michaels shrugged off the beer and just kept performing.
Keep it rocking. This is Nathan. This is nothing. You know, it's love.
I'm chill.
But yeah, you go low, I'm going to hell, and that's what he was on. But I think No Malice is gonna provide some balance for him in that regard. You know, so I think it's gonna be nice.
I was like, that's what it like. There's no cussing and there's no drug talk, but he's still talking shit on there. Like he's still on the same exact page as Push is. You know what I mean? Like. The metaphors and the places that he went are crazy.
The pockets, man.
The pockets.
These guys are elite.
Yeah, that's it. Wild. That's all.
Yeah, can't wait for this album. I don't know if you guys saw Stove God hinted that he's on the album.
Oh.
Interesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's gonna be dope.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I think
I didn't mean to blank out for a second there, but I just feel like Stove God and like he's like masterful at like his hooks, and like him being on that same type of time with Clipse I think that's gonna be a beautiful pairing. I think
Yeah.
I hope this Stove God does the hook for the record if he's on there, because his hooks are like incredible. I mean, I just thought about me and Reg in Vegas, like watching him perform at the fucking Hills Have Eyes show, and I'm just like, bro.
That's right. Damn, that was hard.
So now I'm thinking, is it all gonna be Pharrell now? Because could we get some Conductor? Could we get some Derringer? Could we get some?
I hope so.
Some Alchemist, some or I don't know.
The possibilities are endless.
I don't want to get my hopes up too high.
It's crazy because when you sang that Stove God feature, immediately made me think of this DMX record that they announced this week and the features on that. And I was like, Graham, I'd like your thoughts on, but what do they call it? Posthumous albums. As someone who makes records,
right?
Posthumous. As someone who makes records. Some of them records are supposed to stay up in this hard drive, or don't put me on a song with somebody else. Also, if they weren't never on here and they're on here now, that's
who's on this DMX record. It's Wiz Khalifa. It's Joyner Lucas. It's there was one other name I don't remember, but I'm just like I don't know. I don't know
if X would have picked those features. That's all I'm saying. Like, no shot to Joyner, but the first singles with Joyner Lucas.
I'm gonna be honest with you. When I hear DMX and Joyner Lucas in the same sentence, I think of the DMX impression of Drake. I feel like he would have the same opinion of Joyner. I don't like anything about him. I don't like the way he walks. I don't like the way he talks. I don't like the way he like sing. You know what I mean? Like I don't like I don't like anything. Whatever.
Whoa. Is Jay Divin right? Is Kevin Gates on this album?
That's the one. It's Kevin Gates.
That's the one.
That's the one. It's Kevin Gatesville. Kevin Gates, Joyner Lucas, and Wiz Khalifa are the features announced for the DMX album.
Yeah.
I don't know, guys. I don't know. Might need to go back to the dry race board on that one, buddy.
Yeah, like who's EP in this one? Like we gotta talk, brother. What's going on? I saw the features and I was like, wait, DMX,
Kevin Gates,
Kevin Gates, Phil. What is he now? The angel of whatever? No, he's on his new thing is
Swiss Beats put this together. Hey, dog.
Swiss.
But if it is Swiss,
I would think so.
I mean, who else would be at the helm of this? Like, who else is trusted with?
You a sick individual, Swiss. If you did this, I don't.
Listen, man, Swiss.
I think.
Kevin Gates
said when what he said, you got a poison, you know what I'm saying? You got a poison, man.
That's hard. That's every time Nori says that's hard, it takes me out. To poison, you see.
And I don't mean to take us too left, but Nori has braids now, and I don't, 2025.
He trying to sell that. Because when he got the fade or whatever, he's like, my wife wanted me to grow it out. And I'm like, that's Nori. You went from bald to this in like 2 weeks. That's not how this works.
Dog. We've seen those videos, dog, of them gluing the shit to guys' heads, dog. Like, what is this, man?
Put the little Beijing on the blood. We've seen it, dog. I've seen your whole style. Now you got braids. Come on, dog. Like, you're 46 or maybe even older than that. Like, you don't just get braids overnight when you're 46. It takes longer than that.
What is a lot of egregious things happening here.
You feel me? Like, what happened to the, like, you gotta have a whole ugly
stages. There's stages to this. It's not 0 to 100. It doesn't work like this. We've all been there.
This is crazy.
It is. It's crazy times, bro. It's a lot of guys right now with dreads and braids, and I'm like, where did this come from? Like,
where'd you get those?
Like, I understand Q-Tip. I feel like Q-Tip has been waiting his entire life to grow dreads, bro.
Definitely.
So that don't surprise me. Like even Nas, Nas ain't that big of a deal. It's Nas. But
what
like,
about Tim Duncan?
You know, right?
You like Tim Duncan? You like Tim Duncan's dreads? I think Tim waited a good time. You know, he got out of the league. He stretched his legs out a little bit.
It looks a little funny, but hey, bro.
We're all just trying to connect to our roots, man. Come on, let Timmy do his thing.
I had to get used to Hove, you know, with his wicks and all of that, and now his, but yeah, it is what it is.
He got the Shabuzi joints now.
You feel me? That's crazy.
I was gonna say, Graham, I don't know if I'm used to it yet. I still seeing him on like that's Hove. Like that's Hove. Like when I was watching an episode of Rhapsody from 1998 yesterday, and Hard Knock Life came on, and I was like, that's a completely different guy. Like, who was that guy?
Yeah. That's Basquiat, sir.
Phil said he got the Shabuzi joints now. That's crazy.
He do. He got the Shabuzis. In the latest update of the Great War of the East Coast and West Coast, Absol has popped out. He dropped the record. It's a great record. It doesn't seem like it's so much as a diss, as so much as I see what's going on. Here's a few warning shots, and I'm gonna get up out of here.
Yeah. I saw. I was watching Mac Wap, and he had Absol on the phone, and he was basically explaining like, no, it's not a diss. He was just saying he was explaining his position and giving people that didn't have the context of his history with Pro Era, just a little bit of historical reference. So, but if anybody that wanted,
right? Because after that cipher, people were like, "Well, how could you do that, Absol? How could you stand next to Joey while he's talking like that?" So he had to come out and be like, "This is why I'm not. It's not just me and some dude. Like, there's history behind this."
Like even in the cipher, he showed the 47, the Pro Era tattoo that he had. Like it's like there's a deeper connection there. So I don't know. I appreciated that he popped out and he did that. But there was also
your homeboy tried to get involved in it too. Your favorite hip hop streamer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm gonna kill you. I'm like, how did you go from like how did you
get there?
Bro.
What does Nip have to do with it?
Yeah, like how did Nip get involved in this?
Yeah, everything about it was nasty. The him jumping from Ab saying he slapped him to it'll be the last thing you ever do, and I'm like, all right, dog. Nobody believe you. First of all,
nobody believes you at all.
And then second of all, why are you bringing up all of these dead guys? What?
Listen, Saucy Santana put out the hit already. You haven't even ran the fade with Saucy Santana. We got to start there.
Yeah. Shoot your fair ones, bro.
Saucy Santana was about to mop the floor with some academics. He knew what time it was.
Yeah.
He didn't want no smoke.
Zero smoke.
Different times, bro. This used to be different. It used to be the rappers running up on media guys, and we hear the stories about them getting threatened or hemmed up. And now you've got this guy that's on a stream talking crazy. Like that didn't used to be a thing. And every time he does it, I'm like, dog, just stop doing this, dog. Because I just feel like inevitably somebody's gonna run up on this dude. Like, stop doing this, dog.
I'm kind of like, what happened to the game I love? I hear so many hip hop stories of like they ran up in my office and they hit me up and they had me down on. I'm like, what happened to that energy? Because it doesn't, it ain't like that no more. This guy has been talking crazy, and that's why he's still talking crazy to Absol. Because all the other rappers he's talked crazy to and said do something, they haven't done anything.
Because there was no internet back then. You can't get beat up and immediately run to a live stream and show your wounds like Joe Budden when he got punched by them Wu-Tang dudes. You feel me? But that's where we are now. You know what I'm saying? And that was like 15 years ago, but that's where we are now, where that's the immediate reaction that I would expect from some of these streamers and somebody like Academics. He's not tough. It's evident. We know that. Right. He knows that, but he just feels like he has this position where he can speak down on people, and eventually somebody's going to try him, and it's going to be unfortunate. I would hope that doesn't happen though.
I mean, there is the Vic Mensa thing where Vic was like, "What's up?" right here, you know. So
right.
Yeah,
but I think like you're saying, Graham, a lot of them probably feel like it ain't worth it though. Like I'm gonna beat this fool up. He's gonna go right to live, or he's gonna have it on live while I try to beat him up. You know what I mean? So what even is really the point?
He's 1,000% snitching immediately.
No doubt about
it. Wait. Is he snitching? Because this Kid Cudi snitching?
Oh yeah. Where's the line at these?
Where's the line?
Well, let me rephrase. He's 1,000% going to litigation, just like his boy. He's going to litigation. He's going straight to police.
100%.
He's not gonna get beat up and then be like, "I got beat up." 0%.
I'm putting cases on all you.
You know where it's going. You know exactly where it's going. We getting paperwork, bro.
My question is, are they going to hold John Laurinaitis to the same standards that they held Kid Cudi being on the stand? Are the standards the same? Can he go back to the streets? Can Johnny Ace go back to the streets after this?
Well, I mean, this is legitimately what they think Cudi is doing, though, because Cudi isn't involved in anything that Diddy did. He's a victim of what this dude was doing. Laurinaitis is in the case. He's attached to what Vince was doing. This is different. Like what y'all think that Cudi was doing, that's what my man flipped. That's what happened.
Right.
Like Cudi didn't flip on nobody because he wasn't involved.
Right.
Cudi wasn't at the freak-offs. John Laurinaitis was at the freak-offs.
He was there.
1,000%, bro.
He was facilitating. He was handing out roles. You're gonna be doing this. You're gonna be over here. Like that was his main role in the company too. So he was facilitating over here. Whew, that must have been. Oh, had to be the most disgusting. I mean, we've read the text messages. We know they were off the charts, disgusting freak off. So, but yeah, Johnny Laurinaitis gonna hit the stand, do his little point. Him right there. I saw him. It was him the whole time. And he drugged me too, is what I'm thinking he's going to say.
This is bigger than Nino Brown.
Exactly.
Ms. Hawkins. He is 1,000% in the Miss Hawkins. He about to hit all the enunciation on there.
Backdoors. Ooh, it's a nasty world out there, y'all. Man.
Yeah, that was nasty work from people that were trying to call this guy a rat. Like, bro, man's tried to burn his car down, and he went, and it wasn't like he went in there like, man, I can't wait to tell. He got subpoenaed. Like,
right.
Yeah.
I can't wait to tell.
Like, it wasn't like he was like, man, he ran and told on him. It was like he got subpoenaed and he had a choice. I got to go in here and tell what I know or commit perjury. No, I'm not doing that. Not for this guy.
This streets, the lines that we've blurred and thrown water on at this point are crazy. Like holding Kid Cudi to the same standard. Like he never talked about being a street rapper. He ain't in the streets. He don't talk about something. He don't talk about none of this. You don't get to be snitching's not in your thing because you're not like, like we're taking down Young Thug and blah. No, this is totally different thing. This guy thought he was in love, and they tried to end his whole career. So to put those two things together is so wild, and the lines keep getting blurred of like the Mark Lamont Hill thing where he was like, oh yeah, you guys saw that tweet where he was like, I had to deal with the cops before, but I didn't even talk to him and blah blah blah. And I'm like, okay, there's a line and it's so blurred.
Hey, what's up with Mark, dog?
I didn't know what was happening. Yeah,
that was Mark right now, bro. Like
he's feeling himself, bro. He's
trying to get in a lot of different rooms. I feel him, but you don't got to do that, dog. I feel
no. It's that button. He getting that button pod mentality at this point because that's what it felt like. This is a button pod tweet for sure.
For sure.
Every time I think of Joe Budden now, I think of Joe Budden. God's not finished. Every time. Joe Budden. God's not finished.
It is crazy out here.
Every time, bro.
It's a work in progress. God's not finished.
Mm-hmm. God's not finished. God's not finished. Yeah, before we move on, I'm sure people are like, guys, don't spend a whole hour talking about rap again. As a West Coast,
4 and 5 hour podcast.
As a West Coast resident, what is your thoughts on the current landscape of this? The West Coast or just LA trying to jump Joey, and Joey just standing there after the smoke cleared and going, "Nah, I still got some verses."
This is LA's beef. This is LA's funk. This don't got nothing to do with us.
I keep trying to tell him, Graham.
This is not a West Coast.
West Coast.
What is this West Coast that you speak of when Joey is talking to T? Who is the resident? Who is the signed artist that is on that roster that is from this region? That is from who are we talking about? Who is he sending shots at that is from any other camp? That I don't know. I don't know.
If you want to be technical, he isn't shooting directly at TDE. He's shooting at one man who isn't on TDE no more.
That is very true. TD East, man. If you believe in God.
Why do you think nobody on this side got involved? Just because he didn't directly call anybody out over here?
I think because we understand our politics. I think we understand our politics. I think we don't get into LA funk. LA don't get into Bay funk unless it's some funk between the two sides. But I think that we are the same in so many instances, and we're cousins in that respect. But I don't think that we look at this as I don't think we as the Bay Area look at this as a West Coast thing, because we understand the context of what Joey Badass is saying in these records. Right. So when people label it Joey Badass versus the West Coast, I think that they're making it bigger than what it is. And I think that brings this whole East Coast, West Coast mentality back into it. And that's really not what it is at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But I mean, but I think that's why people from this side didn't necessarily get involved.
Yeah. That's kind of what I've been saying from the beginning. He hasn't, when people are like, oh, he called out a whole coast, he really didn't. He called out one guy, and then other people then jumped to that guy's defense and was like, well, hold on. We're now in this. And he the whole time has been like, hey, that's cool. I'll rap to y'all too. But at the same time, I'm talking to that guy over there.
Right. Now, one thing he did say, too much West Coast D-licking. He did say that.
He did, but
that was a callback, and that was I feel like that's how he was introducing what he was saying to Die. Right. So
yeah, and I feel like the whole time that's what this has been. So all of these TDE guys that have been responding to it, he's been just like, oh, okay, I'll throw you guys some bars, I'll throw you guys some records too. But at the same time,
he wants the big fish.
Send that guy out here. Like I've been saying from the beginning. Hey, that's cool, man. I see these sous chefs. They getting a saute on, dog. I'm not talking to them guys though. Master Chef over there is who I'm talking to.
Saute on is hella funny.
Like, bro. Master Chef went crazy in San Francisco the other night.
Man, were you there?
Yes. Couldn't miss it.
Tell us about it.
Did you see your boy Busby in the building? I saw him.
I didn't even know Busby was there until.
How could you not know Busby was there?
I assumed that he was there, but like it was just like, it was just like we just did. I didn't think about it. You feel me? I'm with my girl. I was on a different type of time. You feel me? But when I saw that Busby was on the floor, I said, "This motherfucker."
Wait, he was on the floor? See, this is why he was going crazy. I now understand these tweets now. I get it. I see.
Okay, it's different.
Right. He was in it. You feel me? I was like right behind the dugout. You feel me? Like I felt like I had prime location. No, he was in the mix. You feel me? He was turned up out there with everybody. You feel me? Doing their thing. You feel me? But the show was amazing. The production quality is super up there. I love the transitions and the different renditions that he did of records. Like he did this Mad City version that was like floating over some Anita Baker instrumental, and it was like super slowed out, and it was just like, and it was amazing. Like when I tell you the production was like they spent a lot of money. The budget was crazy, and I can understand maybe why it was just Dot and SZA and DJ Mustard went crazy. He opened it up with a dope ass set. You know, like it was rocking. It was rocking. I really enjoyed that. Euphoria went off. I didn't really feel like Euphoria was a performance song, to be honest. But I was glad that he did it. And the energy was up when he did it. So I was like, okay, maybe I was wrong.
I love a maybe I was wrong moment.
Maybe I was wrong, you know. That's okay.
I feel like all of the Drake records, other than Meet the Grams, are performance records at this point.
Yeah. And count me out into Bitch Don't Kill My Vibe. Bro.
Crazy.
Things of Genius. Master Chef, as you said.
Yeah, listen, man. Count Me Out is my favorite record off that album.
Yeah. And I don't want to discredit SZA because SZA was amazing too. I didn't mention anything that had to do with SZA. I'm not like the biggest SZA fan, but it was a lot. Like I just don't know all of the records. Like I think she's amazing.
Right.
You feel me? But like it was a huge female presence there. You know, it's the Bay, so it was like the demographic was crazy. Like it was Hispanics over here, it was Asians over here, it was Black people. You feel me? Like, bro, my lighter went out. My lighter went out, and I didn't have a lighter, but I had 2 blunts. You feel me? And so I was like, damn. But this dude, like 2 rows behind me, had sparked up, and I said, "Hey, bro, let me get that." It was community. It was love. It was
I
peace.
love it here, man.
Cali, bro.
Yeah,
big Cali bro.
It was love though, but nah, the show was amazing. SZA was out there climbing and crawling around on a big ass ant. Like it was an interesting. It was
on a big ass ant.
Your girl was going up to Love Galore, I'm sure, and like all other records.
Yeah, it was praying mantises out there on stilts and shit.
Yeah, I'm not playing SZA like in my car on the daily, but like I hear the records, like the Insecure records, and when they're involved in things. So I'm sure it went pretty crazy, especially in the Bay too. Like them Bay women, the SZA does something to them. I'll tell you what.
It was a lot of SOS jerseys in the crowd. I'll tell you that.
I bet. Did you have sunglasses on, Graham? You said you were with your girl, so I'm sure you're like, oh, damn, she got a purse just like you.
You know, man. Listen, it was a very interesting evening.
Man, you got some shoes just like that. That's why I'm looking over there.
Man, listen, it was up, bro. It was up. She had a good time. I had a great time. You feel me? Nobody tried us. It was.
Nobody tried us. What a night, bro.
It was a lot of pistols in the building. You feel
That's
me?
on the list, Phil. You never know. You live in Chicago. You know,
right?
1,000%. Nobody tried us. We didn't try nobody. It was cool. It was, it was copacetic. Everything was love. It was dope. But they put on a hell of a show. I'll tell you that much. If you haven't been to the show, to the audience and whoever, please go if you have an opportunity.
Yeah, they're here in June, I think, like in a week.
It's coming up.
Soldier Field, I believe. I'm sure it's going to be very expensive.
Yeah.
It was very expensive.
That's why I didn't go. So yeah. I'm glad that Graham got to have a recap. I'm like, I have to pay rent, you guys. What do you mean?
Yeah.
I'm kind of salty. We saw you briefly in Philly, and I was like, man, I'm gonna see him again because that was a crazy night at Wale Mania. I seen him. I was like, damn. I feel like we didn't get enough time to like actually talk to the guy, and then
I was hot.
Nothing. Then we never saw him again. I was like, damn.
Yeah.
How did this happen?
That Philly one was kind of crazy though. Like everybody was everywhere that night, right?
Right. And then I didn't go to Vegas because I was going to Dot, and it was just
sacrifices.
Right. You got to make choices. But I guess I might have another opportunity next year.
Might be back in Vegas, bro.
You're right back around to it, bro. That's crazy.
Might spin the block on you, bro.
WrestleMania, they need to change the time anyways, because I never got to go to Dreamville Fest because I always had to be like WrestleMania or Dreamville Fest, and I always chose WrestleMania weekend because I'm like wrestling.
Yeah. Well, maybe because that's rebranding too, right? Like Dreamville Fest is rebranding or whatever the thing is. Like this year, I guess was the last one, so I don't know. Maybe they'll shift dates.
I hope so.
Coincidentally, OVO Fest is coming back.
Also,
interesting.
Go figure.
Very interesting.
Y'all gonna cop Iceman or whatever?
Yeah, man, he's making moves, bro. What? Come on, bro. Look at the storytelling. Some sexy songs for you. Into Iceman. Like this guy is.
See, I didn't see Graham. I didn't see it. Yeah. My third eye wasn't open, bro.
You gotta open your third eye, bro. You gotta open your third eye. You feel me? You gotta see the unseen.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. You gotta see the unseen.
One of the funniest comments last week out of our debate last week is people then yelling at me and going, "Well, you wanted Drake to beat Kendrick. That's why you're saying this." And I'm like, "But what? And when did I ever say anything that even sounded like that? Like, I just was like, bro, this guy been calling you to rap, so rap." And people are like, "Yeah, you're bitter that Drake beat him." Like, what? Me?
I think the issue is because there are some Drake fans that are like that. Because when Joey started rapping, they were like, "Get him, Joey," and it's like they don't even like Joey.
Right. It's just they just want to see somebody that beat their GOAT, fail.
Yes.
Yeah, that was never it for me.
Mm-mm.
I was just like, dog, rap. That's it. Just all this has ever been for me.
That's
it's
it.
Like,
it's rap.
That's it.
It's rap. It's not rap. Offset. What Offset is doing, but that's another story for another day. What is this like? Every time I open my phone up, I'm like, what is? Remember the conversation we had? Was that last week, Phil? What happened to men? Because what happened to us?
The Offset thing tied to Cardi on that boat with Homeboy, and Homeboy is like got all these chicks around him. He's got the Tootsie slide in that little clear bag. I was like, hold on, dog. Cut the cameras off.
You open up that little silver case. I'm like, I don't think they're supposed to be. It felt like a skit, and I was like, I don't think they would make a skit of this. That doesn't make sense.
Oof. We don't need to see that. And as soon as I saw that baggie come out, I was like, all right, dog, enough. Cut this off.
I was thinking, why am I seeing this bag come out? Like, what's going on here? This guy's active, ain't he?
I feel like I'm
got to report to practice.
Yeah. Super chats.
You get on the boat, life be crazy. Yeah, super chats, humper chats. We give more money.
OTAs, by the way.
Yeah. Super chats. Send us your super chats. That is the best way to get your chat read on this podcast. And all this. Also, send us humper chat, humperchat.com/fightful.
Listen, I went to a Dave Chappelle show one time, and they made me put my cell phone in this little pouch before I went into the Dave Chappelle thing.
Mm-hmm.
Adopt it. That's all I'm saying. You can't have your phone on this boat.
A little discreet. Yeah.
Sorry. Super chats, things. Life. The homie Grapple Geekery says staycation is almost over, but glad to hear Grapsody talk about Double or Nothing, Hanger versus Ospreay, Monet versus Hater, and even Anarchy ruled.
Yeah, fun show. We'll get into it in a second.
We're definitely going to get into it. The homie Joseph Molina says those DMX features are on the same level as G Unit with Tupac. When they started going with the Tupac stuff and they was putting him with everybody, I was like, we got to turn the TV off, I think, because this is too much.
He wasn't feeling the weed or realist, nigga. Niggas wasn't feeling the Green Lantern joints, man.
Yes, without Pac on it. Like, this song is hard if, like, Pac is not, if you guys didn't match his verse to whatever this beat is.
I don't think he belongs there. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all.
I don't think he belongs on there.
That's it. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Like, I just don't know posthumous if these people would want to be featured with these other people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, Joe. And then the homie Busby says, hearing Euphoria live was an out-of-body experience.
I'm sure it was. For you, I'm sure it was.
It was. Because I agree with him because I said what I said and I thought what I thought about that being a performance record. And I was like, I don't know how that's going to ring off. And it did.
Break off.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing about Kendrick. He's a great performance artist. You know what I mean? He's starting to be that more than anything else. So, he was going to turn something like, and then we heard it a little bit in the Super Bowl and the pop out. So, like, we know what it could potentially be, but knowing that it pop it off in a giant stadium like that is crazy.
Yeah.
That's all of our super chats for now. Appreciate y'all.
Appreciate you guys. Humper chats. We got one from Rafael Garcia. He says, while I felt largely uninspired by the product, this week's episode was watchable. And sorry, that is not our Humper chat because I was very confused. I was like, what is this? What is this in reference to? I'm sorry. There are two Rafael Humper chats next to each other. This is our Humper chat. Sorry. With the way I see things going, unless Rick Carlisle ends up in Doc Rivers / Mike Tomlin's conversation, we're about to get a finals to see who got the best of their respective playoff / podcast P trade. Either way, PG stands are up. Get that man a ring. LOL. Yeah, man. But sure feels like the Indiana Pacers are heading to the NBA Finals, which is very funny for a lot of reasons. The Knicks showed up. They had some fight in them. Came back to the Garden, picked up a W. Tonight, Game 6, they got a chance to send it to Game 7. If you're Indiana, you gotta win this game because you do not want this to go to Game 7. You do not want to give Brunson a chance to win this series because that guy will get scary down the stretch. But I still think Pacers are going to win the series.
Yeah, I think the Pacers are going to win it as well. But I agree with you. If they allow this game to get away from them, then there's a possibility that they might not be able to make it out of a Game 7 with another W.
Yeah, you can't give Brunson a chance to win a series, bro.
Don't give him a chance.
Be aggressive and close it out. Like,
Yeah.
Listen, for the sake of our homie Jay Rose, please close it out tonight. That's the only
way.
Really. Turn that shit up. He was going crazy.
He was
in that video. He was going crazy.
Love that from my
friend.
Every time I see it, I'm like, man, that's the homie. He's so excited. This is genuine happiness here.
Right. Man.
Yeah, love that for my friend. As a person that has never been a Knicks fan and has enjoyed laughing at Knicks fans' pain, I don't want to win the series.
Did you play that record that they put out, the Joey Bad? That we thought we were going to win the championship record?
No, this felt like it was made before this series started. Like, oh, we were going to be up, and so we're going to put this song out. This is going to be the anthem to go to the finals. No, that ain't it.
They sat on it too long. They should have dropped that at like the beginning of game 1.
I didn't hear it. Is it good? Is it bad? Is it?
Yeah, they're rapping. They're rapping over the New York shit beat. It's what you'd expect. A New York anthem going into the Knicks. Papoose is on there. Pap's got to get his name out there for something else at the moment.
Oh, they got all the dusty New York niggas out. Let's go.
Tim's is outside. The Pele Pelés are on.
This is why they saying it's a West Coast beef, bro. Look at that. What's that about?
The Temps is outside, bro.
You know what the dusty New York niggas are on, Graham. Come on.
They can take that a different way, though. But hey, man,
they be calling us weird. It's fine.
Hey, right,
California niggas is weird. All right.
Hey, man.
Big fitted hats and Pelés. I dig it, man.
Big outside, bro. Look. They having a moment, man. Knicks are back in the conference finals for the first time since, I don't remember, since Jalen Brunson's dad was on the team. Look, Joey held his own. Joey is king of New York at this moment, so they're having a moment. But
basketball,
I don't know, man. It might be blue and orange. Their time might be up, dog. But we'll see. Should be a good game tonight.
Spider-Man with the Hennessy had a good time, though. It's all good.
Spider-Man with the Hennessy.
Bro,
he had a couple of great nights.
Yeah, Nah, yeah, bro.
Rizzler?
If they win the series,
Rizzler.
bro,
That the Rizzler video where he's talking shit is so funny.
Rizzler on Sesame Street.
Somebody said the Rizzler talks just like Eddie Kingston.
He does though.
Yeah,
He was like,
bro.
she pours the milk before the cereal. That's crazy.
That's crazy.
How much of the Rizzler?
Bro.
What happened to his homeboys? I haven't seen his homeboys in years. The Costco guys, they didn't got them out of here. The Rizzler's like, look, I'm about to get mine. I don't know about
He's
y'all.
the Sean of that group, dog. He didn't threw them through the barbershop window and moved on.
Damn, Rizzler's the Beyonce of the Costco guys. That's crazy. He said, nah, I gotta go. I'm gonna see y'all.
Bro.
I'm gonna see y'all.
Yeah, it is gonna be terrible if the Knicks win this series though, because every New Yorker you know is gonna be talking the most shit if they come back and win this series.
That's a fact. If they win the way that they talked when they just got to the Eastern Conference Finals, imagine that times whatever it's gonna be. The emotional roller coaster I've seen the Knicks fans go through in this series though has been a joy to watch. I will admit.
It has been pretty fun. Hey man, but look, shout out to Knicks fans. They've had a rough go of it for the past 3 decades, and listen, I get feeling happy. People that were like, oh, they were out there having a parade and they just went to the conference finals. These guys have been losing for a long time. I get it.
Yeah, this is a moment, you know. Let them cook.
Yeah,
with it.
Have your fun, bro.
Listen, we live on the Bay, Graham, so can't relate. Sorry,
I have no dog in this fight.
Yeah, bro. Have your
Our
fun.
team's at home, but they got like a bunch of rings at home too.
Yeah.
Go Valkyries.
Yeah, Valkyries. Shout out to the Valkyries.
Go Valkyries.
Selling out.
Yeah. I don't want to talk about our WNBA team. We don't need to talk about that. It's rough sledding over here. Rough sledding and all sports over here. So look, I get it, Knicks fans, bro. Have your fun, but we all know whose trophy that is in a few weeks. OKC is winning this, bro. It's over, but
it's pretty evident at this point. But you know, it's gonna be a good series. It's gonna be a good series.
Yeah. More Humber chats. We got one from Tony P. Says tonight the Knicks play a game where they try prolonging the end we know is coming and make sports media have a bitch fit with 2 small market teams when 2 small market teams play in the finals. With that said, congrats to soon to be NBA champions OKC. Yeah, pretty much.
I'm with that. This is good for the NBA.
That's what I think too.
This is that parity that everybody always says that they want in sports leagues and all of that. You don't want the most dominant teams or those big markets to always feel like they have the advantage or feel like they're always the ones that are going to the finals or the ones with all the accolades. Hey, enjoy this. This is the ride, like Phil said. It's the roller coaster ride. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
good on y'all.
More from Tony P says, I still think TK should be petty and have a belt read to give them LOL. Ready to give them, sorry. Speaking of petty, the fun petty goes to Naomi. That wheelchair line had me laughing, and Swerve for the way he smacked that mic out of Will's hand. Nah, it's Naomi this week, bro. Coming out there like, I still want to be your friend. By the way, I went to your crib and was flipping through your photo album. And then the switch up from her, the single tear coming down to like, man, I hate for something to happen to you tonight. Bro, she's smoking the heel, dog.
You and your mama could both end up in a wheelchair. First of all, when she said that, I didn't even know.
Me neither. Me neither. I was like, oh shit.
And I audibly laughed when I saw, and I felt so wrong, but it was more shock because like, wait, she took it there, like,
bro. She hit the Donald Glover line from the stand up. That's why your mom's in a fucking wheelchair.
It's like, I don't know, you can do that on this show?
I don't think you should do that.
Right.
Yeah, right.
I guess.
Do you want real heel work? Yes or no?
Bro, No, she's cooking, bro. Definitely petty of the week for me.
Right.
Definitely. Yeah, I'm enjoying this Naomi heel run. She's definitely like she's showing like a new side of her, like just different depths of her character. And you would be like, this is something that I feel like a lot of her fans felt like she needed and felt like we didn't know if the WWE was going to give her the chance or the opportunity to show her,
Right.
you know, to show the like the cut of her jib in this sense, you know what I'm saying? But like, I don't even know if that's like the right way to say, like I couldn't think of like what I wanted to say. So you know what I'm saying? But yeah, let's go. You feel me? But yeah, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like this is like she really in her bag. You feel me? And I can appreciate that she's getting the opportunity to do this, and like she's really taking off with it because it's everybody's on board with it. So like, just ride this train.
Yeah,
bro. We was talking about that Cardi B boat ride. How'd you guys feel about the kayfabe killing Divas WWE women's wrestlers boat ride that they took?
Oh, the pickle juice boat ride.
The pickle juice.
Yeah, look, man. Happy birthday to Natty, bro. That's dope. They were trying, you know, they were trying to protect it.
A little bit, yeah. There's a couple of blurred out people in the background, and people who shouldn't have been next to each other were trying not to be next to each other.
Yeah, bro, they was trying. Just videos and pictures kept leaking. You know, that wasn't, you know, it just was a thing to happen. It was I was like, hey, this it looked like a cool boat ride. I seen some of the pictures. I was like, all right.
You know,
I was enjoying the scenery. I was like, okay, all right.
That kayfabe killing boat ride. Turn those cameras off there too.
Bro,
I'm old school.
I that was not my reaction. All the people that were like, "It's killing kayfabe," I was like, "Is it?" It looked like they're having fun over there, man. I don't know.
It was like, y'all thinking about kayfabe right now? What the hell?
Yeah, y'all talking about Streamer University. I want to watch this.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Release the uncut footage, bro. Like, what's going on?
What world is this, man? I don't know. Like, should I start streaming my life like the Truman Show? Like, I don't know where this is gonna lead to, or should I get off the grid? Because I want to get off the grid. I don't like none of this.
You're done. You're never getting off the grid now. It's over.
I'm cooked. I know, Phil. Every day I think about it, I'm like, maybe I can, but I'm like, no, I'm way.
It's too late,
man.
It's too late, dog. Yeah, no. I've tried several times to just like be low, and I'm like, no, it's impossible now. It's too late.
I remember I was off Twitter, and I was like, I can't, like, I don't want this, but I have to have this.
This is what it is, bro. I personally blame Will Washington, but
this is all his fault. 1,000.
I personally think this is all his fault.
Phil and I were just living regular lives, watching wrestling, not talking about it.
He roped you guys into this shit, didn't he?
He was like, "Hey, what if we try this?" And we were like, "Yeah." And then now we're just stuck forever.
All his fault. Did all of this and then ran off and decided to do something else. Yeah.
Ran off on the plug. That's crazy, dog.
Wait, so in this sense, you guys are the plug?
We're the plug in this sense, yeah.
I'm with it. I
mean, that's how they treat us sometimes.
These are the plugs I've met.
Right now, for
Yo.
real.
Sorry, that was a deep cut.
That's a hella deep cut. Like, we in the weeds now, not the homies.
Not the homies are overbooked?
Yeah. Not the overbooked. All right.
More from Tony P. More from Tony P. He said it seems only been given the green light now for counter programming to the point. Oh, sorry, I skipped one because I was confused. I was like, green light to what? He said, He says, speaking of sad petty, WWE nasty ass counter programming. It's not that they are doing it, but they are possibly really fucking over talent and trying to do it. We know. They really never gave a damn about another evolution. It seems only to have been given the green light now for counter programming to the point that it has been reported that the females were caught off of guard about the news. It also looks like a damn here move as well by WWE. That is not the segue I expected to get. to talk about WWE Evolution. But sure, we did get the announcement this week during Saturday Night Main Event that WWE Evolution is coming back. Long-awaited sequel, 7 years in the making. It's crazy to think that the last one was 7 years ago.
What is time?
Great. Yeah, exactly. Man, I excited about the announcement in one breath, but I'm also like, man, y'all couldn't put it another weekend because all this time I was like, okay, I didn't get a chance to go to the first Evolution. And so I was like, okay, when the second one is announced, I want to go. And so I've been waiting 7 years for this announcement, and then they give us the announcement, and it's the same week as All In. I've already booked a ticket to Dallas, so
it's supposed
I'm
to
like,
be in
well,
Texas.
damn, man, come on.
They keep doing it, and like some people are like, oh, it's all fun, it's competition, it's all this, but then there's moments like Phil described here. There are wrestling fans and people that want to do both. They don't want to be caught up in this tribalism in this competition. Like I know a bunch of people that are going to All In that are like, damn, I want to go to Evolution too. There's some people that are flying from All In to go to the Evolution show. So it's like, there's the demand. So why are you doing this to these wrestling fans that want to spend money on both? That's where it really gets unfortunate. Like the competition and all this doesn't even really mean anything because it just reflects on this tribalism and forcing us to choose. And like, you shouldn't have to force people to choose. Not in this stage where streaming and we can put things on any nights we want and we can do all these things. It's just weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Yeah, I don't really care for it either. The other news is that they'll be in Atlanta the same night as Beyonce. So people are making all of their jokes about how they're also trying to counter program Cowboy Carter and how are you going to book a women's show the same night as Beyonce? Like, you want women to go to both of these shows? Like, what's going on here?
I think I figured it out. They said, if we are going to counter program the Beyonce of women's wrestling, why don't we just go all the way in and counter program Beyonce as well?
The Beyonce. We'll counter the Beyonce.
Right. Like, why not? I think this is really petty of the WWE and their leadership team or whoever it is that lays out these events or whatever. Like you guys are saying, like it really gets to the point where it's detrimental to the fan base who wants to enjoy both. Like, right. What is this whole thing? Like we shouldn't have to be involved in your little corporate bullshit. Like, this is not
like being the kids in a divorce. It's like, why am I? Y'all are beefing. Why am I dealing with this?
Yeah.
Like, why do how come I can only go to dad's every other weekend? Like, what is that about? Like, what, like, there's so many other days in between. Like,
so many other days.
There's so much stuff that you can do. Like the advantages of streaming. Like, you guys have Peacock, you have Netflix, you have all these avenues to where you doing AAA and Worlds Collide on YouTube.
Yeah.
What? Why are we? I don't understand. I don't understand what they're doing this for. I mean, I get it. It's business. They're trying to undermine, the AEW like ROI on their events or whatever. But like, it's fucked up to the fan bases and also like the way that they're doing this. Like, I feel like some of the talent is getting shorted as well.
Right.
Yeah. Because you're not gonna get some of the interest that you might have gotten from Evolution. Now, given their fan base is gonna pull up no matter what, and they're doing the entire weekend as well, which is also kind of crazy. It's not just them doing Evolution the same weekend as All In. They're doing Saturday Night Main Event, and they're doing the NXT joint, right?
Great American Bash.
Great American Bash. So yeah, 3 shows that weekend, bro. Like,
but you notice coming out of this past weekend, right? Where they just did this with Battleground and Double or Nothing. The conversation largely was AEW Double or Nothing.
Right.
Dominating, you know what I'm saying? Like the timelines and socials. Has WWE touted the success of the social media reach of this NXT show that they just did? No, you got your ass handed to you. Stop bullshitting. Stop playing with yourself.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, I think that's the big thing for me. Like every time they've done this hasn't hurt any of AEW's momentum. So why are you still attempting to do this to just kind of clog up the news cycle around their shows? But it isn't doing what you expect it to do because people are still covering their show and people are still talking about their shows. And this is their biggest show of the year. Like it's not gonna do what you think it's gonna do.
Mm-hmm.
This is it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. It's a marathon.
Right.
So it's an uphill battle. You know. Yeah. You forget the key elements of this thing. You know, like it's an uphill battle. It may not be. You got to slowly chip away at these things. I think that's what they're trying to do. You know what I'm saying? It's irritating the fuck out of me. I swear to God, Nick Khan.
Them TKO members are going crazy. Now, as far as the show goes, Phil, you might remember a little better than we do. The build to the original Evolution. How do you think they're going to build this time, like around the shows, like around their schedule now? Do you think, because it's like a month and like it's not that far away, they got to get to it at this point. How do you think they're going to get into it?
I mean, last time the build wasn't great, and I don't think that it's a good sign that they announced it kind of in passing with Saturday Night Main Event. They didn't. Yeah, they didn't give it a big announcement during one of the weekly shows. And I mean, they just had a big pay-per-view. You would think that they would have had the announcement ready during Backlash. At one point when the rumor was going around, like this rumor was going around way back in April. So I thought we were going to get the announcement during WrestleMania weekend. That would have gave more promotion to the show. And so I think the fact that they promoted the show and announced it the way they did isn't a great sign. I don't know. But when you look at this weekend and how crowded this weekend with wrestling, I think like the women, they kind of smoked it this weekend. Like both the NXT matches were great, and then both the AEW women's matches were great. It's a great sign for where women's wrestling is. I think that the matches themselves are going to be good, but not very excited about the build so far because they haven't really done anything to make me excited.
I mean, with the moves they're making this week kind of attached to that, like the Stephanie stuff and like the call-ups that they're having going on, it seems like they're maybe trying to load up on, you know, talented women that could be featured on the show. So that's a good sign, I guess, right?
Yeah, potentially. I don't know what to make of that.
You know?
Yeah, but does that mean that we're not going to get NXT women on this show?
It's a good question. I don't know because you've got so much going on. You've got 4 titles on the main roster at this point. You got 2 mid-card titles, 2 world titles. Then you have the tag belts. Then I would assume you're going to do something with one of these partnerships, whether it be TNA or AAA. So I don't know exactly where NXT fits in, especially if this is going to be another one of their 5 or 6 card matches.
They can't. Can they?
I definitely think it's going to be 6 matches. 5, 6 matches. I don't think it's going to be a long show.
You know how many women they have on that roster now to fill that many spots?
Battle Royal, Reg.
You are definitely getting a big battle royal. I don't know, man. I don't know what to make of that part as well. I think they should definitely go for like 7 matches at least.
Right.
But yeah, again, not a great sign that that's how they've been pushing the rest of their shows.
Like it's a package. It isn't even like Evolution is the big show that we exactly. It's part of a package this weekend. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. It's
and like we're talking about, like the women are gonna destroy it. Like they're gonna put together some great matches. They have some of the most talented women in the world. It's gonna be great. But we just want it to be more. So like, because WWE will do this thing of like, if it's not successful, they'll be like, "See, this is why we don't do this shit," and we don't have time for that.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. If this show doesn't do well, and they're kind of setting it up to fail, kind of. If it doesn't do well, then we're gonna have to wait another 7 years for another one, and then the excuse will be, well, you guys didn't go and support it, because that's what people kept saying about the first Evolution. Well, you guys said you wanted it, but you guys didn't go and support it, but they didn't really put it in a situation where all of the people could pull up to support it.
Right.
Same thing again.
And again, sandwiching it between all of these events, this whole TKO weekend thing that they're starting to do or whatever. Like, I just feel like you said, making it a package, making it a part of something instead of setting it on its own and making it its own special thing, which that's what we thought it was initially, set to be. But like you said, the first time throwing the card together, and I don't know if they have the time to really, or if they're going to give the time to throwing this together and putting, time and effort into it and allow these stories to breathe, just because they have all these other events that are going to be going on at the same time.
And there's people online that didn't really understand the Beyonce thing, but that's like a real thing. There's crossover with a lot of Beyonce, there's Beyonce fans that like wrestling, and if you were going to try to get them to potentially come to this show, they're not choosing wrestling over Beyonce. Like, it's not a competition.
Bro,
I don't care what show you put. You can have WrestleMania there, and they're going to be at Beyonce.
Bro, in Atlanta,
of all places.
No. Come on, dog.
Yeah.
It's not even a competition. There's anything else going on with besides Beyonce? No, there isn't.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I don't know how much of a percentage of overlap they're expecting to receive from that event.
Beyonce getting all them sales.
No, I'm sure they don't think that the audience overlap at all, but I just think it says a lot about how much is going on that weekend, and they're trying to throw it in the middle of all of this stuff.
They want to be in the mix. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there is that thing. They're starting to the celebrity of it. We got the Metro Boomin stuff this week. They're trying to be like, we're part of this. It's not even about AEW and wrestling. It's about being in the mix.
Yeah.
You not with it, Graham? You not with your Metro Boomin? Want some more? Is he still gonna have Metro Boomin want some more nigga tag on it?
Metro. If young Metro don't trust you, I'm gonna shoot you. Think we gonna get that?
I don't know if that's gonna.
I don't think we're gonna get that. I don't think we're gonna get that. I don't think we're gonna get Metro doing WWE themes. I'm sorry. I just don't. I don't see.
You think it's a bit?
My theory.
Maybe a theme, not themes though.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't like the way it came up. Maybe he's trying to like
doesn't seem authentic.
Maybe it's like a rally cry. Maybe it's like a, because I'm like, I feel like you just filmed the whole thing with Triple H with Bad Blood, did this not come up then? Like, you sending this tweet out with a little eye emoji or whatever. Like, I don't know. Was this a conversation had? And maybe he was like, because I think there was that report almost a year ago now where they were saying like, oh, WWE's they're thinking about using licensed themes or whatever. I don't know how true that shit was or whatever, but I don't know if that was a part of maybe conversations that he was having with WWE or that they were having with different parties other than Def Rebel. But I know that Metro Boomin does not come cheap, and I know that they don't have Metro on retainer the way that they have somebody like Def Rebel. So the hoops they would have to jump through with licensing fees and record labels and whatever percentages and splits that Metro would want from this. I don't know if this is a realistic thing.
But I was gonna say, might be a transition. People seem to take less money fucking with WWE, so he might be like, I don't care about my deal over here. I'll take less for this. I need my WrestleMania moment.
Hey, bro, he said it, bro. It's always been a dream.
Bro, but that's what I think. My theory is that as much as he's been in the mix with what they're doing over there, they used him for promotion for Bad Blood last year. Mm-hmm. They clearly want to be in the business of being next to Metro Boomin. I think if it was a situation, if it was that simple of, okay, he's going to produce some stuff, we wouldn't have heard about it until it was in the works and it was already done. I think this is him doing the old wrestler. Hey, y'all interested in this match? Y'all want to see me up against this wrestler? This is what this feels like. It feels like he's tweeting to go like, look, y'all, look, the fans want it, bro. Like, I don't think there is anything. I think he's trying to gauge interest and going like, hey, I want to do this and getting fans excited. Because I don't think that WWE has been like, well, let's do this. Because if it was, we wouldn't have heard about it. It would have just been in the works.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's like Graham saying it's expensive to get a Metro Boomin beat. Like rappers be putting their whole budget on the line, and you're not just gonna be shelling them out for these NXT people. You know what I mean? Like it's gonna have to be something for him to really get involved.
We got a guy,
and it's
we got a guy,
and it's not that they don't have the money. It's that we just don't have the faith that that's something that they would invest in as far as a full long-term project of the Jacob Fatu and maybe the Street Profits get a new theme, or maybe he does something for somebody, I don't know, like Jada Parker down the line or whatever. Like I just don't know if there's a world where we have Metro Boomin producing like a whole set of WWE themes, because at that point it's like WWE aggression, or you know, like, what are we doing here? Are we asking for a whole Metro DJ Khaled version album of WWE themes?
That sounds hilarious.
Because I feel like that's something that that's something that he would have in the back of his mind. Like, definitely. I can do this, and I can throw Thug on this, or I could go. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just different. Right. It's different. It's different than having Travis come in and do some certain things here and there, do the Cactus Jack merchandise and stuff, because they're eating off of that. It's not like we're also putting money into this. It's just different.
Should be interesting. I mean, if they had Metro remix all the hip hop versions of their themes, I wouldn't be mad at it.
Yeah. Again, sounds good in theory, but do they actually want to do that? That's the thing.
Remix that Kevin Gates, Jacob Fatu thing. I want it all. Did he still have that song?
Yeah. Kevin Gates and DMX.
That Kevin Gates and DMX remix of Jacob Fatu's thing.
Oh man.
Yeah. Nah. Speaking of Street Profits, they came out last night, and I was like, I like the new theme. I have to admit it. I like it. I think it's hard.
Wait, they got another new thing?
The Street Profits? No, it's just the current theme that they switched to from the NXT theme.
I was like, wait, what? But I'm like, did I miss that? What's going on? I'm like,
this one grew on you, Phil, is what you're saying.
Nah, I like it. I don't. Yeah, cool. I still think we got to get to it with Tez, dog. Like you can't keep doing there's potential here, bro. We've been saying that for like almost 4 years, bro. You gotta get to it.
He gotta want it.
I think he does. I think he does want the singles run. I just don't.
I don't know if he does though, because every time he's commented on it, Dox is my boy, Dox is my partner, like we the tag team. Like even when they went on, they talked about it on It Is What It Is. I just don't know if he wants it, because I don't know if he knows what's on the other side of it, and I don't know if that's like an apprehension thing. Right. Because then what happens to my trajectory? What happens to Dawkins' trajectory? You know, like the Street Profits is a successful thing and it's working. I feel like there's some apprehension there on their part.
That may be. We're definitely in a different landscape of wrestlers with that thing that leaked from AEW. Like, we're not in the lane of as guys being just like, no, this is my time. I'm on selfish shit. And maybe that's what it is with Tez. Maybe he don't want to just leave Dawkins behind. I don't know.
I think he could be looking at the landscape and be like, singles black male stars, where the fuck are they? Are they gonna change everything for me? And like,
yep. But see, I don't know. I think he's different than some of the other guys that are singles wrestlers right now. I think the potential of him being pushed is just different.
Right.
I hope so. Like he doesn't have like braids or dreads or something. Like,
what is it? Braids?
Because I when I look at him, I think he has the full package. Like there's certain guys like as great as I think Melo is, he's not usually their kind of guy. Like you can tell from onset when they put him next to Trick. Trick is their guy that they want to push. He fits their aesthetic. He's tall.
Oba,
he speaks well. Oba, but like they always kind of struggle pushing smaller guys, and so I think that's part of it with him. But bro, Tez don't have that problem. Tez looks great. He has he can talk. He just looks like a star the way he dresses, the way he carries himself, and bro, he's super athletic. He works well. He's just different than a lot of other guys that we're like, why aren't they pushing this guy harder? I think that Tez has the full package.
He does. Hopefully they do it for him.
I agree
what
with
you're
you.
waiting on. I don't know. I don't know what
I thought
hold
after
up
they
is.
gave him the Hulu show, I was like, okay, this is a good sign. Like him and Bianca, they're
Right.
kind of focusing on that couples thing. Like
Yeah,
this will lead to something, but it didn't really.
Oh, whole nother can of worms. I hated that show.
I never watched it.
I like. I've watched every episode of it. It was a relationship thing. It was like
yeah.
I was hanging out with a girl, and I was, she was into Liv and Bianca. And she was like, "Oh, if you want me to watch wrestling, well, we gotta watch this. If I'm watching SummerSlam, then we're watching this."
That's the trade-off.
No, it's the Sam Jackson line, man. Listen, my girl's a vegetarian, so I go. I'm a vegetarian now. Like I can't eat meat. I go.
Like I was a vegan. I was a vegan for like 4 years, and I
no, I know how it goes, dog. I see.
Listen, that's what we are. We are vegan.
Right. We vegan. Right.
We vegan out here, all right?
So I get it.
Like, I hear you. 1000% loud and clear.
The clip that I always saw from that show is really funny, but I've never actually seen the show. The clip, of course, of him pulling the hat off her head with the wig sewed into it. Very funny.
That was amazing.
But I haven't seen anything else other than that.
Great show. My glaring issue with the show, and I'll just get off.
Great show.
For what they wanted it for, what I'm saying? The optics of what they were trying to do. Great show. But for me as a fan, knowing the ins and outs of it, glaring issue I had was it was like this whole storyline of they wanted to try to have kids, and it was this whole like does she get off the road or whatever, but there was no acknowledgement, and this isn't my place, but there was no acknowledgement of Montez's children.
Oh, okay.
And I think it was more of this is Montez Ford, this is Bianca Belair, and Montez Ford and Bianca Belair do not have children. The characters.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And that was just a little too much for me.
A little bit weird because he has kids. We've seen them.
It's a reality show.
Mm-hmm.
There's some reality.
WWE reality show. There's difference.
You're right. But I do agree. I think Montez does have the full package and like something that they would be looking for in I guess a black male single star, since they wouldn't push Bobby Lashley anymore. I guess that's what MVP was upset about. And so
MVP not holding his tongue, Mr. MVP ever.
Well, I mean, we knew that was coming because he had said some things on IG that people took notice of, and he kept saying, "Well, I'll get into it when I get on the podcast," and did an interview, and he said what he said. I mean, I think that he expressed himself very well because I think people wanted to turn it into, "Oh, well, you're calling him racist," and I don't think that that's what it was. I think he was just like, "No, I saw how this person was treated, and Bobby is my guy," and he went from this to that. And of course, I saw people try to do but y'all are over there as mid-carders, because what he said is he hated where Bobby went to being presented as a mid-carder. And then people were like, well, yeah, you guys are mid-carders are over there, but it's not the same. You're starting as that in AEW. You went from world champion in WWE down to being a mid-carder. It's not the same.
Way different. And in AEW, he's presented as a monster that will rip your head off like at any second. Like he's not presented as a mid-carder because he has to be. He's just presented as a mid-card because he wants to be. You know what I mean?
And I mean, even if you don't want to put it that way, I think even if you weren't going to keep him in a world title picture, because I don't think that that's the issue with a lot of people that have left there. No. I think it's not just I want the TV time, but I want to be put in something that matters. I want to be put in an actual storyline. And with Bobby right now, they're in a storyline that people are enjoying. And even if you want to be like, oh, there's mid-carders, they're still in a storyline that people care about.
That's longer than 2 weeks. You know what I mean? That has some legs that means something, ins and outs, some turns, some layers. It's not just like one and done matches or like this guy's this guy, but why is this guy this guy? There's never really a lot of story attached, and now they're involved in stories.
Or it's not like a bunch of like weird one-off backstage teases that don't lead to anything.
Right. Yeah. Bunch of stare downs.
Yeah.
Like, what was that about?
Yeah.
But
yeah. And I mean, how many times we got it?
What do you say to those people that might say, because I think the quote from that what went out there about what MVP was saying about trips, trips. But I think the quote was like, it's not, he said something like, it's not like I have more personal issues, the things that were said and things that were promised and not followed through on, or, you know, and I'm paraphrasing or whatever. But then he said, I will get into more of it on my podcast. This was an interview that he did, but he was saying, I'll get into more of those on my podcast. What do you say to those people that might say, like, he's leaving these breadcrumbs and this trail of just like cliffhangers and like, you know, I'm like, I got more to say, but you know, I'll say it at some point, or I got more to say, but I'll say it on my podcast, where like there's a financial or something aspect of it that's beneficial for me.
I get it. It's promo. Like you want people to pull up for the podcast, so I get it. And you know, he knows that that's something at this point that people want to hear him get into. So yeah, he's not going to go and talk to all these other outlets for free and do that. No, instead I'm going to use this for free promo. Listen to my podcast where I'm going to really get into it. But you know, I think it was very telling that he said this isn't about race. It's a personal issue with the way that he does business. And there, when you read between the lines, I'm just like, how many wrestlers that left there have to say the same thing before you guys believe them? Because more than one wrestler now has been like, their issue with him isn't so much, okay, I want to be world champion or put me in this position, is you're giving me the runaround. And more than, like, at this point, we've heard Swerve say it. We've heard other wrestlers say this, that Triple H gave them the runaround. Like, he told them it's going to be this, and it wasn't.
What was Athena saying about like her, like the return to NXT or whatever? Like, what was, like, I feel like she said something about like she felt like she was like something in the performance center where like they were telling her one thing and then something else was happening or not happening or whatever. But there are
Ricochet saying the same thing. Like, there's a bunch of people that have said this kind of like, we wanted more and they weren't hearing me type style. You know what I mean? Like, I tried, I did all this, or they gave me the runaround type deal.
Yeah, I mean, all of the members of Hurt Syndicate at this point have said the same thing about Hurt Business and how it went away, and then they kept going like, yeah, we want this to come back. We kept pitching it, and they kept going, yeah, sure, we're going to do this and we're going to do that, and then it would never go anywhere. And so I think it's more so that MVP is saying like, I have issue with him telling me one thing and doing something else.
Right. Yeah. And reading between those lines of it's not about race, that means I was like, oh, I know what that means, you know. That's a very telling line, that it's not, that it's deeper and you're probably going to continue to hear it, and that it's probably still going on.
It's different than, all right, I'm just not going to push you and I'm not going to give you the time of day, and you're answering all my calls, answering all my texts, and like, yo, we love you, we're going to do this with you, we're going to do business with you, and then it never turns into anything. Like, yeah, after a while, it's like, okay, so you're just bullshitting me. And I think that's what the problem is.
I would lose respect for somebody if that was the case as well. You know, like,
yeah,
fair.
Yeah, and I'm sure he'll get into it in more detail. But when I read that quote, I was like, oh, yeah, I've seen this before. I've seen this said elsewhere. And when somebody else said it, they were like, oh, well, excuses the same way, or, well, who is he to say that? Or you're just mad because you weren't world champion. And it's like, I don't think that that's what it is.
I think that people want to be showcased in a light that makes them, like, one, feel good about their character, feel good about their position. And especially when you have a fan base that's hungry for it and there are people that are asking about it and you don't really have any answers, that can be like, you know, that like that's a burden to have on your shoulders, where it's like, I mean, I'm trying and I'm exhausting every option that I feel like I have, but I can't really explain to you why this certain thing isn't happening or why we're not able to bring the Hurt Business back together, even though all the pieces are there and the people want it and it was successful. So I just,
Yeah. And to the point of even the Karrion Kross clip that was going around this week, when you tell me this is what I have to do, and hey, we're in the business of working with you, but then you're giving this guy opportunities based on something else. It's like, okay, so that's what you guys want now. That's not what you told me, and that's not what you've been telling me for years. I mean, yeah, I just think that's what it is. I think a lot of people feel like they've got the runaround, and because I mean, particularly when Swerve talked about it, he was like, all right, well, yeah, I didn't know I could just go over here and talk to HBK and do tape study with him, because they don't tell you that. And it's like
all things that are that you would think that they're being taught, but they're not being taught.
It's like if they're gonna put certain people in a position to succeed, and then when I keep asking for things, they don't. All right, well, later, well, give me a little bit more than that. If it's later because you don't have this yet, tell me what it is that you want and what is going to get to that point.
It's all just gotta keep hearing things come out from behind the scenes and people, how they talk and how they feel. And it's like, it's really interesting, these stories and the way that people try to be like, oh, this is TKO's fault, or this is Triple H's fault, or this is this person's fault. We've heard a lot of that this week. And I'm like, them passing the buck has become very interesting in these last couple months.
That was the old regime.
Yeah, exactly. The old regime. That's another one.
That was Vince.
No, that was him. No, that wasn't us.
Yeah.
This is just carryover.
that old regime, that's definitely a little phrasing that's going around that's just like, I mean, know about
particularly in Bobby's place, he gotta be looking like, well, wait, I did very well with the old regime. I was champion when he was in charge. So what do you mean?
Yeah, them dates.
Bro,
ain't adding
I
up.
don't know, man. There's an aspect of some old school guys that appreciated Vince and still kind of rock with that, and I can't. It's for me the discernment of trying to figure out like, shit like that. But like
that's my guy. I would never.
Yeah, and I don't know, like, my discernment of like, okay, is it you were a fan of Vince's booking of you, and like how far do you go into your appreciation of Vince when you're talking about these things, and not like give it the caveat of like, okay, yeah, but like I don't really support that bullshit that he own now. So it's like, it's some of those guys from that old guard or the old regime type shit, you feel me, back in the day, that I just like, I don't know. And I be trying to, I don't know if I trust you, man, because wrestlers be lying. But
of course. Of course. What it seems like, and it seems like the undertone of what I've seen with some people like MVP, it feels like they're saying like, yeah, I know what I was getting with Vince though. Like if Vince told me something, I kind of knew what it was. With this guy, it's like he is trying to be everybody's friend, but are you everybody's friend? Like, are you? It just seems like he public facing, he wants to be liked by everybody, but also behind the scenes, it's like you're not. Because I don't think Vince cared. I think Vince was like, hey, if I don't fuck with you, I don't fuck with you.
Right.
But I think Triple H wants to make it look like, oh, I fuck with everybody. Do you?
We all know that's not true, because this is pro wrestling. There's no way you fuck with everybody.
No way.
That's not how this works.
It doesn't work like that at all. Like,
so I that's why I'm like, I don't think it's just as simple as, oh, well, Vince booked me the way I wanted. I think there is some of that, but I also think there was a certain respect for the way that Vince did business, because once you got in a room and if Vince liked you, you knew he liked you.
Right. Yeah. Like there was a certain directness that Vince exemplified that maybe Triple H hasn't necessarily, maybe he doesn't exemplify, or maybe he just hasn't gotten to that point yet. Like he's still early in his career of trying to run this whole thing and manage all of these different personalities. So like at the same time of, does he fuck with everybody? Like I get that, but like I don't know like how much grace I give him in that sense. You know what I'm saying? Because like, how long has he been in this position where this is like his job, where it's like, no, the buck pretty much stops here with you as creative. And so like the choices that you choose to make with that, you know, you got to lay in your bed, brother.
Of course. And it's wrestling. You know how this goes. If there'll be like 40 people that are like, I love this guy, but then there'll be like 40 other people that are like, I hate the guy.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're going to get a different experience with people depending on who you talk to.
Truth
and
is,
you know what?
Not win.
Those 40 people could love that guy, and those 40 people could hate that guy all for the same reasons.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you just never know.
Huge facts.
Yeah.
Damn. It's crazy.
We got a bunch. Well, we don't have that many more Humper chats. I don't know how many super chats we have left.
Yeah, we got some supers up in here. I can get into some of those. The homie Tyrone Kid says, what y'all mad because NY is up and y'all team's gone fishing? LOL NY N7.
Hey man, I'm personally not mad because my team is going fishing because I knew they were going fishing, so it's cool with me. But hey man, look, if New York manages to win in 7, I'm sure New Yorkers will have a great time with that until it's time to play OKC.
Have fun now. Enjoy it. Tyrone also says, also from New York, but a Magic fan. I just love chaos. Tyrone.
All right. How did that happen?
Maybe it was Magic and Penny. Look, I was a big fan of not Magic, but Shaq and Penny. You know?
Yeah.
No, that was big. So it could have been.
Yeah,
different times.
Big fan of Penny Hardaway when they beat the Bulls and they celebrated all hard. I was like, oh no, we can't let this
Come on, man. He had Lil Penny.
Lil Penny, man, life was different.
Yeah, nah. Horace went over there and was celebrating all hard when they beat us. When Mike came back, I was like, nah.
Not rolling up.
I ain't rolling with this, bro.
Not with it.
But yeah, no, I fuck with Penny Hardaway hard. But when Horace went over there and was doing all that front running, I was like, nah, dog.
You like it.
Nah.
It's okay. I think you can hold that grudge. That's good.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, Tyrone. RJ Suburb says, you guys introduced me to Lupe, her Streets on Fire, and Mural for the first time this week. You guys are the gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah. Nah, man.
Murals.
Wow. Streets on Fire is one of them ones.
Streets on Fire.
Big Lupe guy. But yeah, Murals is, man.
Every time I listen to it, I say, what, why, what, how, huh, what?
What did Roy say when he was beefing with him for a minute? Why do Lupe fans like Murals so much, man?
That was hate.
That was hate. You're hate.
For the sake of, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna just say this. I'm gonna just throw this in there. Like for what,
You're
bro?
hate.
I think it's because a lot of people are saying Murals is better than anything Royce has ever put out, and I'm like, that's a little OD, but at the same time,
I don't think so, man. But I hear y'all. You know, damn, my homie Royce never recovered from that. I don't think he's put out a record since then.
Nah, Next was on the Cadillac joint singing, and they was like RL from Next. You see that?
I did.
Somebody was like, "Bro, this is Royce."
It did look like him. No, I was like, "Wait, the next one? That doesn't look like the guy, the too close guy. It looks like."
Bro was like, guy. "This is bro. That's PJ Tucker. What are you talking about?"
I immediately thought PJ Tucker went out. So I'm like, "Why PJ Tucker got a mic? He's singing? What is this?"
PJ Tucker is crazy.
No, that one and the Isley Brothers ones is hard though.
Oh. Hard, bro. My man was in there with a Givenchy varsity jacket with leather pants on, bro. I was like, oh,
like this nigga still got 100 hoes. Like, when is it ever time to stop, Ron? Like, what are you doing? Like, what do you mean?
Nah, he just had a kid that just graduated, I think.
I'm glad you kept going with that sentence.
Oh yeah, no.
He just graduated. Yes.
No. He had a kid that just graduated from high school. He's going to college.
For sure. That's what's up. Yeah,
I'm
man.
like, because Ron got to be like 79 years old or something. He can't be
like,
having no more kids out here.
Yeah,
man, them honey packs, boy. I'm telling you, shit is different out here.
Honey packs.
bro. This guy created In Between the Sheets music, bro.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
He invented that. Like that.
He
I
invented
know what time it
that.
is.
Like Baby making music, like he's like, yeah, I did that. Well, that's me.
You're welcome.
Shout out to Art LeBeau. Between the Sheets with Art LeBeau. Man, rest in peace. Bianca Leia says AEW women cooked this week. Tony, Mercedes, Thekla debut, no DQ tag, Willow. Side note, Megan Thee Stallion announced her anime at DreamCon. Good Saturday.
Yeah, shout out to Meg. People are still harassing Meg, which I think is disgusting. I wish people would chill the fuck out. This whole campaign to put out new evidence, which is fucking hella whack to me, but it is
This
what
body
it is.
cam thing now. I've heard, see, I told you. I'm like, you guys, do you?
Bro, it's nasty work. Yeah,
We saw all of this.
That's what I thought was crazy. They did this whole thing for like a week. It's new evidence, and then when it came out, I was like, "But we already knew this." And the person that said they saw a woman, I was like, "Bro, this person was in the trial. This person was a witness in the trial. What are you talking about?"
It's another thing of the same Kids Cudi stuff of like the streets and how involved. I'm like, you guys can't we can't be talking like this when we're not. I've seen the streets and this ain't it, and we can't be doing this.
Yeah, I think everything about this looks crazy. It's the same thing I said before. Like, how are we running behind this guy and saying free this guy, and the victim in this situation is the one that's standing tall? Like, why? What are we doing, bro? Like, I don't get it. But
weird.
But yeah, shout out to Meg. Meg was out in swimsuit week, had them cheeks out.
I'm never mad at that.
Not at all. 0%.
Bro, going from that to swimsuit week to being at DreamCon, man, that's fire, bro.
She got her own anime. That's hard.
Yeah, I saw people trying to be a little toxic with her being at the anime con as well, but yeah, people was literally doing what people think anime fans do and scaring away all the women. And
Black people and women can't go nowhere, can they? Black women can't go nowhere.
I didn't know this anime thing got announced. Is there like what is the avenue or the platform for this? Like, how are we gonna receive this? Is this like a Crunchyroll thing? Is this on like a did she get picked up by a network, or is it just like, what is this? Like,
I think it's gonna be on Amazon Prime.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. I don't know what the synopsis or anything. I saw the screenshot of it, and I saw the announcement that it's going to be on Amazon Prime. But she had the documentary out, and it had like a few animated spots in it. So I was like, "Oh, I see." And so when this was announced, I was like, "Yeah, kind of feels like they're already heading in that direction."
Smart.
Wasn't there something a while back about 50 Cent getting like an animated series or some type of something where Nicki Minaj was slated to be a voice? And maybe I don't, I'm sorry. I used to be a barb, so I'm like,
I used to be a barb. It's hella funny.
I don't remember this, but I'll take your word for it.
I used to be a barb. When'd you leave the gang, Graham? I didn't know you left the gang. I thought you was gang for life.
It's a really toxic.
It's hard to be a barb.
It's hard to be a barb, bruh. I didn't know it was that hard. I didn't know that I had to like disregard everybody at any point in time, no matter the day, week, instance. It was like Nikki versus everybody for real. I was like, damn, bro. Like some days they hate Drake, some days they love Drake. It's like I can't keep up, bro. Like, I don't know. And then
they're like death threats. Like, it's a 0 to 100. You're dead. I never want to see you again. I don't care about you or your life.
That's how stan culture works.
Yeah, man. I don't know.
Too much.
Oh, that's crazy.
It's a fine line between like this is cool and like I'm afraid for my life. Like some of the crew, the Mercedes crew, be like that. I'm like, are y'all okay? I think y'all are okay, but sometimes I don't know if y'all are okay.
I do not know if they're okay, but I don't want no smoke, man. I don't want no smoke with the crew.
No, I love the crew. Every time I see them out at the show, the crew be lit.
Crew love.
Crew love.
Crew love, bro. Like, hey, man.
Yeah,
they loving the crew. That's us. We loving the crew. Like, we ain't fucking around here. The homie Coffee Black says, I will scream till I'm blue in the face. What are they doing with Mello over there? Now, this could be, which Mello are we thinking? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. I just want him to win a match.
Mello Ball or Mello Anthony?
Nah, I just want him to win some matches sometimes. That's all. What's going on, bro? Like last night, I thought, all right, this is the way to get him in Money in the Bank. He's got some motion, and nah, they're not doing that. Hey, man, great. Big fan of Andrade, but Mello can't get a W every now and then. What's going on?
Seems like people like him. Seems like he has fanfare. Seems like he's primed for this. I just don't get it. I think this. I hate that it's still him being small, but that's what it feels like. It still is.
Yeah,
it kind of feels like that. Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, it feels like they're teeing up this feud with Miz as well. They started showing the cracks in their foundation this week. It feels like they're building to some dissension among them, even though Miz got him that big Andre the Giant pendant for some reason. I don't know. I don't know what we're doing, dog.
His big feud is the Miz.
Yeah, man. I don't know.
What else is on?
Well, hey, I'll say this. I found it. Deadline announced in April 2023 that Nicki Minaj is slated to lead an animated series called Lady Danger in the works from 50 Cent. It was an Amazon freebie thing, but it could
still be in the works. It take time like that.
It is, yeah. It's IMDb says it's still in development. So yeah.
First time hearing
Meg,
it.
Meg gets a W in that beef, for that one. You drop Bigfoot and then she gets the animated series before you. Crazy.
Yeah.
And damn, all the rap girlies got to get a cartoon now.
Yeah.
Better step up, Glow. Step up, sexy. Better step up.
Oh my God, sexy.
A sexy cartoon.
I think I'm good.
You know what that feels like? That feels like that Good Time series that they did on Netflix.
Yeah. What was that?
I don't know. Ask Steph Curry.
He did produce that. Damn, dog.
Y'all saw Steph at the country concert singing the song or whatever. I was like, Steph, what you
and Morgan Wallen or something?
Yeah. I was like, Steph, what you doing?
That's crazy.
I was harking back to that clip when they were asking him about Not Like Us, and he was like, "Oh, yeah." I was like, "Oh yeah, all right, it makes sense."
That's the only song. That's not the only song.
Yeah. I'm like, okay, nah, these dots are starting to connect.
Yeah, man. It's the light skinned shit. I see it.
I wasn't trying to say it.
I have to.
You have to.
Yeah.
The homie Tony P says the more they counter AEW shows, it will soon lead to questions about them doing it and bring more attention to AEW, which WWE don't want AEW to have. Yeah, that's what also you're helping them a little bit.
Yeah. Like, what's that about? I don't know.
What is that about? I appreciate that, Tony P. Deontay Soignier says, just got done with Brunch Rush. WWE is petty, but AEW is ready. All AEW has to do is worry about them. Gonna watch the Best of Super Juniors final. All love. Y'all be easy.
You see that bar he threw at you, man?
What you gonna do, Reg? What you gonna do? Where's Deontay from? You from the East Coast, bro?
No, he's from down south, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, get in there.
Mm-hmm.
Me say, yeah, petty and ready. You know what I'm saying?
No, I hear you. I see you. I hear you.
Yeah, what's that kept saying to you? He's like, yeah, come on, Reg, you're a rapper, right?
You're a rapper, Reg. Shout out to Sad. That was hilarious.
Petty and ready definitely sounds like an 80s wrestler like catchphase or something. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Petty and ready.
It definitely sounds like some Ric Flair would have said.
Ready.
I'm definitely throwing that to somebody like Ric Flair or like superstar Billy Graham or even Jesse Ventura or something like that. Somebody of that ilk. You know.
Yep. Shout out to Jesse with the Malcolm X hat, and shout out to Deontay for always supporting. Hope the brunch rush wasn't too crazy. The homie Coy Styling says it's actually helping AEW all this along with them pricing some fans out. Also, no match WWE will put on that weekend will touch at least 6 matches on All In my opinion.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the price thing is also a big part of the equation. When you've got a bunch of other choices for wrestling that weekend, and then the tickets to this event is this, yeah, I'm probably gonna go over here. That's cool. I see y'all.
It's a arm and also a leg to go to wrestling shows, and I'm like, again, like I don't care about me. I care about the mom and dad that have to take 4 kids to wrestling. Like, you can't afford 6 tickets to this damn show at this point.
Yeah,
you can't. Yeah. That's crazy. That's out of pocket.
Appreciate that, Coy. Ben Sinfner says, please read Ricochet's response to Victor Taylor Perry's post. It explains everything about WWE. Cult, I think, is the word.
Response here. Well, I mean, look, Ricochet be outside, dog. I can't keep up with
them tweets off.
I can't keep up with tweets.
He be going crazy.
It's so funny when people go heel and they're like, oh yeah, I could be heel over here too, and like Ricochet was like, oh yeah, I could be heel over here too.
For sure, man.
Yeah.
Get your shit off, Rico.
Man,
okay, I think I found it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Victor Taylor Perry, shout out to Victor, of course, wrestling club. Yeah. He said, last night's loss was frustrating enough that I turned the show off and went straight to bed. I still don't have exact words, but I do know this. Carmelo Hayes deserves more than what he's been given over the past year. He's proven he can elevate anything he's handed with a mix of humility and undeniable confidence, yet somehow it feels like we haven't moved forward since last year's draft. I'll stay patient, but at some point something has to give. # we want Melo. Ricochet responded with, he worked for WWE. That is the prize. That is the reward. Shouldn't that be enough? He worked for the biggest promotion in the world. They make the most money and get the most views. That should be enough. What does he want more of? Sounds selfish to me. Oh, right.
What does he want more of is insane.
What more do you want from me?
I don't know. Sounds selfish, bro. Like,
yes, it sounds selfish to me. What? He worked for the biggest company there is.
Sounds like he got everything he could ask for
in the world. Oh my god,
that's pretty funny.
I'm dead. What more could he want? I am dead, dude. Ricochet's a damn fool. He just letting him go. Like, he could, like, I'm a heel. I can say that. I can do that.
And like, when you, like, I'm hearing you read that and just like, okay, so like there are some, feels like there's some nuggets of truth in how you really feel, you know, in those words, but you can easily dismiss it by saying, oh, it's heel work. You know, it's character. It's character. You know, what are you just
talking shit? What you mean? I don't know. Thought we were all working out here. Yeah, all right.
Ain't that the point of this, right? Y'all said kayfabe was dead, right? With the pickle juice video, I saw that too. I'm trying to bring it back,
bro. Yeah, man, that's what Alberto was trying to do this week too, man. He was on that Mexican. He was like, I'm trying to make it happen over here, y'all. I'm working.
That rug almost stopped the show before he even got to. I was like, wait.
You gotta appreciate people like that, man. Y'all out here saying hip hop is dead, bro. Come on, man.
Come on. We still bringing the
trying to bring bars back.
Yeah, we bringing them back. Y'all said y'all like bars, didn't y'all?
Wasn't that like a Cassidy campaign for a second? Bring back bars. Bring bars back.
Bro, when I first saw it and the tweet was like, "Oh, this wasn't scripted," and so when I watched it, I was like, "Wait a minute." Dog, he stopped and ripped my man's shirt off. and then gave him the most worked punch I've ever seen. I was like, guys, I think this is work.
I don't think this is how fights work. The guy stops to slowly take off his jacket and turn around to reveal himself. I'm like, this isn't how attacks work if they're real attacks.
Homeboy that was next to him was like, no, stop. And was trying to push him away with like the biggest smile on his face.
Yeah, this is all he went off script. I'm like, I don't really I don't think so, but I've seen wilder things.
Yeah.
Whew. Del Rio. He back at the WWE or what? This is way back in?
You seen they spoiled the outcome to that match?
I did see that. There was some discourse. There's a bunch of people being like, what do you guys care about that now? I'm like, there has to be some kind of sanctity to this. What do you mean?
I mean, there was a lot of people jumping the gun, like, they're just going to sign him back and bring him back. And it's like, okay, well, it feels like them spoiling the outcome of the match is an indication of something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
nah, they're in the business of Vikingo. Vikingo has been showing up on their shows. Like, I think that's pretty obvious what's happening. Even if they didn't spoil it, we all knew Vikingo was winning that match.
We definitely knew he was going to do it, but maybe not spoil it on the little graphic.
Come on, bro. What other AAA luchador got like in ring and like airtime on the actual WrestleMania show?
Yeah. They're putting that belt back on Vikingo, bro. That's fairly obvious.
Definitely. Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see that show in June. They got a pretty nice card for the Worlds Collide show, so should be fun.
Yeah. Part of me still kind of feels away. Like seeing Laredo Kid on graphics and Vikingo on graphics over there. I'm like, man.
Why is that?
Oh.
I thought we wanted workers to work.
I do. I don't know, man. Like something about it, like that first day when they announced the partnership and we got the Triple H picture of him pointing to Vikingo, it's like, man.
Hated it.
Damn it.
Was that 2 snaps for that?
Yeah, 2 snaps. Hated it. Every time they show him in the crowd cheesing, I'm like, oh, something don't feel right. It don't feel right.
Yeah,
it doesn't feel like the old black and gold NXT where people would just pop up in the crowd and you get that vibe and that feeling of something's gonna happen here.
Now when they go to Kai Cenat immediately afterwards, like it's way different. Like it's different now.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Graham, I don't know.
Touche. That's fair.
It's different out here. They got Bert Kreischer and his friend. You guys see what his homie said? What's his name? Tom Segura or whatever.
Yeah,
had him
I remember
he was
that,
on Raw. And then, but there's a clip of him being like, wrestling fans are dumb idiots, blah blah blah, and all this stuff. And people were very mad that he was also featured on Raw. I'm like, wrestling is so funny.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what any of those words mean. I don't know any of those names. Who are these people? What are they talking about?
They're on Monday Night Raw. They're white comedians. They're Rogan style comedians, and one of them has a video from his podcast where he's like, "I can't believe people like wrestling. Those people are all idiots. I can't believe that they would like this show. They're stupid. They're R words. They're all these things." And then he was on Raw.
Oh, he got paid. That's all.
Well, yeah.
Well, yeah. I think it's like a Netflix partnership. But I remember when like that clip like went viral, like when it first happened. I didn't know who bro was then, and I don't know who he is now. But he reminds me, like he looks like the dude. Remember the dude on like SpongeBob that was like he was mad because there was no pickles on his burger.
Yep.
You know, he looked like bruh. You feel me? He looked like bruh hiding the pickles under his tongue.
Bruh.
You know what I'm saying? He got that extra chin flap. You feel me? It's like a gizzard.
Yep, like a gizzard. Only way you get mention of gizzards on Grapsody. Gizzards. Well, you better get in there and get some of them gizzards. Like that just played in my brain. I just heard someone say that in the back of my brain. I was like, I don't want any of them gizzards. It's the same answer every time, dog. I don't want none of these gizzards.
I don't want no gizzards. I don't want no chitlins.
No, leave me out of this.
Feet. I'm cool.
I'm good.
Any of those?
I was about to say something that was very regional because I forgot. I was about to say, y'all ain't never walked in the Heroes and the guy in front of you was like, yeah, let me get a gizzard with hot sauce. I'm like, dog, they get wings after that. Like, I'm good.
I know it happens, but
I mean, at Harold's though, I might try them though, because
I'm good.
They probably
you got to go to the right Heralds though, right? I heard this. I heard a couple different Heralds where it's like, you know, they don't be doing the shit the same way.
Nah, if the Heralds is too clean, leave.
Yeah,
I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that.
It's too clean in there, dog. Let me get out of here.
I feel that way about taco trucks and shit out here. You feel me?
Definitely. It's all pristine and nice. You got a nice paint job. Get this shit out of here. We don't got no time for that.
I walked into one of them Heralds downtown. I was like, nah, ain't no bulletproof glass. It's clean in here. Let me get out of here, dog.
I can touch you from this side. Nah, that ain't good. No, I should not be able to reach my hand over there.
Y'all look like y'all got insurance in this motherfucker, right?
Yeah. No, we don't like insurance. I don't like that. And the chicken tastes just like that. I got to get back to Chicago. I'll be thinking about Harold's all the time. That shit. Big schmacker. Yes, we went off on a tangent, but that's what life is. Van Twinblade says, just got out of Thunderbolts. Damn good movie. You know what's better? Fuck Don. The Fed could never put on a show that good. Fuck the Fed. Double or Nothing is better, is what he's saying.
No, I was confused. I was like, what Don did?
Me too.
What Don we talking about?
Yeah. Thunderbolt's a great movie, man.
You talking about the Don Dada? What you mean?
Okay, I thought we were talking about Don Julio.
The Don Dada. Fuck Papa. Appreciate that, Van Twinblade. Hey, what's over there says, listen, Triple H thought his wife was a fan. That speaks volumes to me.
I still haven't seen that clip, but it sounds really funny.
It was funny.
It's so funny.
Get that
because he's so mad. He's like, how could you ever let some fan in here while we're doing this? And then he's
like, it's way too early.
That's my wife. Oh, it's cool. No, don't worry about it. That's my wife.
He's like, oh yeah, it's cool.
Then the homie Eloquent says, Ricochet cooking on Twitter, LMAO. Ricochet and Twitter.
I gotta see the rest of these exchanges because it sounds like it's all very funny.
That one was crazy. Appreciate you, Eloquent. Appreciate everybody sending them super chats.
Yeah. Speaking of the wife thing, I know people were getting upset because they were like, "Oh, this guy's lying. He's getting his lies off." But, buddy, those clips of Cody and Brandy.
Oh,
endless entertainment, bro. Endless entertainment. All of this was very funny to me. People were like, "Oh, Dag, he thinks he had the best match at All In." I'm like, I ain't paid attention to none of that. I thought everything else around this was really funny.
Yeah, when the people are like, "These are a bunch of lies," they're like, "Yeah, that's what we like here. It's hilarious."
Tiggle big olds.
Tiggle big olds.
These are the big old tiggles. What's the point of having? You know what I'm saying? Come on.
The point of having them big old tiggles if you're not. Hilarious, bro.
Funny. He was immediately like Roman,
bro.
Right. And like his random like barking and like what, bro?
She was talking about him stomping around the house, and he was like, "Yeah, big dog in the house." Woof.
Right, big dog and eat. Big dog and eat.
I was like, nah, get my guy his belt back. Y'all are playing. This is the number one guy in your company. What the fuck is going on here?
Yeah,
Cody get that belt back. Rhodes. Come on, man. He's the king of the South.
Brand was looking great too. Shout out to Brandy.
He asked Brandy what she thought of those memes, which I was like, I don't know if you needed to do that on a podcast, but I feel you.
Listen,
he said, "Shit." They asked me what I thought on a podcast. I'm like,
I saw that as well. I will keep my comments about that off mic because, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. But yeah, I thought it was all very. That was all very funny. Other than that, people doing the. Well, he left AEW because he wasn't booked the way he wanted. I'm like, guys, he just made a joke about it, and you guys turned it back into, well, he just wanted to be booked as champion, and he just wanted to be head booker, blah blah blah. And I'm like, I don't think that's what it was, but it's jokes.
See, this is why Tony fumbled. I'm like, that's not what this was about, you guys. What is this?
Yeah, the All In thing was funny as well because people were like, he didn't have the best match on that card, and they're posting all these clips from these other matches, and I'm like, I don't think his point was that he had the best match. I think his point was we stole the show because the reaction to me in my match and winning was louder than the rest of the show, and as somebody that was there, he's right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm confused. He got the loudest response at this show by far.
Yeah.
Revisionist history.
And like we all know, that's what Cody, that's going to be a metric for him thinking he had the best match. So like, why is everybody confused as to why he would say that, you know?
And guess what? Even if he didn't have the best match, what do you think he's going to say?
Right. Exactly. No, my match was all right. Nah, Doug, we had the best match. We cooked. Right. He's a wrestler.
I'll get it. Yeah.
He's lying. Yeah, dog. Yes. Okay. All right.
That's what wrestlers do.
Wrestlers are lying. Rappers are lying. That's the game.
Yeah. But
the storytelling.
Speaking of Cody Rhodes did make his return at Saturday Night Main Event.
Big pop, huge pop, gigantic pop,
big massive pop for Big Cold. As expected, he came out on SmackDown, still very, very much over. That crowd was very loud for him. And then Jey Uso came out, and I was like, oh yeah, this guy.
He's out of here.
He's out of here. But yeah, I mean, they spent like 15 minutes just doing entrances in a segment. Because both of these guys very popular.
Different level of stardom with both of these guys. Seeing Cody return at Saturday night's main events.
Here you go with this level shit again.
Listen, I gotta bring it back from bringing it back. You feel me? But hearing that pop and that return is like, oh yeah, you kind of forget because Cody's been out, but like this guy for the last 3 years has like carried this company on his back, and like he was genuinely missed on this program because of that same thing. Like he is Team WWE. We should be seeing this guy feature weekly. So seeing him come back was like, yeah, this is how it should be. Now the specifics of the match, I might be on Rikishi's side. Like, but why is this the match though?
Oh yeah. So we talked about what was going to be the main event of this show. I was like, okay, is Cena going to end this show? Are they going to put the tag match on last? And they didn't. They put the world title match on last, which I think was the right choice. But once they did the segment in between the matches, I was like, okay, I see why. And then of course, we got what we got out of it.
Oh, that Cena and Jey Uso segment. Oh my God. What was that? What was that voice that Cena was using?
It was bad.
It was so bad.
I'm not going to do it yet, but I'm still tentatively waiting with the Cena thing. I'm going to give it about 2 more weeks.
That's it.
Give it about 2 more weeks because this is we're approaching that conversation, buddy. Because listen, man, started off very well. So which speaking of, so before I say that, because I was going to say, speaking of the match itself, but from start to finish, I think that this was probably one of the more eventful episodes of Saturday Night Main Event, because so far it's been basically house show on NBC. And that's fine for what it is.
WWE Battle of the Belts, as someone coined.
That's basically what it is. That's basically what it is. But yeah, it just at least here there were things that happened. There were story bits that got progressed. There were big returns here, so it at least felt eventful in that way. But yeah, this was a very mixed bag of a show because the tag match I enjoyed. Leave me alone there. Aaron said Phil's gonna wait until next week, and he's gonna say I'm gonna wait till SummerSlam. Nah,
right?
You got about 2 more weeks of this with me.
Now you got 2 more, Cena. This is it, dog.
The
clock is ticking.
Clock is definitely ticking. But yeah, the tag match I thought was good.
Good heat in there. It was
Punk
loud.
being Punk gave people something to talk about.
He always does.
He pulled out a code red at some point, and people did what you'd expect with that. Again, I think things are funny. I thought that was very funny, and then I got on Twitter and I was like, "See, why can't it just be funny? Why are y'all gotta make it?"
Got to be funny and also weird, super weird on this other side.
Yeah, but the match itself, I enjoyed the match. I thought this was a great way to bring Bronson back as well. Bronson looks great with that stable. I think just that visual of Seth with those two big guys behind him, and then Paul Heyman doing the prayer hands next to him, I think it hits. And I also, as a fan of hypocrisy here with this guy, I love the idea that he's been like, man, fuck the bloodline, get these guys out of here. And now he's just been taking everything that they've done for the last few weeks, like, yeah, nah, this is me now. I have all the power.
Does Bronson hit in this group for you too, Graham?
Yeah, I like it. There was the whole conversation of, it doesn't make sense because, he just attacked him and hit him with 6 tsunamis. But hey, I ain't gonna lie. I would want a nigga that's gonna crash out like that on my team too. You feel me? Especially if I'm in a position where I can control it. Then in that case, I don't got nothing to worry about. Y'all the ones that's in the line of fire. You feel me? So I like it. I like the aesthetic. I also like that he had them 3s on. You feel me? I know a lot of wrestlers be out here wearing 1s, and I be irritated. Like, my nigga, there's a gang of other joints. You feel me? You could,
so many other ones.
You could really get your shit off. I promise. No, but I like the aesthetic. I don't know how I feel about them in suits though.
Yeah,
I don't know how I feel about that. I like the fit of them in the group with Bronson being added to this. But I don't know how I feel about them in suits. Maybe if they were different suits,
right?
But they look pretty much the same. So
right. You don't want everybody to look the same. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, you want to have something unique to the group. I thought that
Seth gets his little, he doesn't wear the black suit. He's still in his little, Met Gala shit.
He's always going to get his shit off, but maybe that's the point. To sell it. But I thought the Bronson attack on Punk was really dope. That senton he did to Punk back was scary as hell, and but a great way to be reintroduced to the crowd, I think.
Yeah, I think it's a good way to take Punk off TV for a bit and he'll come back. But yeah, I've seen people saying, what is the explanation? I read it as Bronson didn't attack Seth because he doesn't like him. It was never personal. It was like, this is my moment. I'm trying to get a moment out of taking you out. And so that's not the moment anymore. He went away and now Seth is in power. It's different now. He's in power now. So I'm trying to get with that guy. I'm trying to get with the guy because this guy, he has all the power now. And so I'm trying to get behind him.
The whole thing didn't seem that egregious to me. I'm like, yeah, he did. Like Graham was saying, like he found a heavy hitter that was fucking him up and was like, you should join the squad.
And to Phil's point, Bronson's beef was with Adam Pearce and not getting booked. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was asking for opportunities and he felt like he was getting sidelined. So with that, all right, cool. I'm gonna take out your big dog. You feel me? And then there we go. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it never really felt like it was a personal thing. It was just like, this is my moment and I have to take advantage of it. I mean, of course, if you give niggas 6 tsunamis, that's pretty fucking personal. That's how I'm gonna take it. But
yeah, but
it's wrestling.
But yeah, I think it works. I think that the 4 of those guys together works. Rollins needed a promo like he cut on Monday as well. I thought that was kind of overdue since he's turned heel, and I thought it worked perfectly. We got this rush job of this women's match on this card as well, which I felt bad for the women because people were saying the match itself wasn't good. And of course, people were talking about the Selena botch and everything, but it kind of felt like this was what you were going to get because this match was very rushed. The way that it was put on a card, and then they didn't get a lot of time either. And so I felt like this is what you were going to get out of the situation. And unfortunately, Selena has taken the brunt the criticism for it. And I don't think that's entirely fair, but I hate to say this, but watching that match and then watching the match last night, watching Chelsea come out there with Alba and Piper, and she's like selling the nose, and she's got the face mask. I was like, all right, put that belt back on Chelsea, dog. What we doing? What are we doing, man?
I like Zelina a lot, but I'm continuously trying to understand what's going on, because like I'm like, Chelsea was cooking and is continuing to cook.
Bro,
what is like again? I like Zelina. Why are they doing this?
Reg, you know what happened. You know what happened. You know why Zelina got that belt. You know who pulled back up. You know who pulled back up to the HQ to, you feel me, drop off his little direct deposit form. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, I didn't know one of the perks was, and my homegirl, my wife, got to get that belt too. If I'm gonna come back, if it's gonna look good for me, what it's gonna look like for her.
Listen, I'm never gonna say that I feel like that was a part of like a negotiation or anything, but I do kind of feel like that was at least an olive branch to say, okay, you know, this is because all of their segments were like
it happened on the same night he came back too, right? Like it was the night he came back and then she won, and that's a good look right there in itself too, on whatever optics are.
Yeah,
all of his vignettes were paired up with her segments.
Yes,
but I feel you. Okay, we did it. So like, let's move forward. Like again, I like Zelina. I think she's great, but like
Chelsea,
when I'm seeing Stephanie and Jordan and Roxanne and Julia and Bailey and Mercedes, like all these people, and then that it don't match up. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. But wasn't a great match, but I don't think it was put in a position to be a great match.
No.
So I mean,
fighting from underneath.
Yeah, you got what you got out of it. We got the Cena and R-Truth thing, which was what you'd expected it to be. It was basically a squash.
It. Yeah.
I mean, I think people that enjoy what the R-Truth and Cena relationship is, like, they got what they wanted out of it. Truth came out to his theme song. He did the 5 moves of doom, and you know that there was more of Cena doing the I can't do this to R-Truth. Like, he was showing glimpses of that he felt bad for what he was doing. Then he just low blowed him and beat him anyway. And then afterwards he hit him with the belt anyway and left, which is what I expected. When we talked about it last week, I was like, he's gonna do something to cement that he's a heel. I know people are like, oh, but it's R-Truth, and yeah, this was what I expected. I don't think this needed to be on his card, but again, that's what this show is at this point.
I think this match was shorter bell to bell than Chelsea and Zelina.
It was. Right. It was like 4 minutes and some change. I think it wasn't even 5 minutes.
The discourse going into this match, Graham, and people, because we were like, again, I love R-Truth. Oh, big fan. A GOAT. He's on the list. But like, what is this? And then there were a bunch of people being like, well, it's going to be this. And it wasn't what those people were describing at all.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. People were trying to build this up to be a thing. It wasn't even a main event. It wasn't even a title match. It was just basically an exhibition match for Cena. And yeah.
It was an exhibition match, you guys. Like, Phil's not even joke. Like, that's what it felt like. It felt like a dark match. I was like, wait, what is this?
Yeah. That's basically
more angled than match.
Yeah. That's all it was. Just another cement. Yes, John Cena is heels, guys. If you did not know, this guy is a heel. Which sure, fine. And then we got the segment that we mentioned earlier of James was backstage, and John Cena talked to him in this very weird robotic voice. I don't know what he was doing here. And that set up the angle in the main event. I thought the cage match was great. I enjoyed it. The most enjoyment I got out of it, other than the fact that I thought it was a solid match, was Jesse Ventura on commentary. He was hilarious throughout this thing.
Jesse was the maddest person a person could ever be at seeing Damian Priest walk down those stairs instead of escaping over the top. He was so angry, and he was letting them know on commentary. Michael Cole a few times had to be like, "Oh yeah, Jesse, let's move forward." And Jesse was like, "Nah, this is bullshit. Though he should have just had a car come up to it and hop into that." I'm like, "Yo, Jesse is mad."
That was funny. He was cooking,
bro. Jesse was like, "Wait a minute, he could just walk out of the door. What do you mean?" And then Cole started trying to like promote dude wipes, and he was like, "No, wait a minute."
He was like, "I get all that, you know what I'm saying? That's cool, but check this out. Like, what is this? This
like he could just walk out the door. I don't get it, Cole. I do not understand.
So funny, bro. Him with his entire outfit on, with like the jacket with the Malcolm X hat. Also, what a guy, man. Yeah. He was at one point. Poor Lillian was trying to. She was trying to introduce us in the next match. He's just completely talking over her on commentary.
Listen, that's the smoke that they wanted with Jesse Ventura. Like, this is what he's gonna give to you if he comes to the show. It's gonna be unhinged.
Yeah, he was very funny on commentary throughout this match. Him just completely burying the finish was fucking hilarious. But yeah, I like the match. I think what do you call it? Damian hitting him with the concerto and taking that back to that's how he turned on Edge to join Judgment Day. And so using that as a way to get Drew out of the picture, I thought that was smart. It did look away, him just walking out of the cage afterwards, but I was fine with it because, like I said, I thought the concerto as a way to end the match was smart.
His mentor. Like, y'all own the name, nigga. He's not even got the name. Like,
mentor.
His mentor.
Oh,
yeah, that was a fun match, though. I think on this show that needed some kind of variety because, like, by this point we had already seen 155 commercials, so it's like we need some action.
So many commercials, bro. God, so many commercials. Yeah, but the cage match was probably the best match of the night for me. And then we got the main event, which was basically what you would expect out of this, with Jay versus Logan Paul. But it was really, again, just to set up an angle. The DQ finish was to be expected. You weren't going to just have Logan lose clean here on Saturday Night Main Event. They're going to save that for another match down the line. But yeah, to set up the tag match and Cody's return, I thought it worked for what it was.
I think he did win clean. Right, because Cody came in thwarted.
What wasn't it DQ? I thought it was DQ.
Super kick splash.
No, Cena came out to for the DQ.
Yeah. Cody came out after Cena.
I don't think the ref called a DQ on that. I think that was
let me double check that. But I thought he rang the bell when Cena came out.
I don't know about that. I feel like
because I was like, oh, this is not. That great.
I'm not a wrestling fan, so it's all good.
Okay, it says here defeated via pinfall. Maybe I'm misremembering it. I know the DQ finish, but it is what it is. Maybe it was one of those. I thought it should have been a DQ, so I was like, wait a minute.
Yes,
it should have been a DQ. Did Cody and John Cena get involved? But I think it was like the ref was taken out by the.
You're right.
When he comes back to.
Yeah, you're right, Graham. It was a pinfall finish. But yeah, it was basically what you expected. A way to advance this forward, and then set up the tag match. Cody came out and immediately was like, "Yeah, you got a tag partner," and I was like, "Oh, they're together now." Wait,
yeah, right. Like you just made them a tag team.
He just made them a tag team, and he was like, "Hey, and I got a brother for life, so tag match, Money in the Bank, be there."
Because he only had like 10 seconds in the broadcast. Like as he was saying that, they're playing the credits. So it's like, wait, what? They're a tag team? Wait, y'all are a tag team? Wait, what? It all just happened so fast.
Yeah. Well, they had a hard out.
They very hard out.
Very hard out. But yeah, it's fine. This is a way to punt this down the road, bring Cody back, and not do the title match right away. Because of course, I still think Cody's going to be the guy to beat Cena, but they don't want to do that right away. They're going to push that match down the road. And so for Money in the Bank, this gives you a Cena match, but it's not a world title match.
Someone was also saying it'll be Money in the Bank both of the world champions in one match. Somebody could potentially cash in on one of them in this match, so that could be a thing too.
Well, Jay has a world title match on the next episode of Raw because Gunther already. Yeah, Gunther already has. Yeah, Gunther already has his match set up, so I'm assuming that the cash-in is not going to happen there. The cash-in might happen on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
We could see that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's what's up.
But
yeah, the Logan Paul experiment.
Hey,
as the ship sailed, you guys.
I don't know.
Because they keep trying to say that he's still the second coming, and I'm like, I watch his matches, and I don't know if I agree.
I think the problem is the more they tell us that this guy is really good at wrestling, us as fans are going to be like, is he though? Because it just feels like they're putting too much on it. They tell us every time he comes out there, look how fast he's picking this up, and it's like, God, I get it. It's too much, bro. They're too much emphasizing on how much the company wants this guy to be considered the guy, and it's just not.
And it's time. He ain't a rookie no more, dog. He should be picking this shit up at this point. You're telling us things that he should have learned at this point.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
They keep just trying to be like, no, he's the guy. He's this. He's all this. He blah blah. He should be in this position. It's like, yeah, but you're putting some extras on it now.
Yes.
Yeah. And that match with Jay fucking sucked. Like Logan. He has to be in there with a partner that can lead, with a partner that is like exponentially better than him.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that Jey Uso is not exponentially better than him, but Jey Uso is not exponentially better than Logan Paul.
No.
Well,
and Jey Uso isn't like a match leader either, so it's not. He wasn't in the position. You know what I mean? Like all the elements were against them in this.
Really?
Listen, the guy just put on a stinker with AJ Styles at WrestleMania. So what? I don't know.
What do you expect from this guy at this point? I did think I was like, is there a chance that he could beat Jey Uso tonight? That the way that they were talking, I was like, that would be very nasty. And then after the Gunther promo with him too, I was like, but they got me. They got me good.
They got you. Jay's too over at this point. You're not taking that belt off of him to put it on Logan Paul.
Not at all.
Sickly over. So over.
The stuff Monday I thought was Friday. That was last night. The stuff last night was good. I thought the segment in the SmackDown worked for what it was. I don't know if you guys saw the last qualifying match has been announced for the Money in the Bank match. Very interesting set of guys that they have in that match.
I don't see Punk in this ladder match. I don't think at this point he should be doing ladder matches, right?
Yeah, I don't see it.
I don't think he will be in it as well. This kind of feels like at this point it feels like Seth Rollins' match to win. I could be wrong. With just the setup they're doing off of the faction stuff, him with the briefcase seems like it makes the most sense. But I could be wrong. But yeah, AJ Styles and CM Punk in a match in 2025. It's very interesting. Wow. Just because the matchup, but then also that quote from AJ from a few years ago makes it even more. Yeah. So, yeah.
Should be fun. 2003 is back. Unbelievable.
Yeah. But yeah, it's AJ Styles versus CM Punk versus Grande Americano. I hope that this company doesn't put Grande Americano over in this match, and I would not be shocked if they do. But why would you do that? Like the AJ Styles,
three luchadors in the Money in the Bank match on Worlds Collide weekend.
Yep.
But then, see, I was thinking maybe they would like double book Chad Gable on Worlds Collide, or that could be like an interesting wrinkle, But then I also thought there may have been a singles match for Rey Fenix, and that is not the case. So.
That's true. Grande Americano beating AJ and Punk to qualify would be crazy, but I mean, this company don't care.
Because I feel like something's gonna happen to take Punk out of this match. I don't think he's just gonna lose clean.
Right. Rollins and his homies, right?
Yeah, and then AJ's beefing with Karrion Kross and some other people. So I don't know. I feel like we're getting some kind of interference.
Some shenanigans.
Yeah.
The people are upset that Karrion Kross isn't in this match, or he hasn't gotten a qualifying match opportunity.
You a Karrion Kross fan, Graham?
I mean, I like the promos.
That's it. That's all.
Hey man, you can't do that to our guest, dog. This guy comes in here like, hey, you Karrion Kross fan? What you doing?
Hey, you like KK? You a big KK fan?
I'll be smoking KK. You feel me? Yeah. Anytime I get my hands on some, yes sir.
He's a guy that I like, just because how dedicated he is and how I want it for him so bad. But it's like, dog, please read the writing on the wall, my friend. Like, I just want you to. Like, do you see what's going on here, Karrion? Right? Like, you keep saying it. There's no way that you don't see it.
So back to the MVP thing. Do you think Karrion Kross is one of those guys that's kind of getting the runaround and like, I'm doing everything that I feel like I'm supposed to be doing. I'm getting hot. I'm creating a brand. The fans are kind of, there's a hunger for it. The pops are getting bigger. I'm over on the internet. Now you guys are selling my merch inside of the venues. Like, what more do I need to do? And I don't know.
Yeah.
Is it the bell rings and people don't care, or?
Well, he was treated like a big return when he initially came back. So I can see him thinking like, I was coming back and I thought it was going to be this. And it hasn't turned out to be that. And now he's in a position with all the stuff he's doing on the internet. It's working. And so it kind of feels like, yeah, you got to do something now because this is working. Your audience is saying they want to see this guy.
Except for when he has a match.
Yeah,
well,
but
the main event matches and the clips that I've been seeing, it seems like people are, into it.
Yeah.
The main event clips. Like that, could you imagine a more discouraging wrestling thing for him to be like, this guy's working so hard, but they're still like, you're just on main event, bro. Shut up. Like, I don't want to.
Yeah, I think they're gonna have to do something though, because he is clearly getting over, regardless if I'm a fan of his or not. He is clearly getting over, and the fans want to see him. So you can't tell me in one breath like, all right, we're doing this with Jey Uso, we're making him world champion because he's over it. But then I'll also say this guy that's also very over, and well, let me not say very over, that this guy that's getting over, we're not gonna put him on TV. Like, you can't really do both.
Yeah, I think there's too much trepidation with WWE sometimes when it comes to them committing to an act that they see as getting over. Like, they try to do this thing where they're like, well, let's wait it out and see if it's like real, like, no, it's happening right now. And like, sometimes you just got to strike when the iron is hot. And I don't know. I think,
it you can tell when something they didn't plan to get over is getting over, and they're like, oh, well, yeah, we'll get back to it. And it's like, we'll wait it out and see if it stays this hot. And I feel like at this point with him, you at least got to see what you have.
I will say this. I would be more interested to see him on my television every week than El Grande Americano and the Wyatt Six.
I agree.
Stop playing with me.
I agree, because I think right now, like the Wyatt stuff, they stayed off TV too long and it's cold now.
Yep.
But you've got something here in Karrion where people want to see it. So.
And the mask just looks fucking stupid. And this nigga's fat now. He came back heavy as shit. I'm like, bruh. Remember they didn't put the title on Sting because he came back out of shape and not tan? Get off of my TV with your little chubby burger eating ass. What the fuck is going on, bro? I understand that we trying to like do this as a tribute act, but like, bro, come on, bro. Like, let's be real, bro.
I think it's what Phil is saying though. Like, they've been off of this TV for too long. That the whole act is just like, oh yeah, this thing is still happening.
Yeah. So this is what it is. But yeah. So that was Saturday night main event. Cody Rhodes is back in the fray.
Big Code.
I expected them to wait a little bit longer on bringing Cody back. I was surprised to see him back this soon, but I do think that the ending of Saturday Night Main Event needed this, and I do think Money in the Bank needed this in LA because the Cena stuff has been kind of treading water. You need opponents for him, and so you gotta do something.
Are we?
That could have played a role, huh? The Cena stuff being kind of not the hottest too. Like, hey Cody, we're gonna need you to get off that vacation actually. And
I mean, this is me saying I think it's treading water creatively, but for them, it's doing everything they wanted to do. They're selling tons of merch. He's getting good reaction. So,
we're supposed to get this reaction. The matches are supposed to suck. They keep telling me that every time. I'm like, you don't get it. I'm like, no, I get it.
Their fan base is into it. So that's why I'm like, to me, I think it's treading water creatively, but like, they're getting the money and the stuff. They're getting the money and the looks that they want.
No, you just don't see it, dog. It's seen. He said he was going to rule wrestling. So what it is, what he's doing. I'm like, nah, don't try to. I hear you, dog. I hear you 100%, but you're not. It's not working.
Yeah,
it's way too meta.
It's too meta.
It's give him, like I said, 2 weeks, dog. When he got on that screen, it was like, you know what this would do, right? Yeah. If I got to the end of my clock and I left and a YouTuber was champion, you know what that would do?
That would ruin wrestling. Ooh.
And I was just like, this just isn't what I thought the Cena heel turn would be. We asked for this for so long, and this is what it is. This isn't what I thought it was going to
be. Are we getting Travis Scott at Money in the Bank?
Maybe LA.
Fiend.
I don't
Wasn't
think
he supposed to be in this match? Wasn't that a rumor for like one day?
Yeah, that was the rumor at one point that it was going to be John Cena, Travis Scott versus Cody and Jey Uso. I don't think that Travis is ready, and I thought that was pretty apparent with the way that they've been using him. So, not surprised that they pivoted and just put Logan in the match.
Yeah, I agree.
What is this? They're gonna have to do something with Cena though, right? Like, what are we gonna? What's left here to do this? The Punk match, the
Punk match is the only thing that's still giving me hope that there's something here. But
you think another Cody match could be better than what we got at WrestleMania?
I think the second Cody match, it depends on how they're trying to stretch this out. If they're trying to do the second Cody match, if they're trying to do a trilogy of matches with Cody, I think that's a mistake. I think that's a big mistake. But
huge mistake.
We'll see. I don't know how this is going to pan out.
I could see them running back Cody at least one more because, like you said, I also think Cody's gonna be the one to beat him, and I would hope that it's gonna be better than the WrestleMania match.
Yeah, we've got Cena until December, and I don't think that he's losing the match. I don't think he's losing that belt anytime soon.
Right, which is crazy. It's gonna be like 6 more months of this. That's wild.
That's why I don't know, dog. I don't know if we can do 6 more months, dog. I don't know. I don't know.
22 days.
22 days. That's it. That's all.
22 days left.
Yeah, special Bakersfield, California gear. I was like, this is.
I saw that. I was like, hey, man, I know a guy that's from Bakersfield.
I'm like, he can Bakersfield edition gear. This is all right. Okay, I haven't seen it all.
It's like Lakers colors. I was like, wait,
yeah, I didn't get
that Bakersfield. That's LA.
That's LA. I don't. But
so
you know,
what are they gonna do for LA? They're gonna do like Clippers or like a commemorative Dodgers, maybe. Cena seems like the Dodgers. Cena seems like a Dodgers guy.
He does.
I mean, yeah. Even though he's like a Red Sox guy, but I feel like that was like a I get it. Whatever. 22 dates. Yeah, you're right.
That's it.
Oh, that's all we got left. But
yes.
AEW Double or Nothing.
Let's get into it.
Good show.
Great show.
Let's get into the super chat first, and then we'll move into it because it has a little bit on it. Ben Sinfler says, "Good luck to Mariah May. Screw Ricochet. Go live your dream on probably a less lucrative contract. I would imagine Ricochet is not a Chicago Cubs fan because he doesn't seem to be a fan of Colts."
Hey, I don't know, maybe
He could be.
If you were throwing that in here like I was going to defend the Chicago Cubs or their fans, I got some news for you, buddy. I am not a Cubs fan, so won't hear that from me.
Not at all. This is not the place to be defending the Chicago Cubs. But yeah, AEW Double or Nothing.
Yeah, great show. Long show. I saw a lot of people were talking about that. That was the discourse again. These shows are too long. I do think it was a bit long, but I'm trying to think like the stuff that you would cut. Like
Paragon.
I was gonna say that fucking 6-man. I would have cut that Papagon.
But however, they did use that as like to kind of like
it was a cool down match.
Yeah,
but then also kind of like to build something like down the line.
They did
or whatever. So
it wasn't a complete waste.
Yeah.
I thought that it fit in the spot that it was in. Like right after the Anarchy and the Arena match, they needed a cool down match. Definitely. Right before the main event, especially what the main event was. They couldn't follow Anarchy and the Arena with the Owen finals.
I would have cut FTR and Daniel Garcia and Nigel McGuinness. Like it
felt like a collision match.
It just felt like it just got too much time. It felt like what are we doing? Like,
yeah, that was kind of where I was gonna go. Because I didn't mind the match. I just think that it went a little too long.
Yeah, it was like an epic. Why did it need to be an epic?
Because that's all FTR knows how to do. That you know what I mean? Like they're like, if we're gonna do a match, we're gonna do an epic,
right? And I'm with it. You know,
it just felt like if this was on Collision, it would have been we would have been saying it was match of the year. But it just like in this card, it did feel a little too long.
It was too long, and then it was too much like outside stuff happening.
Mm-hmm.
I think if it had been shortened, but yeah, I think that's kind of the one for me that it didn't necessarily need to be on this card. But yeah, the pre-show started with Anna Jay, Harley Cameron versus Megan and Penelope Ford. It definitely feels like they are building towards a tag division. Both of these teams look like tag teams. I'm glad that Penelope finally has matching gear with Meg, because it just kind of looked strange that she was coming out in her same gear and everything with Meg, who's doing like the Valkyrie stuff. So this felt like it fit, and Anna and Harley look like a tag team. They work like a tag team. Their matching gear worked. So very much seems like we're getting women's tag titles.
Yeah.
After what you kind of broke down how many tag teams there could be, I'm getting more excited, and it feels like what they did on that show and on Dynamite that we are really ramping it up. I'm excited about the women's division and all of AEW just because of what all these women are doing.
Yeah, I agree. Who are some of those teams that we would have like? I know, like, okay, we got Harley and Anna, and then Megan and Penelope. Who else are we like assuming could be in this division?
I think Willow and Stat makes a lot of sense. Julia Hart and Sky Blue.
Yep.
I had more the other day, and now I'm drawing.
It seems like you had 10 the other day.
I had more, of course. Like
somebody in the chat said the Renegades.
Yes.
Renegades.
Yeah, the Renegades make sense, of course.
What is Deanna, Taya Valkyrie? What are they called now?
Yeah, they're like mafioso.
I was like, what is
it? Yeah, Red Velvet and Queen Amanada also makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm assuming like they're gonna end up with one of the women from the Cuts, and so you can easily bring Dakota in and tag her with somebody over there. I've seen people say Shayna, Marina makes sense.
Oh, Shayna and Marina is a good one too. Yeah.
You got
Priestley could be there too.
Yeah, you got Jamie Hayter there, and B Priestley had a tag team with her in Stardom. You can start their tag team back.
So if they really focused in on it and put these teams together, it could work.
Yeah. With actual teams, oh yeah, I'm on board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who knows if they'll commit though? That's kind of hard.
Yeah, you got a few options there, but yeah, I thought that this match was fun for what it was. The ass spot was weird. I don't know that we needed to do that, but
the ass spot is crazy.
I didn't know what else to call it because it was just like
that's what it was.
Yeah, I don't know that we needed that, but
I'm not gonna argue against it.
I mean, I've seen worse.
Yeah. So yeah. A very Gooner spot. Yeah, the 8-man tag was, what you expect, flippy stuff. I enjoyed it. Yeah, a lot of cool spots in there. I saw a lot of people getting hyped for the 4-post move and throwing up that clip from Ready to Rumble. That was also very funny.
People are very funny, but yeah, good way to kind of get the crowd into it before the show starts.
Yes. But yeah, opening match, arguably match of the night for some people. Incredible match, Jamie Hayter versus Mercedes. Man, Mercedes has been on a run for almost a year at this point of these kind of matches. She has not missed. I expected this to be great, and it was even better than I expected it to be. Jamie was great in this as well. There were so many spots where I'm like, man, didn't expect that. Like some of the near falls when Mercedes went for the prawn hold, and then Jamie came up and put her in the sleeper. Great counter. Came out of nowhere. Did not expect that. That was crazy.
And it was, like they did like the overhead shot too when they visually it was like, oh, the production like added to that. It made it so much better. That was dope.
Yeah, there's been this thing with Mercedes matches, the big matches, is like it seems like a struggle. Her and her opponent are like trying to counter each other, counter, just trying to figure each other out. And that's what this match felt like. It felt like Jamie was fighting from the death, trying to prove something, trying to take everything from Mercedes, but Mercedes is in this veteran mode of like she spends the beginning of the part of the match figuring the opponent out, and then the rest of the match finishing them, and that's exactly what this was. There were so many beautiful counters and little things that connected the match that just made this really dope. Like I knew going into this how great they were going to be because I knew they were going to have a lot of chemistry together, but like Phil said, it was even better than I expected.
Yeah, it was dope. It was a great opener. Like that, like Tony Khan really knows how to like lay out as for like a pay-per-view card and like just the ebbs and flows of it, and like them like striking like just immediately as this show started with like something that some people would consider a classic. You feel me? Like just like the Ospreay and the Fletcher match a couple of months ago. I think it was like World's End where they opened like they cook. You know what I'm saying? So like these ladies here in this moment and having this spotlight on them and opening the show and just immediately making that statement, like boom, okay, everybody behind us is gonna have to be at that level or above. You know what I'm saying? So like it was a dope match. It was dope to see. But yeah, the Mercedes is a crafty veteran. Like when you like Reg, you made me think like, okay, when you said like, okay, like it's like that struggle with her and her opponent. It made me think like, it's like that her spending those first few minutes or whatever, or that first like part of the match trying to figure out her opponent. It's like the Mayweather thing. You know what I'm saying? Like those first, I'm gonna give you like those first couple of rounds where you might be able to get some shit off, but I'm really trying to read. You know what I'm saying? How you gonna come at me with this offense? And then once I figure that out, I'm gonna just hit you, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna roll that shoulder, hit you with a bunch of jabs, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna dance around this bitch, and I'm gonna smoke you.
Sick finish too, that cradle DDT thing that she did. I was like, oh, that's
seemed like it was accident, but it was a happy accident, right?
Yeah, I'm like, oh.
I thought it looked great. I saw a lot of people trying to call it a botch, and I was like, I thought it looked great though. Like I thought it made Jamie looked great in defeat, and I thought it was like kind of a smart way for Mercedes to kind of narrowly escape out of there as well.
Yeah, creative.
Yeah, but yeah, I think to you guys' point, she spends some of the early parts of the match not just trying to figure out her opponent, but it kind of feels like she's trying to read the audience and like how to respond to certain things and how the audience is responding. This definitely felt like more of I think it was the match with Momo where the match was going a certain way and then Momo started hitting her harder. It kind of felt like this here where Jamie started like really laying it in at one point, and I was like, oh, it's that kind of match.
Yeah. It got to a point where it's like, oh, we're in a fight now. Like it's like we're really locked into this. It isn't about championships, it is about money, it is about clothes, it's about two women in here going bar for bar, foe for foe. And that's the type of shit that Mercedes, I think, needs, because she's had so many of these kind of flashy, great spot matches. Like sometimes you just need to get in there and brawl, and that's what this felt like.
Yeah. All of the hilarious spots that Jamie got off also looked crazy. I thought Jamie kind of came out of this match looking great. All the people that are like she's worse off after this, I don't agree at all. I think she came out of this looking tremendous. Yeah, I don't really get it, but
people be on some shit, I tell you. But they put that on Mercedes too, because they'd like think, because the Mercedes Hogan thing came afterwards. I'm like, you guys gotta. I mean, again, you have to fucking chill.
I just never thought that Mercedes was gonna lose this match, and I think the way the match was put together that leads into the stuff with the main event, because there were certain little hints I was looking at. I was like, okay, I don't know that they would really do Jamie and Hangman losing in a way that Jamie lost. I was like, interesting. But yeah, I thought the finish was great. Mercedes is hilarious doing the natty thing on the top of the ramp when she won. You guys, that was fucking hilarious.
Hella funny. I love Mercedes paying tribute to Natty. Well deserved.
Yeah, and Natty tweeting afterwards like, yeah, I like that. And Mercedes like, she deserved it. Like,
for sure.
I like that.
But yeah, tag match was fine for what it was. FTR versus Nigel and Garcia. I thought that the match itself was fine. Like we said, it went on a bit too long. It was a little bit too much stuff on the outside for my taste. All the stuff with Shivani, I don't know that this match needed that, especially because it didn't really pay off into anything. It just kind of went on for the entire match, and there was really no cap to it. There was nothing at the end of it that was like, okay, he got his revenge on them, or him and Nigel. I kept expecting him to like push Nigel back in the ring or something, and it never happened.
Nothing like that happened. It felt like they were building to something, but they never really got to the climax. That's why I was saying this kind of felt like the structure of it was a collision match, because it's like you guys are building for commercial breaks and you guys are building these different things. I think you structured it for not this pay-per-view setting, but like I was saying coming into the match, I want this match. I like all these guys in this, FTR, Daniel Garcia, Nigel, all these guys are great, and the match was fun, but just like you're saying, a little too long.
Yeah.
I do like the superplex spot that Danny's doing. That's really dope. I think that like really gets the crowd into it.
Hit him, take him to the other corner, hit him. Yeah, that's pretty dope, pretty creative.
Bro.
Yeah. And it's a little mad. A little mad. Like, bro,
1,000%.
Yeah. You don't do 40s back to back, bro? Like, you still got the rest of the match to wrestle. You good? Like,
that's 4 really big bumps, even if it's just a suplex. Like, you still taking some shit.
All in succession too. I'm like,
now who else has the fire superplex spot right now? It's Jordan. She does that superplex into like the jackhammer. That shit was crazy.
That's fine.
But yeah, this match, like I said, the match itself was fine. I just think it was a little bit too much extracurriculars around it. Expect the FTR to win here. I'm assuming this is leading to something with Nigel, but yeah, so it was fine for what it was. The Ricochet Mark Briscoe, I wasn't sure what to expect out of this match as a big plunder match, but I thought this match was really, really fun. It was better than I expected.
Yeah. When they announced it on the card, it was like, okay, they're a stretcher match. Some people saying it's a Sabu tribute and all that, and then like I was like, okay, these are two guys you want to get on the card because they're tremendous wrestlers, and I think Mark Briscoe, in any position that he's been in, has excelled, and we know what Ricochet's doing. But this match was greater than even kind of advertised. Like at one point, Mark Briscoe's bleeding, Ricochet's doing shooting star press off the apron onto the gurney, and like they're doing all this just wild shit. And it's like, oh, this is kind of an unexpected sleeper match. I think that these two guys together have great chemistry, and I'd like to see more, honestly.
Yeah. If Swerve can make the claim to being the most dangerous man in AEW, then I'm wondering if Ricochet can make the claim that he is like the smartest or the most intelligent, because he continues to like just outsmart people with like the placement of these scissors. He's a very cunning and crafty character, I think, on this television program, where he just like he's witty but also very like obnoxious. So it's like you don't like that's not your go-to. Like you don't initially think of that, but like he just continues to prove himself as like a very integral part of this show. And I'm just like over the moon at like the way that his career has gone since he has arrived here, because it's like, you know, like a lot of people wanted that old Ricochet, and it's like you're not getting the old Ricochet, because it's, you know, that's 15 years ago, whatever, you know.
Right.
But he doesn't have that. He doesn't have like that same explosiveness or whatever, you know what I'm saying, in some of his moves. But it's like the over, like I don't know if it's safe to say that this is like overall maybe the best work that he's doing in his career. Just like
very safe to say.
All aspects, you know. He's raw. He's dope. This is great for him, and I'm thoroughly enjoying it. My favorite.
This is the best Ricochet we've ever seen, and this guy used to do double moonsaults. Like that's how good. He don't even be doing high flying shit anymore. Like that's how good this guy is.
Yeah, he's not like peak athleticism and like all of the big high spots, but I think in terms of like character work, his promos and everything he does, just the way his matches are put together, the way he works these matches, I think this is definitely some of the best work he's ever done. I mean, all the way down to him coming out with like the Itachi robe on, and he had his arm hanging out of it. All very funny stuff, because it just fits with the character. It looks so obnoxious and so dorky, but then at the same time, like this guy comes out and does all of these things, and he's just like a psycho as well. Like coming out at one point and getting his head rinsed with that cleaner, and then turning around and trying to kill Mark with a pair of scissors. And then you think the match is over, and it's like, oh, another pair of scissors, which could have easily been very silly and didn't work. But because he sold this so well with his convictions and like the facial expressions he does, it just works. Again, I think it's largely because of him. He's making all this stuff work.
It is
100%.
This flavor that he's adding to it is really changing things. And it's funny because I'll keep thinking back to before he came into AEW, when they announced he was coming into AEW, and like thinking of what his trajectory was going to be. And I was like, I don't know if at this point there would be a moment that Ricochet was going to be a world champion. This is what I was thinking prior, but now I'm like, oh no, all that's out the window. Like Ricochet could be AEW world champion tomorrow, and that shit would be fucking hot.
Yeah, he's been great. Like I think the entire packaging of it, the internet stuff he's doing, I think he's been great. People getting upset that he's trolling people. I'm like, that's the point of what he's doing. He's trolling, guys. I don't know.
I knew Ricochet again was living his best life when him and Samantha are walking through that parking lot, and he did that moonsault in them dress shoes. I was all, nobody can tell Ricochet nothing. Like they can't tell this man shit. He is living his best life out here, and he just continues every moment. I'm like, oh yeah, Ricochet's good. Like he's good at home. He's good on the TV. Like this is it for him.
And that was just like a random Monday afternoon, like, you know what I'm saying? with like bad booking and all of that.
Yeah.
Like, no. Check this out. Life is good. I'm paid. You feel me? I'm an amazing wrestler. I don't always have to showcase that if I don't want to. And my woman is bad. This is an amazing life. You know,
like what do you? There's nothing these internet trolls can tell Ricochet anything. Like he don't care about nothing.
Yes.
And now he's leaning into the idea of like he's gonna get his own staple or his own
right.
Yeah.
What y'all think? Who y'all got? What's on the horizon for this?
Everybody's saying crew
because he said crew. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think that's not that's
I don't think that's gonna be it. Yeah. Same here.
Yeah, I continue to say the move is to put him with the elite. I just think he fits perfectly with them. Just his humor, like him coming out in the suits, he fits perfectly with them.
Right. If he doesn't do his own thing.
Yeah. Now, if he does his own thing, that's different.
Are they going to still be coming out in the suits, though? Or are they going to be doing this whole founding fathers thing now?
Those
I don't know if that was just a one night thing, but I could have sworn when I looked at the screen, it was Mount Rushmore and it was Matt, Nick. I'm like,
yep.
Maybe, I don't know. The idea of them coming out every week dressed as Ben Franklin is ridiculous.
It's crazy. That's gonna
wrestling in that every week, doing the gritty.
I know they were high, bro. In Arizona, I know they were high, bro.
They were steaming. It had to be so hot. It felt like 110 degrees in that shit.
I know they were sweating.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, we got Hurt Syndicate versus Sons of Texas. This was another one of those matches that I think it had the uphill battle of trying to overcome the booking for this match and the build, because I don't think the build for this match was great, but I think it worked for what it was. If you're just going to give us Hurt Syndicate throwing people around, that's always going to be entertaining. And unfortunately, because Sammy is the best guy to throw around in this match, he's the smallest guy to throw around. He took a lot of the punishment in this match. Boy, I don't know what he did to Lashley coming into this match, but he was beating the fuck out of this guy throughout this match.
Lashley just kept snatching him out of places. I'm like, oh damn, whoa, Lashley's moving really. Like he just moves so fast. Like you can't get away from this guy. Yeah, this was another one. Like, this maybe could have been a TV match too, because I thought they were gonna tell more of the Max story, and they just it was kind of like some teasing thing. It was more of a straightforward match than I think I expected.
Yeah.
I think this match could have been built up to be like the main event of Dynamite or something like that, you know, and it maybe would have gotten a little bit more of the spotlight instead of like people having the conversation whether if it belonged on the card or not. But again, like the Hurt Syndicate, they're just so hot. It's like you can't ignore that, and why would you not want that on your show?
Yeah.
You know, the quarter hours that they're doing, you know, the general interest in this program and in them as performers, like you can't miss it. And like I don't know, but like you said, Reg, like dude, Bobby Lashley just kept snatching this nigga Sammy up out of place. He slammed this man down and like pinned him and like hiked his leg up like he was a dog to take a piss or something. I'm like, what is with all of this disrespect? Like
what happened?
Yeah,
it seems extra with Bobby Lashley. I don't know. Like he seems extra mad.
The Thugnificent shit. Like, what did he do to make these niggas so mad? Like, what did you do, bro?
Yeah, but everything I say, like this match, everything goes out the window when I hear the Hurt Syndicate song. I'm like, okay, I don't care what they're doing out here. Just play this song.
Bro.
Like, I'm good. They can do anything on the show as long as this song is playing.
It feels like the song has gotten more and more over the more those guys come out, and the chant is over. I think the stuff with MJF is hitting, it's working. The little teases they're doing between MJF and Bobby of do they really get along? I think all of that stuff is working. Max trying to get them to cheat throughout the match, and Bobby's like, get out of here, we don't need to do that to win. Because the Hurt Syndicate are still basically heels, but they're beating all of these people clean. They don't need to cheat to win. They've been just like ragdolling people and walking over them. So I can see him at the end like, this guy coming out here with this ring and stuff, why do we need to do that? We're better than these guys.
I do like that story being told because, like you're saying, they're not cheat to win heels. So Max trying to keep infiltrating that of like, we should cheat, we should do this, use my ring, blah blah blah. I think is going to be a good story to continue to be told.
Yeah, because eventually he's going to do something and mess up attempting to do that.
Oh, that's probably how they're going to lose the belts, huh?
Probably.
Yeah. Interesting. Wonder to whom. I have no idea whom though.
Which is kind of smart because you gotta do something that makes it believable that they would lose at this point. Because that's kind of the biggest problem with them as tag champions is that they're bigger than everybody else. Like feasibly, everybody else in the division shouldn't be able to beat these guys.
I don't believe nobody can beat them at this point. You know.
Yeah, so I think giving them like a storied reason to lose, I think that makes the most sense out of this, and it advances the story with them and Max.
I'm waiting on the other shoe to drop.
Yeah.
I'm like, what's on the other side of this? Is it a singles match between Bobby and MJF? Is it like I don't know. Does MJF get like a faction to combat them at some point after this whole thing kind of goes south? I'm trying to get a read on it, but I'm just you know, I'll just enjoy it.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what I like about it. It was just like, I don't know, like all these twists and turns. I don't know what's going to happen from week to week. It's kind of an enjoy the ride type thing.
Enjoy the ride that the Rock is taking you on. I know.
I know. Let Dwayne guide you.
Yeah, I don't know where it's going either, but I think like so far I like where it's going. Every time Max is like, I joined these guys because I'm getting Triple B back, and every time he says that, you can see Bobby look at him out of the corner of your eye, like, what you think you're gonna be the world champion out of this group? What makes you think that? He's not saying it, but you can see it, and every time he says that, and how he looks at him, like, this guy,
he don't like that.
Because at that point, it's like you feel like you're the front man. It's like a David Ruffin. I'm MJF, and this is the Hurt Syndicate type thing.
Yeah, like basically we're your minions.
And that's kind of the vibe I was getting from MVP too. When Max talked first, and MVP's like, "Wait, I usually do like a lot of the talking too." Like he kind of had a little bit of side eye too.
Yeah. Him coming in with the lawyer and the way he's doing things, like, wait a minute, what do you think this is?
It's a little, Jerry Hellerish. The Jew guy coming in, with all this paperwork, and did anybody read?
Looks away. Looks away.
We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. But
Ice Cube comes in with the baseball bat.
Oh yeah, right.
Or
is it O'Shea Jackson Jr.? That's Ice Cube in this.
Yeah.
He's the fourth man.
It's O'Shea Jackson Jr. in the group.
with the Jerry Curl wig.
Now that's a bit.
That'd be very funny.
That's good. That's good.
Kazuchika Okada versus Speedball Mike Bailey. Man, watching this match, because there's some of this discourse around Okada now where, like, has he been worth signing? Has his stature kind of lowered in AEW? Man, when this guy comes out and they do the big entrance with the lasers and stuff around him, I'm like, nah. The aura is still there, and then he comes out and wrestles. I'm like, nah, this guy is still a big match wrestler. You put him on pay-per-views, he's still gonna be Okada.
I'm like, I'm not trying to hear all that. This guy is still the guy. After that finish, that shooting star press into that precision drop kick right into the rainmaker, I was like, nah, y'all think y'all still got Okada fucked up. Like, he's not gonna be doing this every week, but like that's not really his job at this point. He's gonna come in for this big matches and do it. And we essentially are keeping these guys in bubbles until All In. Like, we need to keep this guy safe because we got this gigantic match coming up. So I'm okay with how they're moving Okada right now.
I agree with that. I think at this point in Okada's career, he's not a week to week, like we were talking about earlier, like epic match wrestler, but I'm going to wrestle up to the moment. And whatever the moment means on that particular night, that's what you're going to get.
Yeah.
And this match was fucking crazy.
Yeah, this was. Speedball Mike Bailey. We got to give it up to Speedball, who was came into AEW, fucking blazed it. I knew it was going to happen. And to see it every week after week of him cooking with so many different people is amazing. To see Okada get into his zone and Mike get up to that level too was like, no, these guys are cooking right here.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I feel like the show kind of kicked into another gear during this match. I feel like it kind of, like this was that moment where it was like, okay, like, because like, what was the match before this? Was the Hurt Syndicate? You feel me? Boom, boom. But like, we had that tag match, and then we had like the FTR thing, which was kind of like, I felt like there was like a little bit of a lack of connection as far as like how loud or how into the matches the crowd was at certain points. But like when this match hit, it was like, oh yeah, okay. The rest of the show, we already know, like we're getting banger, 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 banger. So this finna be like nonstop. Except for that Paragon match, but that's what it was. But that match was dope too. We'll get to it, but
yeah, we'll get to it. We'll talk about it.
yeah. I definitely agree. This was the adrenaline boost match for sure. I feel like the response to this match kicked up to a different gear, and I mean these two guys worked ridiculously hard to get that. Speedball wrestled like the rent was due. Like I saw someone say every time he gets on pay-per-views now, he wrestles like they're gonna kick him out of the country still. Like he's got to get this last one in before they get him out of here. And I'm like, dog, this guy for real though. Every time they put this guy to pay-per-view, he's like, no, I'm gonna show you why I got signed.
Not just pay-per-view. I've seen this guy wrestle in front of 50 people, and it's the same way. Like every match is like this could be the last match, and I think that's why he is who he is.
Yeah. His feet don't be hurting. No, like I'm just like I feel like his feet be on fire, blood. Like, but it's just like it's that adrenaline of like, nah, bruh's super dope. I don't know if I need him doing the little kung fu pose as much as he does sometimes. But I get it. I'm trying to get the look. Just him do like I feel like he does it a lot. This whole little and then he gets his shit off. But I'm like, I get it. But I'm like, I don't know if you need it as much as you do it.
Yeah.
But hey, man, he be out there fucking cooking.
Yeah.
Wonder what his toes look like. But
wonder what his toes look like is crazy.
Yeah, but man, this is there's like an undertone to this. I don't know if people are catching it, but it's kind of like this idea of putting guys against Kenny Omega, and Kenny has to work back to where he was because he's taking all his time off, and then you put a similar person against Okada, and Okada just like demolishes them, and it's setting Okada up to feel like this big mountain for Omega to get over again. Because watching this match, I'm like, I don't know, Kenny, you might have a tough day at the office with this guy.
Yeah. No, he's still on a different level. That's why all the talks around him is like, I hear y'all, but it ain't showing when he starts to cook though.
Yeah, because I mean, it does very much feel like Kenny is not quite where he was before he went away. It feels like he's still working back to the level he was at. Okada is just at a different place though. He's like he's still a big match wrestler.
He's still that guy that wrestled in fucking 2018 and 2017,
Yeah, I almost feel like I am disrespecting this guy now. Every time I'm like, man, this guy Kevin Knight, probably the best drop kick in wrestling. And then I watch this guy still do this drop kick, and I'm like, I don't know, man. This guy might still have the best standing drop kick.
There might be people that have a better looking drop kick than Okada, but the way that he uses it in his matches is nobody else does it like him. Like you would be like, there's spots where you're like, it's an unexpected. How did he even get the drop kick? Like this finish of like, to be that precise, like, the room margin for error in this one little thing, and every time it's perfect for him.
Crisp, yeah. Like, I mean,
it's unbelievable.
Yeah, it just felt like Speedball was just trying to use his speed and just stay all over him and smother him with constant offense throughout this match, and it just wasn't working because it was like, this is Okada. At some point, he's inevitable. He's gonna let you get all this stuff off. He's gonna rope-a-dope you, let you get all your offense in. Then he's gonna get that one strike in. It's like, damn, well,
this was fun. He's GOAT. That's why he is who he is.
Yeah, it just feels like he does that all the time now, where he's just letting all these other people work like they got a chance, and then he's going to get that one counter off, and the momentum of the match just completely changes.
Yeah, this was really fun. I think this was a perfect placement, like Graham was talking about earlier. It's about structure and placement and how these things work, and this really, like, for the being the middle and leading us to the rest of the show, this was a perfect match placement.
Yes. Timeless Tony Storm took on Mina Shirakawa in this match. The same thing I said about Speedball, where it felt like he was working as hard as possible to go, hey, I'm here now. That was Mina in this match. I think this was easily Mina's best AEW match so far. She went out there, gas to the pedal. I mean, pedal to the metal. Like, bro, yeah, I'm here. Like, this is different. Like, if you watch me over there, that was cool, but now over here is different.
Yeah, it feels like all of her, everything she's done in AEW up to this is just like a nice little show. I'm happy to be here type vibes. Like, this has been like, I've been in Japan, I'm here in America, I'm having a good time. This match against Tony Storm though was like, nope, I'm an assigned talent to AEW, and I'm about to show everybody in this fucking company that I deserve to be in this position. I deserve to be in a big match with Toni Storm. Like Phil said, this is the best AEW worked me in a match, I think, that she's had. The confidence was on another level. She was all over Toni Storm from jump. Like soon as the bell rang, she was on her, trying to take out her legs, just covering her. That little move that she did over Luther, that corkscrew spinny thing on the floor was dope. I was like, nah, Mina's just busting out all kinds of shit out here.
She was dope. She was definitely dope. I think she wrestled with a sense of urgency. Like they were both like there was a lot of hard hitting shots in this match too. I like the little flippy spinny thing that she did on the outside. I think like Toni Storm like kind of likes some of these like Three Stooges elements to, she kind of like throws into the match. You know what I'm saying? But like I thought all those dragon screws and her targeting Tony's legs like was like real smart because they also did that spot where Toni tried to do the hip attack and then like she really couldn't get going because she had that bad wheel, and it was just like, okay, her continuously finding different ways like, okay, I'm gonna throw the figure four on you on this one, you feel me, I'm gonna invert the figure four on this one. It was just like she was real precise with how she was like going about targeting Tony's limbs in that aspect, and I thought that was dope.
Sometimes I don't think Tony's kind of campy World of Sports style wrestling stuff works as well on mainstream stuff, but I thought most of it worked really well here, and I think it's because Mina knows how to do the camp stuff and like stuff like limb targeting well, and I thought that there was a good mix of both here.
Good limb work, because limb work could sometimes not be that great, but I think it worked out here.
I think sometimes it could be a bit boring, but I never felt like this match dragged because of it. I thought the pace of it stayed high. It never felt like, she was doing the holds and it grinded down to a slow pace. But I think overall these two worked very well together. I think this was easily better than their first match at Forbidden Door. And it, like I said, it felt like she worked with this sense of urgency. Like everybody is expecting Toni to move on and face Mercedes at All In. And, I'm going to make this match feel a lot less predictable.
Right.
For sure.
Yeah. This is a really good one. A big contrast from the Mercedes and Jamie's match, but also just as good,
Yeah. I really enjoyed this match. Toni picked up the win. Great win for her. I thought that the ending segment of Dynamite this week was everything it needed to be. It made both Toni and Mercedes feel like big stars. It made that match feel like a big match that belongs on the All-In card as well. Because I know people at one point were like, I don't know, Toni versus Mercedes. Nah, Toni is one of the most over wrestlers in the company, period. And so the way that they're selling like the star power between these two wrestlers, I think it's great. I think the story elements they've added from their history elsewhere has also worked. Hilariously, Toni will always find a way to do some gay stuff in a match. And I was like, okay, how far are we going with this? But I thought actually the story stuff with her and Mina at the end of the match actually worked because of the connection to Mariah. And like even just that little bit of Mina saying, what about Mariah? I thought that was a good callback. Which also plays into some other news. But I thought that the ending of this match worked perfectly.
What do you guys think about what we know about All In, with what's announced already and kind of what's rumored, this Mercedes and Toni being the main event? What level do you think that's at this moment?
It's tough because I think that they have a legitimate claim in terms of like star power and how big this match feels, but this is also potentially on a card with Okada versus Omega. And then also you've got Hangman rise back to prominence and what that means. Him potentially ending that show, raising the belt. I don't know, dog.
The belt that we haven't seen since October.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, I don't know. Like
it's gonna be hard for anything to follow that. I hear you guys. Yeah. I'm just thinking about optics though, because I'm like, okay, they're being counter programmed this weekend with an Evolution show. If we're over here and our main event is two women,
that's also true. Yeah,
you know what I mean?
That's why I'm like, there's a legitimate claim that they should main event. But yeah,
do they make this a winner take all match, or
that's a question that I have too.
Is Tony's title just on the line?
I don't know.
I was thinking about it because I'm like, you don't want, because I think you maybe, if it's not winner take all, you want to get that belt off of Mercedes, but you can't have her lose on the way up to All In though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because can you have Mercedes be the top of like both division? I mean, you can, but like, okay, like,
but should you?
Yeah. Especially when the division is getting so much better.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to justify her holding all the belts when, like, you've got so many women that could benefit from that belt. Like, I mean, what you could do with Megan Bain with that belt or somebody else, I don't know.
Like, because I kind of would want that, like, that belt to be defended too if it's not going to be defended in this match. You know what I mean? Like, if somebody else has it, then they'll get the chance. So I don't know at all, honestly.
Because aren't we already rumored to be having possibly a title versus title? Okada, Kenny, maybe bringing the belts together. So like it would be.
Yeah.
Do you do both? It's a toss up.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know that you want to do two kind of unification style matches.
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. And then I wouldn't want, like, say Mercedes wins and then you say they do like the vacate after. I don't like, no, we got to do something.
Don't do
that. It has to be something attached to that, getting that belt off of Mercedes,
She's got to look up at the lights.
Right.
It's got to happen.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Anarchy in Arena was up next. I think the best thing about this pay-per-view is they made a point of saying multiple times throughout the night that this is the 6-year anniversary of AEW. And I think some of the best things about the second half of the show was they gave you a bunch of stuff that was unique to AEW's product. And there's nothing more unique to what AEW does than Anarchy in Arena match. And there were so many things that were like inside jokes for AEW fans that I think hit here. And it's part of why I've been saying for the longest the Death Rider stuff doesn't work, because it feels out of place.
Right.
And it showed so much on this pay-per-view. The reason why I think, like, right now, this is probably the best AEW pay-per-view of the year. Because at one point I thought it was Revolution. And Revolution was excellent. But I think where this pay-per-view was better is that it stuck the landing on what AEW provides that other companies don't.
I think that's the most important thing, because I was at Revolution and the show was amazing, but that ending, like, we all walked out of there kind of like, oh, you know what I mean? Instead of like hyped, like the end of Double or Nothing, everybody's like, yeah, let's fucking go. Like, you sticking the landing determines so much more and could change the whole trajectory of what a pay-per-view represents. And that's what it did for Double or Nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this Anarchy in the Arena match was like memorable for like multiple reasons. I think like one, like the teams that they had on both sides, and then like they just had like so many like just like memorable spots and sequences. And even with like the addition of Willow and Marina, the first time that we've got women in this match, it's like, but like you guys are saying, they made this something that was so unique to AEW, and it's just, we're just showcasing that and putting that like on 10 here. And like there's the music changes, like just so many like dope little references and little cutesy things that they did that were just like, no, this is why we are the alternative.
Yeah,
because there's no match you could get in WWE that feels like a party. Like there's music, the wrestlers are everywhere, fucking people are yelling and screaming. Like you can't get these vibes anywhere else.
Yeah, yep. As somebody that's seen an Anarchy in Arena match in person, you could just feel the energy at home too. It was hard to not have that FOMO. Like this just looks like a lot of fun.
I didn't have it for a lot of the show, but then when the drowning pool kicked in and everybody was going ham, I was like, oh, this looks fun as hell, man. Damn.
But I think the teams mattered too, for sure. Because I mean, this was one of those times where I was like, yeah, Kenny's time away hurt. Like his absence was very much felt. And in this match, it was like, oh yeah, Kenny's back. The feeling is back because just Kenny coming out in his Captain America gear and just all of the things that he does that are cheesy, but because it's Kenny Omega, we love it. And it's the same thing with the Bucks. Bucks do so many things that are hammy and cheesy, but it works because it's them. Coming out with like the founding fathers music and dressed like Thomas Jefferson. It's so silly, but because it's them, it works. Like the flags, the big logo on their jackets with just them inside, like the dollar thing.
Like if anybody else did it, we'd be like, "This is so stupid." But it's like it's a Young Bucks thing.
Yeah, that worked. And man, I keep expecting it to not hit because this guy's not he's not in the title picture. And I thought when he lost, I was like, I don't know, guys. I think he should have beat Mox. Bro, Swerve still feels like the biggest star on screen when he's out there sometimes. Like, bro, when he came out with the Predator gear, bro, I was like, nah, this guy. The reaction to him, just everything about him, like, yeah, this guy's a big star.
He feels different. It feels like he's on a different level. A different thing is going on his part. Like everybody's going on, but like the spotlight is shining down on him. And for someone who, for a long time, has been looking for a black wrestler that represents that in the top guy level thing, it means a lot.
Yeah,
that's it. That's all.
Yeah,
we don't see this.
They invest a lot into Swerve, and like that new deal seems pretty lucrative because all of his pay-per-view entrances are pretty fucking elaborate. You know, like he's got some new shit, you feel me? Like some new gear, you know what I'm saying? Some new lights, some new cosplay references and shit like that to just make this shit feel a lot more grandiose. And I appreciate that about it. Like there was a moment and like you said, Phil, like there's some even like some moments where he felt like even a bigger star than Kenny Omega in this match.
Yeah.
And it was just like, oh, well, whose team is this? Like this feels like this is Swerve's team. This feels
this should be Kenny's team far and away. We shouldn't even be thinking about the Swerve, but we're thinking about Swerve.
Because when you think about the roots of AEW, it's like Kenny's the guy.
Yeah.
But like I feel like we're starting to as time goes along, we're seeing that evolution of what AEW is and what it's going to be. And Swerve is the guy.
Yeah. No. When they did their like pose to start the V-Trigger house call joint, I was like, bro. Like I said, this guy feels like a big deal, man.
Yeah. When they made Hobbs look amazing in this match. I don't want that to be, disregarded. Hobbs looked amazing in this match. First, when they did that staple spot with both of them for real, like all together, the whole staple spot, I was getting ready to be like, you know what? Black people in AEW are like immune to this staple shit. You feel me? Because you just they just keep brushing this shit off like it don't mean nothing. You feel me? And then Swerve get his tongue stapled, and it's like, all right, cool. That's a little too far. You feel me? I'm fucked up.
I probably wouldn't do that, but I see you. I hear you.
But it's just that level of violence. You feel me? That was exemplified in this match.
Dog, when Willow and the big homie both had the big black and Jack shirts, I was like, you know what? Wrap me up and send me home. I'm done here.
That was great. That was great.
That was great, man. I love that they've continued. Oh yeah, please help. Willow was great, but man, I love this theme with the Death Riders where they've been saying from the beginning, essentially, without saying it. No, Marina's the one that's about the action. Marina is the one that's gonna do like the most violent stuff out of all of us, and having her like attach Willow's ear to that lock and the chain that looked disgusting. Having her be the one that snagged the staple gun and staple Swerve's tongue, like. All of that, I think that made
in the story of the match, Marina being like, "Give it to me, I'll do it." Like all the time, like she just waiting for these. So she's like, "Look, I don't got time for this, man. Hand me the staple, I'll do this shit."
Yeah.
She's like, "Y'all bullshit."
Yeah, straight up. Her whole thing is like, "Y'all bullshit. Move out the way. I got this."
Yeah, love it. Love Joe's entrance into the match as well. Everybody's like, "Where's Joe?" And then he just pops out of the crowd and starts beating on people. Love that. Yeah, like the music changes were great. I thought, man, the Pointer Sisters. I did not think we would hear Pointer Sisters again, but to throw it in this match as a wink and nod was hilarious. I think it hit the right tone, especially after they were playing the drum music for the Young Bucks. And then
I almost thought that was the song that we were going to get for the remainder of the match. I think they played it like maybe twice, but I was sitting there like, I'm like, okay, bass shit, let's go. You feel me? Okay, you feel me? Like, what's happening? You feel me? What's up?
Bass shit. I'm dead.
I'm like, yeah, let's go. You feel me? And then he was like, I appreciate that, but we need something a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? But no, just the energy and the vibe of that shit kicked up when bodies dropped, and it was almost like they were starting to do like when that spot that they did like in the crowd when damn it was like Kenny and who else jumped off of that shit? Fuck it, damn. Like Kenny did the backflip.
Kenny did the moonsault, yeah.
Kenny did the moonsault. Somebody else was involved in that spot too. I just it's slipping me right now, but like it felt like
Hobbs threw somebody off of it, right?
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Or whatever, but yeah, so he threw Yuta off, but it felt like the music like dropped and the song like ended, and as soon as he tossed this nigga off and kicked back up, I'm like, bro, there's no way you could plan that. Like that shit was crazy. That shit was amazing.
Yeah,
and I liked how they went like to the like when they like kept going to like the 4-box screen where it was like the action's here, it's here. I felt like I was watching Sunday Ticket. I'm like, oh yeah, let's go.
Yeah, we're in the red zone.
Right. Yeah, let's cook. And I'm watching the Panthers cook over here. You feel me? The Commanders, the Yankees. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we talking about, bro?
Yeah, man. Such a fun match, man. When bodies hit, the energy changed. Like, bro,
yeah.
That's definitely one of those records where I feel like there's a list of those kind of songs for Black people where it's like, nah, this was a record. And
bodies,
like, when it hit, I was like, yo, we're out of here, dog. Like that was man. And there were so many like fan cams of like the wrestlers like in the arena doing things, and the music jumped off like that. That clip of Joe punching the guy, and then at the end of it, he started counting in unison with the crowd. Like,
yeah.
Man, it just looked like such a fun live experience.
Wrestling needs to be fun sometimes. It's not all super serious. It's not all super story, blah, blah, blah. Sometimes it's just fun.
Yeah. Very fun match. This was what it needed to be. I think sometimes like when people like talk about like the tickets and all of the rest of this stuff and attendance, the thing that I gauge, like, one, are the matches good? Is the show enjoyable? But it doesn't matter who's in there. Is the live experience good? Yeah. And it felt like this was a exceptional live experience, and not just that, it felt like a live experience unique to this company.
Most important thing. Yeah, like you can't, like I said, you can't get this anywhere else. Music, the plunder, hilarious how Hobbs Claudio did the big spin on Swerve through that one speaker, and that took out the whole thing for the whole arena. I was like, I don't think that's how speakers work, but I like this spot. That's fun.
Yeah.
You mean this one speaker was powering this whole arena? I don't know. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's is that a JBL? Is that a Beats? Like, what is that?
Right.
That was crazy, man. Swerve and Willow doing the Indie Taker.
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, bro,
Willow and Marina and all their spots, I think, was awesome. You know, adding those elements, and her, like Phil said, the ear thing that she did, the suplexes on Marina, like all their involvement was super fun.
Yeah. Yeah. Willow.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say Willow's getting into that spot, man, where she's had so many of these kind of appearances at pay-per-views where it's like, man, you gotta put some gold on there, man.
Yeah. What do we think about the like the intergender spots that they did with like Willow caught that super kick, like Kenny was like Marina was basically asking for, you know what I'm saying, for Kenny to do something. You feel me? She was like, nigga, jump. You know what I'm saying?
Do it.
Then he hit her with that snap German. I'm like, everybody caught one, but it was just like when he did it to her, it was like, oh, I'm like, okay, yeah. I'm like, oh,
yeah. We cooking.
Yeah,
I think it's fun. That's really adds on to the unique to AEW stuff because we don't see intergender stuff at all in WWE. So for them to have that and the women are willing, they have their own thing and they're having fun too. Like I think it's great.
Yeah, I think it added to the match as well because it didn't feel like the women were just here in their own isolated spots. They were a part of the match. They were a part of the pace of the match.
Yep. Yeah, she was tight.
Yeah. Very fun match. I think just like the Death Riders have been in this spot multiple times on pay-per-view where people are like, they're the low point in the night. And so having them a part of this fun match, I think that this felt needed because it didn't feel like the Death Riders were over here and everything else was happening over here. It felt like Death Riders are an integral part of this and it worked. And I think it also worked because like initially the Death Riders will come out and then you have like this band of baby faces. They're like, okay, none of these guys look like they're going to beat these guys. This band of baby faces against them, though, totally different. Like just that shot of them all at the top of the ramp. I was like, bro, this is what AEW is supposed to be.
I know that this match worked for the Death Riders because I heard a bunch of people being like, maybe that stuff that we hated wasn't so bad. I'm like, damn, this one match turned everybody on the corner. This is crazy.
I'll say this. I was like, yo, because they did a spot I think it was Kenny. But they was in there just dog walking, like taking turns on this nigga. You feel me? Like it was like an EVP trigger. Claudio was swinging this nigga. You know what I mean? Like you to drop kick this nigga. Mox jumped down and hit him with the bulldog choke, but it was like all like back to back to back. I was like, they are like hounding this nigga like. It was like, you remember, like, I don't know if y'all seen that episode of It Is What It Is when Cameron was like, it was like the hyenas. Hyenas,
yeah.
It was like, but that's what I felt like. I was like, oh, these niggas is cooking right now. This was cool.
Right.
I thought,
I guess because this is what we always wanted it to be, right? You know what I mean? They've been attached to some shit we didn't want. When they attach to something we like, we're like, oh yeah, this is dope.
You know, it's not that bad, right?
Yeah.
But see, I don't think their multi-man matches or when they've worked together were ever the issue. Like usually when they did like the tag matches and stuff, they work very well together. Their chemistry and stuff in ring, it always shines out in that stuff. It's usually just like the Mox one-on-one main event matches that
world title matches.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the story and kind of the dance partners that Mox was having at the time, like the way those were lining up, just wasn't really appealing to a large part of the fan base. But this was dope. This was definitely dope. I will say that it was a little cheesy, locking all the Death Riders into the ambulance. That was a little. I'm like, okay, all right. How did they all get in there? Like what is
Are
this?
the front doors locked too? They can't get out to the front. Like, how does this work? I don't know. What is this?
I thought two things were very funny about that. One, when they were pushing them all in there and Joe's still in there, like beating on them, and they're all like, Joe, get out of there. Come out of there. We're trying to push them in. Get out of there, Joe. That was funny. But then I thought it was funny that once they put them all in there, Mark Briscoe just appeared out of nowhere to get rid of Gabe Kidd. Because I'm like, wait, so he was still in the ambulance all that time?
Yeah, he was there just
like,
chilling.
Yeah, like, what was this?
He's just listening to the show the whole time. Same blood and everything. Like he didn't go clean off or nothing.
It was dope.
Yeah. I was surprised we did not see Eddie Kingston because they kept hyping up the Gabe thing. And so when we didn't see him, I was like, all right, so why was Gabe here? Like, what was the point of building up this Gabe guest spot when I was so confused by that.
I was even more confused as to why Gabe was here when Eddie didn't show up. Like I thought there was the point of this, and then when they didn't announce him for the match, I'm like, I'm still trying to figure out what this is. And then at the show, I was like, that wasn't like, I like Gabe Kidd, but it wasn't really that necessary to the plot of what this match was.
Yeah, it was weird.
Yeah,
guess they just wanted him to be on the show, and like, okay,
fuck it. Turn it up.
Yeah, he was on Dynamite this week, causing trouble.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. People
I
were
mean,
not happy with him this week, brother.
Okay, but Reg, you said something earlier. It's like, do we want heels to be heels? Like, what is
That's
like,
what I'm
what's the
saying.
line? What's the line? Are
Yeah.
workers supposed to work? Because like we want to suspend disbelief until we're offended. So it's like, what are we doing?
Yeah,
You know,
I
I
personally thought it was fine because at this point Willow's been in multiple mixed matches now. Well,
We just saw her in the fucking Anarchy in the arena, dog. Like it's
she's been in multiple matches like this, and she's taken the moves from the men, and so at this point she can do that. Like, what's the next step to get heat is to like do something like that to Willow, because it's like, well, how dare you do that to Willow? Like him spitting at somebody else, it's not going to have the same effect.
Yeah. Right, because Willow is, everybody loves Willow. There's nothing to if you dislike Willow, then that means that there's something wrong with you, and that's kind of how this thing goes. But I think some people were kind of like feeling the whole idea of it just looks weird with a white man spitting on a black woman type thing, or the skinhead thing. I don't really understand that, but it's okay. Like I get like there may have been like some references to something that people thought, but like, come on, bro. Like there's 3 people in this group with the full head of hair. Like, so, and Gabe is not even in the fucking group. So like, you got 2 bald niggas. One nigga that's bald voluntarily, one nigga that was fighting it for years.
And Yuta has reverse bald. Like he's trying to add more hair in different places. Like I don't really understand what the
trying to throw that on Gabe as well. When you see like Gabe's entire presentation, the guy comes out to rap song. The way he talks and everything. I mean,
and all the stuff. Yeah,
you're trying to throw that on him. Like that don't fit at all. It just tells me like either you don't know much about Gabe Kidd, and you're just like, well, he's bald, and like. Yeah. But none of that fits him. The way he acts, the way he talks, none of that.
Gabe Kidd is he's somebody said he talks in patois.
Chet Hanks.
He's more Preston. You guys seen the Drewski skit?
Yeah.
Yes.
He is more
Preston.
He's more Drewski as a white guy than he is Chet Hanks. You know.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, this guy. You think that guy's on that? Like, that doesn't make sense at all.
Oh my god! Only Grapsody will you get a Drewski reference.
He might really be from that, in it. You feel me? Around bins, mans, and ins or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like,
isn't it,
bro? Right. Bro, every interview I've seen of him for the last 2 weeks, he's got the big Burberry shades on and like the Yankee fitted. Like, oh, y'all think this guy? Like,
we interviewed him with the big glasses, dog. We know what time it is.
How many Nike Techs Gabe Kidd got in his closet? That's what I want to know, man. I'm just
full of them, man.
Nah.
I'm not even gonna go as far as to say like for real that he is that, but I'm just I think that I don't think that this label that people are throwing on the Death Riders is correct, and I don't think that him spitting on Willow is a big deal, and B, like I don't think it was something that like wasn't like maybe talked about before or after, to whereas there was an understanding as to why his
wasn't a hate crime like the internet. No. The internet was like, this is a hate crime, lock him up. I'm like, what happened?
It ain't that.
We're watching wrestling, and again, we want to suspend our disbelief until we're offended. So like we gotta calm it down.
Yeah, I thought it was fine. As you guys alluded to, we got Don Callis family versus the Paragon. That was really the cool down spot between Anarchy in the Arena and the main event. I thought the match itself was good. It just
I was gonna say beyond that, in the death spot, this is the hardest you will see 6 guys ever work to try to get a crowd into their match. Like they were like, we're in a terrible spot, but we're gonna still try, and they were trying very hard.
No, they said y'all got us fucked up. This is gonna be the best death spot buffer match that you've ever fucking seen. Fuck is you talking about?
Yeah, it was a good match.
Well, like, cool down match. Yeah, nah, that's not what we do.
Not us. Takeshita's here. What do you mean cool down? The motherfucker started going 500 miles per hour, and I was like, oh, they ain't fucking around.
fuck you talking about? Josh Alexander got this helmet on. You know he ain't all that.
Bro.
His helmet.
With Josh, the idea of Josh putting the headgear on, like, nah, it's time to work, strapping his joint in. Like, y'all think y'all about to come out here and sit on your hands for us? Bro, I got some news for you.
That spot my ass strapping up at the bottom. That helmet. But yeah, these guys are like, I don't care about nothing. They were working fucking hard. They didn't have a lot of time, but everybody got their shit in. So, like, I mean, what more can you ask for?
Yeah, bro. It was in an unenviable spot, but it served its purpose on this card as a buffer. And I didn't expect Paragon to lose. I thought going into this was kind of the match with those three and what we know of those three. They were going to come in and get a win on a pay-per-view. And no, Don Callis family picked up the W.
Yeah, no, Papa Khan didn't get the victory this time. I always think their t-shirt says Papa Khan. It looks like it says Papa Khan instead of Paragon. I mean, but we did get the entrance of the president of New Japan, the Ace. So that was something.
Yeah, we got the Ace out of nowhere, and this felt like all out 2021 where we randomly got Suzuki, and I was like, oh shit, like a crazy surprise. Like I didn't expect to see Suzuki, and I popped really hard for Tanahashi because I didn't expect to see him.
No, I didn't think he was gonna be here, but he got his ass down to that ring and made it.
Yeah, he leisurely walked down. Everybody else was running down. He was like, I'll get there.
I don't know about all that running stuff. They're like, we gotta hurry, Tanahashi. He's like, nah, I don't gotta hurry.
when that shit popped off and like Brody King walked out there, I was like, okay, like what's this about? You feel me? And then Ishii, you feel me? And then Tanahashi, I'm like, okay, I feel like we took like a leap here. Like I wasn't like, I didn't know we were going, across the overseas with it. You feel me? But I'm like, okay, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm with it. Let's get
Forbidden Door is coming up. We gotta start.
Let's get these tea leaves out there. Let's start building, dropping these breadcrumbs. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm with it. Let's go.
Yeah, big pop for Brody King. Yeah. I was like, man,
bro's over.
Yeah, very big pop for that guy.
Yeah.
I thought that this was what it was.
Chill.
Yeah, it was cool. I'm starting to think more and more. I don't know if Eddie will be back in time for Forbidden Door, but when we interviewed him, I asked Gabe about wrestling MJF, and he played into it for a little bit, and then he immediately moved on, which made me think, it's not his opponent. Maybe it's going to be Eddie.
I don't know. I just like, where is Eddie Kingston? I thought that when he did that little thing before Double or Nothing that he was trying to throw us off, but he wasn't. He wasn't there. So I don't know.
Yeah. But yeah, the fact that Gabe is still here, like he was still on Dynamite, I was like, I don't know. This could be leading to Eddie coming back down the road, and that's how we get to the Forbidden Door match.
I could see it.
Yeah.
If we don't get that at Forbidden Door, would you be okay with that at like All Out or something?
Yeah, I think it would work. For sure.
They got to do it at some point here on an AEW show, I feel.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, because I mean, to me, that's the only reason to bring Eddie in. Otherwise, I don't know why else he's here.
Right.
Yeah. You're right. You got to get that get back.
Yeah. Main event: Hangman Adam Page taking on Will Ospreay. Owen Hart Cup finals. I knew where we were at. I knew what time it was when Hangman got the big entrance. I was like, oh man, you talk about like restoring the feeling and just like the nostalgia around Hangman getting these kind of entrances. I was like, yeah, we're here. But I still was at the time thinking like, man, kind of a shame that I feel like Ospreay is going to beat him, but also it's Ospreay, and Ospreay came out very, very over. Every time he comes out and he leads the crowd and Ospreay, bro. I'm like, yeah. This guy,
that's it.
He's out of here. But yeah, this match was excellent. Man, these guys, bro. We already know Ospreay at this point. Ospreay is arguably the best wrestler on this roster, and bro, he he was going crazy. I think the storytelling itself in this match was fantastic as well. All of the stuff that they started doing towards the end of the match. But there was a point like where they tried to do the table spot and the table exploded before they before they started that setting up that table spot. Ospreay started to do heelish things, and I was like, why is he doing that? And I was like, is Hangman gonna win this match? Just like the way they were starting to tell the story towards the end of the match, I was like, Hangman could win this thing. And somehow I was still shocked when Hangman won.
Insanely shocked. I'm still shocked, honestly, thinking about it. We had all predicted that Ospreay was going to win pretty much when this tournament was announced. He kept doing the WrestleMania sign point to the all-in sign. We were all like, oh yeah, this seems like his match to win. Then you get to the match, and like Phil, you're describing, there's some points where Ospreay got off his game. He started healing it up. He was going some extra strikes, and he had like Hangman on the apron, and he was like punching at him really hard. I was like, this isn't really. I thought that was going to be what Hangman, the downfall of Hangman was. He's going to get super frustrated because you can't hold Will Ospreay down, and that's where it was going to get. But Ospreay was the one that started getting frustrated, and then when he started to go into them Kenny Omega spots, I was like, wait, why are you doing that? What is this? What's going on here? Because I think he could hear Kenny Omega in the back of his head saying, you don't have that killer instinct. You're not about this, boy. You can't take my spot like you think you could take.
Oh my God. That's an amazing point. That's an amazing point. And I feel like he leaned into that by going into Kenny Omega's bag. Like, okay, like that frustration was really starting to get to him because he felt like in that point, like what I'm doing isn't working. And to this point, some would say Kenny is my greatest rival, or, you know, if not him, then Okada, you know what I'm saying? So then we know, like, okay, so let me try to do his shit because it worked on me. So will it work on you? Type shit. There was just so much depth in that, in him doing that. And then like Hangman, like reversing out of the whole one-winged angel thing and doing the big pressure. I'm just like, bro, wait a second, bro. What like, I thought AEW didn't tell stories. What happened?
That's what they keep telling us, Graham. They keep telling us every week.
Because this was like 6 stories in one.
Yeah,
you
bro.
know what I mean? I'm like, bro.
Excellent.
That was nuts.
Excellent storytelling, man. So many great little small notes, like you said, him getting into that mode of him trying to be the heir apparent to Kenny in this company. And he's in that spot where he was in New Japan, where people expected him to be the heir apparent to Okada. And if you watch the G1, that's how he tried to beat Okada the last time in the G1, by using the moves of people that beat Okada, and it didn't work. And he made the same mistake here. And man, just those little things are so great. Just the idea of these two guys using their greatest rivals' moves towards the end of this match in a desperation way to try to win. Man, all great stuff.
When they got down to start striking each other, like some of them hitting blades in this match, I was like, is he mad? Like, because he's really throwing them things. And then Hangman would come back with the lariat, and I'd be like, oh, he just killed Ospreay, I think.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. Some of the great stuff with Hangman using everything up to this point, because really the story of this is Hangman being deferred this spot all this time. And this entire match, he used everything he learned in 6 years up to this point to win the match. When he goes for it and he tries to hit him with the hidden blade, and he falls down the same way that Brian did, or the same kind of counters that Jay White was using against him. Just the story of Ospreay had the match with Brian when Brian is older and he's going up against a younger, faster, hungrier guy in Ospreay. Hangman ain't that guy. And not just that, Hangman beat Brian. And so he's just like, nah, that ain't gonna work here. You're not gonna be able to outpace me in this match. That's not gonna work. Also, the idea of you trying to beat me with Kenny's move, I beat Kenny.
I beat Kenny.
Right. Yeah. So no, I was ready for this one-winged angel. I've seen that before. You're not gonna get that off on me. All of that stuff was tremendous, but still, when he hits that last buckshot lariat for the win, I was completely stunned, because the whole time I expected him to lose. And there's so many great things about this. Like coming into this, when I told Reg, right, this guy hasn't been champion in 3 years.
Right.
Like we got to get back to this guy. I feel like we've done him a bit of a disservice. Like he was in the best feud in the entire company at one point. You got to get back to it with this guy. Your fan base loves this guy. Like you see it across the internet. They want this guy to be the guy so bad. Like, and when I really think about it, you can make the argument that Hangman is like the best success story for this company of their guys, homegrown guys. He's the one. Like the Elite, they all had their stuff elsewhere. Bucks were already considered one of the greatest tag teams ever before they got here. Kenny was already best bout machine before he got here. Cody had already been to WWE. He had already made his bones. He had already won the NWA championship at All In. They already had their big moment.
Right.
All of the stuff that's unique to Hangman, his signature moments, they happened in AEW. And so that's why he's their guy. That's why this fan base loves this guy. And so getting to the 6-year anniversary of this and the anniversary of him coming into the very first Double or Nothing and saying, I want to be world champion, and failing and getting here and winning. Excellent storytelling. And to him getting ready to walk back up the ramp and doing the callback of him coming back down the ramp from All Out, and understanding in that moment of them doing like the reference of Cody feeling dejected in the ring, and him understanding in that moment, I have to tell him it's okay because nobody did that for me, bro. Excellent storytelling, bro. Woo, excellent storytelling, man.
What? That's cooking. What? Yeah. Cooking.
My God,
bro.
My God.
I understand failing and feeling like I need this win, and somebody to pick you up and say it's okay. You'll get past this.
Yeah,
bro. Best character in the company, bro. Like by far, like easily the best character in the company.
I think going along with what you're saying, like from Rip, I mean, who was in like the first AEW World Championship match? Like this was all Hangman Page. Like they were all like, "This is yours." Like it might have been a little too early when the company started, but now he has all that on his back, and like the fans know that too because we've been there for the journey too. That's why it hit so much harder. Like we all would have been very excited if Ospreay would have won. Like he's destined to become an AEW World Champion, but we followed this guy for 6 years. We've seen his lowest lows, his highest highs. Like he's AEW's guy.
Yeah. He is synonymous with what those 3 letters mean. And like at the end of the day, it's like we have watched his journey just as we have watched this company's journey. So it kind of feels like in tandem, and it's kind of like they're joined at the hip. These stories are parallel. And it just feels like it like Hangman, like a lot of wrestlers, it feels like their mentality and how they like attack their character work. It's like you operate as like a wrestler. Hangman Page, his whole MO is he's a fucking human. He has emotions. He has good days. He has bad days. You feel me? He has depression. Like this nigga is like he's the ultimate like.
Damn. I didn't think like the internet stuff that he does is a part of this. Like what you're saying, it makes him like an everyman. You know?
Yeah.
There you go. Like. What like have we had a better everyman in professional wrestling since like Daniel Bryan at his peak? I'm just trying to figure out like what is like what's the comparison, because Hangman is up, you know what I'm saying? And it's just this is what it's supposed to be. I thought this whole time that this was Ospreay's tournament to win. I thought we were going to go into All In and crown him with his first AEW title and have him go into Forbidden Door, walk in there as the champion, sell a lot of tickets just off of the fact that he's the one, you feel me now? And it's just like, you know what? I missed a really big piece of the puzzle with like seeing exactly all the groundwork that they had been doing with Hangman. And I just didn't realize that now is the time that they should be pulling the trigger on it. And it's like, you know, and it's like, you know what it was? Ospreay started talking a lot of shit.
Yeah, he did.
And I was like, this nigga's fucking losing, ain't he? I'm like, you know what?
I thought it was confidence, Graham. I was like, maybe he's feeling his shit. He's ready. But yeah,
I
no,
thought
you're
it
right.
was too, man.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, but I think like the morning of, like, it was like, or maybe like the day before, like something had came out where he was like, yeah, you know all them niggas that just got cut. How about we see them go, like, let me see y'all build some houses. Let me see y'all build some houses before y'all come over here and try to, you know what I'm saying, unlock my door. Y'all got me fucked up. I was like, oh yeah. Okay.
But see, I saw all of the hints of that and I still ignored it. Like the morning of when the Variety article dropped, Mercedes did the Variety article and Hangman did the other one. I was like, oh, both the winners did Variety articles. I didn't even think of that. But yeah, I just felt like it was.
And they both wore, Mercedes wore pink and Hangman wore pink for his match too. I was like, oh, that's probably just a thing, but it ended up being a thing.
Yeah,
it was a thing, right? Okay, cool.
Yeah, I mean, like, I just thought it was Ospreay's time. Like with the way he's been wrestling, it just feels like how much longer are you going to be able to defer his crowning moment? It felt like this was it, especially when he was like, I want to take the belt back home to the UK. I was like, kind of feels like he's winning. Everything about it, it just was like, I think he's winning, man. But
I feel like I feel better about this outcome than I would have about Hangman's. Like, I feel like you could get back to Ospreay quicker than you would be with Hangman. You know what I mean? Like Ospreay, you could just be like a number one contenders match and he's number one contender and we're lit. Like Hangman, you got to like build another story like this. And I don't know if they had to capitalize off of what this was.
Yeah, I agree. I think that you can get Ospreay back there, but I also think that's just so baked into Hangman's place in this company of him being right there and saying from the beginning, I want to be world champion. And every time you bring in a guy that is a bigger star than him, you reward him. And you did it with the Punk match. I mean, the fact that Mox has been a 4-time champion in all of this.
Yeah,
it's like every time you've brought in a bigger star, quote unquote, or a better wrestler, he feels like he falls down the totem pole. And so it kind of felt like it's going to happen again. He's going to lose. He's going to lose to the guy, and it feels like it's Ospreay's time. And man, I couldn't be more happy that I was wrong because it just feels like this is the right time. He deserves it. That optic of him standing at the top of the ramp again, call back to All Out of him screaming in madness at the end of All Out, and this time in triumph with the trophy next to him. Like, bro, put that belt on him, dog. Like,
put the belt on him.
Like, come on, man.
Put that fucking belt on him. There's only one outcome of this, and that's him holding that belt out of the briefcase up high at the end of fucking All In. Like, that's the only way to do this.
And you know what the belt represents to him, like, and Mox being on this whole like, y'all don't need this belt. Like, none of y'all are deserving of this belt. And for anybody to be like, no, get this belt out of the briefcase. I'm gonna carry this thing proudly and be the flag bearer for this brand.
Hangman,
he's got to win. He's got to win.
Got to.
So what do we do about the Darby situation?
I don't. Cause
Graham, it's been 2 weeks and they haven't mentioned him climbing and planting their fucking flag on the top of a mountain at all on their TV show.
What's that about?
Mean? What does that mean? Their flag. He went up to the top of Mount Everest and could have died and planted an AEW fucking flag, and they haven't said nothing about it on their TV show.
Yeah. I could have waited to do my kickflip all the way to fuck up here.
That's what I'll say. He could have planted a Tony Hawk flag, a Jackass. He could have planted any flag. No, he was like AEW, and they've given him a social media post. But I would think on their TV show they would be like, Darby Allin fucking did this, you guys. You want to see?
I'm going to be honest with you. I thought as soon as he said he was climbing Mount Everest, I'm like, he's going to put a flag up there. Like, that's when, like, we're going to get to the point of Darby Allin is on his journey to becoming the AEW World Champion if he hasn't already, become, but like, I'm really perplexed at why, and maybe they're waiting into like for him to like get his whole heel up thing, but I'm like, why would you, this actually happened in real life and people was interested. Like we were looking for the follow-up, So I'm just I don't
nothing.
know.
I'm just curious. It's like nothing. Not even like, hey, Darby did this a quick 5 seconds. Like nothing.
No.
But we got the frat house on Dynamite. All right.
Bro, when I saw that image in the background, I was like, why does that look like a plantation? What's going on here?
Hold on a minute.
Like, what's happening here?
Whoa.
I was very confused when I first saw that image on the screen. I was like, what?
Nobody
confusing elements in this.
Nobody told me the frat house was on Candyland. You feel me? Like, hold on, like, what are we doing? Like,
yeah. I don't see Darby coming back and winning. That did cross my mind when Hangman won. I was like, oh no, I hope that this isn't leading to Hangman losing. But at this point, I just don't think you can do that. Like with how much this fan base loves this guy, man, and how much they've been waiting for this guy to get back to this spot. Especially like the way certain people feel about Punk, the way people feel about him losing to Punk. You can't just have him lose.
Yeah, you can't do that.
I think that would be a bad choice. Especially if you're gonna have him beat Ospreay and it feels like you're deferring Ospreay's moment. Yeah, I don't think you should do that.
If we do all that we just did, had this epic match with Ospreay and he beat him, and then he just goes to lose to Mox, that's gonna look crazy.
Yeah. Okay, so in which case, I think maybe we should lean into just giving credit to AEW, Tony Khan, and the creative team over there for recognizing the moment and saying, you know what, Darby, Will Ospreay, there will be another moment, there will be another time. But for all that this means for our company at this present moment, for all that this could mean for Hangman, for what it means for the story that we have right now, it would be best to go Hangman. And I think that they are smart enough to recognize that, and they can see the lay of the land in that way. So kudos.
Yeah, it really should be a day one guy that beats Mox.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think that's pretty important.
Yeah. Dustin Rhodes.
Just where they are as well. Like, I feel like the perception between AEW and WWE has shifted so much, and I feel like right now, when you're trending in the right direction, it really should be a homegrown guy that's leading the charge.
Yeah.
Great
Ospreay
show.
was right. Ospreay was right. People are starting to believe in us again. And I think
That's
that
true.
is like it's a momentum thing, and it's evident. And it's kind of crazy that, like, I feel like he's, like, in a sense, like, he said that like he was like the conscience of the company. You feel me? Type shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like he was, but I feel it, and like, even like when I'm looking and thinking back to him saying that and being in the ring with Swerve and Hanger, like, these are the guys. These are the guys that you build this company around for the next 10 years, or whatever it is. Like, these are the guys that are going to carry this for the next generation and beyond.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just,
I thought that opening segment of Dynamite was also very good, and it just furthered my belief that this guy should win. Swerve at one point tweeted the franchise, the feeling, and was it the main character, and people thought that he was talking about himself, but no, I think because AEW has called him the franchise. So I think he's saying he's the franchise. Obviously, Hangman is the main character. Ospreay is the feeling.
Yeah,
those are the guys. It looked good seeing them in the ring together and knowing that this is what the company is. Like, the last part of Double or Nothing kind of shining the light on these guys, and them two guys being at the end of the show. I think it shows what the company's going to be leading into and what this can be. It's pretty important.
Yeah, and this was the first time, because I was wondering, all right, what are you going to do with Swerve? Because it felt like they were building to the tag match with the Young Bucks between Hangman and Swerve, and I was like, all right, sure, but it kind of felt like they put a button in some of the stuff at Anarchy in Arena, so it feels like he could move on. But then when Dynamite started, I was like, oh, okay, so it's probably Ospreay Swerve versus the Bucks.
Yeah, that's the kind of vibes that I got too, and I was like, huh, okay, that's interesting.
Because otherwise, what else is Ospreay doing at All In?
Yeah, what is Ospreay gonna do?
I saw my guy SP3 had suggested Ospreay versus Swerve #1 contenders match.
I could see it, but
Ospreay versus Swerve #1 contenders match, because Forbidden Doors after that, right?
Yeah, but see, I kind of think that now that Ospreay lost, I think he's going to challenge Goto. He's been teeing that up for a minute. He was like, I haven't had a one-on-one match with Goto. I want that match, and it's in his home country. I kind of think that's probably going to be the big match for that show.
Okay.
I wouldn't be opposed to that. It depends how they build it out.
Yeah.
Man,
I mean, going from thinking Ospreay is going to be in the main event, but going to be the world champion, it's going to be getting used to what else that he does.
And it's like now we're thinking like, okay, is it a situation where he's like third or fourth match from the top of the marquee? And it's like, okay, what are we doing?
Right.
Yeah. But they got to make it feel special. No, I don't doubt that they will.
Yeah, but really good night of wrestling. I think it's very telling that this is the first time after AEW pay-per-view in some time where it felt like people were feeling good. I think that shows that they made the right choice of making this the main event. The first time that a Death Rider angle was not the main event, people were super excited. And it's even more telling that people feel like this is it. This is the light at the end of the tunnel. Hangman's going to be the one that beats him. This is it. This is the culmination of the story. And I've already seen people say, well, now it's worth it. I don't know if I would say that much. But,
yeah, I don't know if I'd walk back all the previous stuff, but it's going to help.
Yeah, but I do think if they do this correctly and stick the landing, that, you know, they deserve kudos for at least booking the ending well. But, you know, the beginning and middle wasn't really that great.
We'll definitely look back fonder if they stick the landing, but it still was rough after a couple of those pay-per-views. We're never gonna forget that.
Yeah. Can you imagine if the Death Riders win at all? The end of the show is Mox holding up the briefcase.
People are gonna riot. And by people I mean me. It's gonna be horrible.
Yeah.
Let's get into a few super chats before we get out of here. Hassan Batla says, "What's good, Grapsody? What y'all think anyone gonna quietly retire like Batista did this year? I feel like R-Truth or Edge. Also, thoughts on the NBA playoffs, which we talked about a little bit. Happy for the OKC fans who have been hella patient."
What did Batista retire from this year?
Wrestling, I think.
That was this year. It wasn't
this year.
I think that's been a minute ago. And I was like, wait a minute, quietly, he had a retirement match.
Right.
Yeah, the Triple H match at WrestleMania.
Yeah,
that's where we got the give me what I want.
Maybe Hassan's not meant like this year. He just meant in general this year.
Okay. I'm a little too specific. My bad.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I could see Cope doing a few more matches and being out of here. Like I don't think we're long with Cope around.
Yeah.
You know, I think there's gonna be this guy, John Anthony Felix Cena. I think he's gonna shut it down, man. I think he's
done.
Past his years. I think he's past his years. You know, I think it's he's made all his money. You know what I'm saying? Like he's done everything he can. You know, there's no more real.
Can you characterize that as quietly though? He's done like a year-long farewell tour.
It's about as loud as you can get, huh?
I'm
retiring.
Everywhere he goes.
That's the issue, Hassan. Like Batista is like one of the most humble wrestlers of all time. Everybody else is the opposite of humble. They want that shit to be out loud. I want a big show. You see how Goldberg's talking about his retirement. He's like, I want all this shit. I want it to be special. I want it to be this. Like he wants that shit to be loud.
Well, if I could point to the AEW booking earlier this year, maybe Jeff Jarrett is the guy.
Yeah, maybe.
because
Maybe.
he wanted to have a run, and it feels like they was like, never mind.
Another one though that's not going to be quiet. You think Double J is going to be quiet? The ultimate finesser?
Definitely not gonna be quiet. Right.
The ultimate finesser?
Yeah, maybe AJ. I don't know.
Oh yeah. See, when people talk about AJ coming after his contract with WWE going to AEW, I'm like, I don't know, man. I could totally see AJ Styles retiring. Seriously.
Yeah.
I saw something that said he was listed internally as enhancement talent. I don't know who the fuck said that.
What?
So I don't know how much. I don't know how much. That might have been a Wessel votes. But I just feel like I don't know what world I'm living in where AJ Styles is considered an enhancement talent. But I mean, like shit, when you're doing the less than the bare minimum with him, it's I mean, fuck it, he's gonna take a pinfall.
I don't even like it as a joke. Like, don't talk about AJ Styles like that. This is one of our goats.
If he takes the pinfall to El Grande Americano, I swear to God, I'm taking a trip to Stamford, Connecticut. Speaking
of, the homie Brian Anthony Rivers says, "Dog, they spit in the face to Mexican wrestling if El Grande Americano wins the AAA title." I feel like get ready to be mad.
No, I don't think so. If Vikingo's champion, you think they have him beat Vikingo?
Yeah,
I don't.
Nah, I don't. I mean, maybe it's okay.
Vikingo.
Yeah, I mean,
if he beats Vikingo,
I done seen Penta and Phoenix getting hold out on their show. They don't care about luchadors.
But the way they're presenting Vikingo is a little different. So, but then again, I don't know.
I don't care about that.
They got my man Joe Hendry pulling up to job. So I don't know.
I think that's two different things.
It is, but also like
in my head, I'm just like, I don't know, man. Like Joe Hendry. I mean, what's next? What's
NXT.
next? Yeah, but I mean,
take that E out.
I don't know what's next. I feel like
a contract. That's what's next. Like he about to sign over there.
He already out of here. And then what? Because I don't know what's on the other side of this sing-songy thing. Because if they
like
didn't push
WWE
Elias,
is not going to treat him the same. I feel I'm hearing what you're saying.
Yeah, they didn't push Elias. So like, what is this?
Well, I mean, devil's advocate is Elias was never this over.
No. I mean, that's Seattle. that one night in Seattle.
I seen Little Yachty last night with a Joe Hendry shirt on, bro. Like, nah, dog. Joe Hendry's different.
I know what they could do, and I know what they think of him, but seeing what they did to him at WrestleMania, I'm like, anybody that, like, if you really felt like this guy had motion, he was going to have motion, you would have treated him better than that. Nobody's going to ever convince me anything other than that.
But I mean, it's different if you have motion and you're our guy, and you have motion and you're somebody else's guy. He's not their guy, and that's why they're doing this.
Yeah,
they're never going to book anybody else's guy strong.
No. Yeah. What a wild company.
So why would we expect? Why would we not expect Vikingo to lose to El Grande Americano?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. Right, there you go.
But that was how I started this. I was like, I don't know, man, because they have had Joe Hendry over there losing. So I don't know, man. That would be crazy though if Vikingo lost. That would
be to that person, to Grande Americano, like that would be wild.
After just you feel me putting the boots to Alberto Patron, you feel me? Cause like it's like. Ooh,
that's how they follow it up.
To do that 2 weeks later, that's like, or a week later,
it's insane.
Yeah,
I don't think they should, but I've seen worse.
I've seen worse. We have seen worse. You're
right. Ben Simpner says, "I'm a White Sox fan, Phil. We can admit our team sucks. Cubs fans think they are more entitled to win than other teams."
Yeah, they do. I know what it is as a cynical Southsider. I know that my team sucks. I know that most teams from this city suck, and I'm just here to enjoy the ride, man.
Hey, I'm not a Cubs fan. I'm not a White Sox fan, but Ben, I kind of think that's how fandom works. I think anybody that my
Cubs
team
fans
should be entitled. My team should be entitled to more wins than your team. I'm a Packers. I'm a Packers fan. I think the Packers should go to the Super Bowl every fucking year.
Oh, you're a Packers fan?
Every day. Every day.
That hurt Phil's soul right now.
I know.
He said, you're
a
Packers fan.
I know, because he was reminded that he's the Bears exist.
Yeah. He was hurt bad too. I could feel it. He said, you're a Packers fan.
Yeah, that was like when I found out that Anthony Davis was a Packers fan. I was like, bro, you live here. What do you were from here? Like, what are you doing supporting that team? And then I saw him say something like he started wearing 23 because of LeBron and not Jordan. I was like, get this guy out of here.
That's a little much.
Yeah, you know too much. The Jordan thing too. Like, I could maybe take the Packers thing, but that's wild.
That was happened.
That was strike two, and then like once I was finally done, I think he did an interview with somebody, and they were like, "Did he think of ever coming back home and playing for the Bulls?" And he said, "Yeah, I think I would rather play for the Milwaukee Bucks than go back there." I was like, "Yeah, I'm done with this guy. I'm done, bro. I'm done with this guy. I know people that know his mother, bro. Like, come on, like, what are you doing?" What are you doing? You're from here. You're from the south side of the city. What the fuck are you talking about?
I know people that know his mother is hella funny. Corey Davis says, how would a talent like Oba or Melo do in AEW? Melo would do great. Oba, probably not.
They don't really book big guys well in AEW.
Yeah. That's it.
So I don't know that Oba would do that well, but I think for the way Carmelo wrestles, I think he'd be pretty good over there. I think he'd be good.
Melo would cook over there for sure. Appreciate that, Corey. Grapple Geekery says Predator is my favorite movie monster of all time. So Swerve entrance was right up my alley. It's now my favorite of his entrance. I geeked out.
Yeah. He's doing all of the cool things that are speaking to me specifically. Like,
he just keeps doing it.
Yeah. I'm telling you, being a big Iverson fan, he put them shoes out. I was like, bruh.
I was gonna say, how do we like the shoes?
I think they're great. Having them in person to look at, I was like, they look great. Yeah,
I have like 6 pairs of Iversons and 2 pairs of answers right now. So I'm like, I feel like I'd be going overboard if I went and got those, but I'm like,
Yeah, I still want a pair of answer 4s because those are like my favorite pair of his shoes. I mean, those are the pair he stepped over Tyronn Lue in. Like, those are special.
Them the ones. Grapple Geekery also says Swerve and Hanger's drama on Dynamite was thrilling.
Yeah, I love him immediately coming out and saying, "No, I didn't forget. I was supposed to be champion. Your friends cost me the belt. Did you do that? Was that you?
Was that you? Yeah, the way that they're continuing it is great, because I was worried for a little bit when I thought that the match was going to be Hangman and Swerve versus the Young Bucks. I was like, how are they gonna? They got too much beef to just get right to it. So how are they going to tell the story? So I love them both being like, nah, fuck this nigga. I don't care what it's been. And Matt Gray Sky says half of the top sellers on Shop AEW this week are Hangman shirts. I guess he can draw a dime, huh?
The peg warmer shit didn't really turn out too well.
Yeah, I feel like that's going to be for the next few weeks, especially if he wins. We're going to get a whole bunch of punk quotes and a whole bunch of punk videos on the timeline.
Remember this? Remember they said this? Yeah, we remember, dude. It's fine.
Yeah.
If I see that workers' rights promo one more time, bro.
Yeah,
it's over, bro. They wasn't gonna fight or nothing like that. Let it go.
Remember this? Yes, we remember. We remember because you played it last week too, and the week before, and the week before that.
They're about to play that fucking Tony promo out the same way.
Oh God, I hate it already. That Twin Blade says 4-hour show. Yeah.
Man,
we're still here.
Man.
Graham's still here too.
Listen, man. No, but honestly, like, you know, what's crazy is just from like a content standpoint, I kind of like I missed this week because I didn't do my podcast.
Oh, okay.
I skipped out on my show to go see Kendrick. So
that's great. I didn't know that.
That makes sense.
I said,
Okay.
we've got situations now. So I'm like, this thing kind of runs at its own pace. Said, sorry guys, I will miss our show, but good luck.
It's for a good cause, though. Wasn't for nothing.
Very much so. Oh yeah, I spent a lot of money.
And then our final super chat is Ben Sefner saying, "Get him off the show, Phil. Now it's time for the tribalism."
Now it's time for the tribalism.
I don't provide enough of that.
Now it's time for the tribalism. I appreciate you submitting super chats all day, Ben.
I'm officially ruined, Reg. I now look for positions to throw that inside joke in, and it was right at the tip of my tongue, and I was like, no.
Pick the side. You picked a side, Graham?
Oh, come on, bro. AEW music. I'm waiting on my change.
I forgot. They think we get checks every week for that one time.
Yeah.
Like, you're still getting checks. I'm like, what, dog?
Okay.
Like, do you know how this works? I don't think you understand how this works.
Now, if we were Metro Boomin, and and we could talk ourselves or negotiate
if they wanted
ourselves
some more, then it would happen.
Perpetuity.
Yeah, right.
Hey, Ruckus, call me. I'm here.
Oh my God,
Facts.
It's whatever.
We got Humber chats. We got Humber chats.
It's a fact. You're not supposed to say it out loud. That's what they said. The first rule of picking a side is you can't tell them to pick the side.
I'm new to this.
There's some people very loudly saying they picked the side.
That's a fact. Some people drive a blimp around with theirs on it. They're like, look at me, dog.
I don't know, dog.
Okay, that might be the first rule. Is tell them which side you picked.
You're right. My bad. Shh, tell everybody.
Yeah.
From Tony P, he says, then you're possibly hurting NXT by getting overshadowed by All In with this move, and it isn't fair to the talent. We've seen what happens with Double or Nothing. Plus, doing this during a Beyonce weekend concert in ATL is stupid. Yeah, we got into the Evolution talk.
Evolution.
More from Tony P.
Talked about all the things at this point.
More from Tony P says, other than that, WWE was a coaster this week with highs and lows. Battleground was an okay show with fun matches. Randy Jr. showed how good he was with Oba with the nod of respect at the end. I was very confused. I was like, Randy Jr. I was like, okay, yeah, I know what you mean now. I was very confused at one point. I was like, well, what?
Miles Born?
Yeah. The women carried that show. I thought Sol Ruka versus why am I drawing it? Kalani, sorry, Kalani. Yeah, that was fire. I thought that was really good. Stephanie versus Jordan Grace was also very good.
Yeah, that flipping and spinning that they were doing in the Sol and Kalani match, I was like, you know what? I like this shit. Shut up. Everybody shut up.
Yeah, kudos to them for having a match last year that people were talking about and then coming with a match that was distinct and different from that match and still very good as well. Yeah, I thought they killed it.
Yep. And also, it was the same championship on the line. They were just their roles were just flipped.
Dope.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering, like, what's the deal with Zarya? Like, what's the move with her? But
where's she at?
Well, she's Sol's like heater or partner.
Oh,
yeah. Well, you know where that's going. That's
oh, they're gonna do the same. Yeah,
they're gonna do the heel turn, and I'm gonna take the title from you, and we're gonna get that. That's coming.
Oh, my fault. I forgot they've been doing this Diesel Sean thing forever
with everybody.
Yeah,
that's their thing. They like that.
Yeah,
well, it's HBK. He likes that.
Yeah.
He likes that.
Definitely likes that. More from Tony P says, I like the follow up with Miles wanting to leave COCC to be on his own. Soul showed again she is in the future. The top rope soul snatcher was insane. Yeah, that looked crazy, bro. That I don't know how she pulls that off, not being able to see where you're going, and bro, insane.
People are very upset, or they were on each side of the fence on that move. On if you can suspend your disbelief to believe that that's a thing, and I'm like, it's wrestling, guy. Who cares?
Just wrestling. Yeah,
it's dope. It looks great. Like,
it looks really cool.
Isn't that what it's about? Shouldn't the shit look fly?
Yeah,
right. The fuck.
Yeah. Then he says, of course, Vicar and Grace showed out. The fact that they did that match and Vicar won and then lost the next episode to JC Jane is still very wild to me. Yeah. I don't know what to make of that. And it's not so much a knock at JC. It's just kind of like, well, you didn't really do anything to build to this. You just did it. And if you were going to do that, why didn't you just put the belt on Jordan? And if you're telling me it's because Jordan's going up, it's like, all right, but then why did we do any of this?
Yeah. Like, wait, that's the resolution? I don't really get it.
I think they wanted to make a moment when they thought that they were going to be in a much larger arena.
Yeah.
And then when they got, reduced back down to the PC, we're just going to do our show and, run the plays that we were going to run. But we wanted this to be like a PLE level, episode of NXT with a really, they were thinking it was going to be like a real big hot crowd type thing, and just just didn't work out that way.
Yeah. Tony also says the TNA title match was no surprise. It was all right for what it needed to be. The other matches was just there. A real shock happened Tuesday. We had a feeling why Steph lost, and then we got the news about the call up. Yeah, that and the Ricky title change was an interesting choice. I still am on the fence of what I feel about Trick winning the TNA title. I don't know. I mean, he made it look fly. He was sitting back there with his big cigar, and he had the belt over his shoulder. Oh, that's cool, but I don't know what that does for TNA. And if you're telling me this is leading to Santana coming over and beating him, I don't know.
I would hope that Santana, if that's the plan, would win the title on a TNA program.
Yes. Yes, yeah. Correct.
Because
at minimum.
He's like, we're asking for too much. Are we selfish?
Right, seriously. Yeah, I'm like, damn, what you mean? But
yeah,
I guess we got to figure it out. A bunch of people keep telling me it's chill for TNA and this is good for them. So I'm like, all right, I'm gonna listen to y'all.
I don't know, man. Everybody jumped on you when you were like, he came over there and lost at WrestleMania, bro. Came over there, was super hot in the Royal Rumble, got thrown out immediately, comes back, has a WrestleMania match, loses within minutes, comes back, loses again. Like,
all he does is use his badge to get into the WWE building, take a L, go do an interview with Chris Van Vliet, and tell us why it was a good thing.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know. I could see WrestleMania being a big thing for him because that was the biggest stage he's ever been on, and like you got more eyes on him, blah blah blah. But I don't know. This is 3 big losses in a way. I don't know, Doug. I don't know.
Well, I mean, he was
never gonna get a win. No.
But again, he'll be over there. It's very clear that he'll be signed. So
I don't know. For what? Because then I get to looking at the list of the people that you signed over the last year and the free agents that you've missed out on and the people that you've chosen to sign instead of. And I'm just like, what do we do? All right, cool. You got it. Bet. Cool. Mm-hmm.
He's over than most of the guys that they have signed. So that's
true. That does mean something. That does mean something. Something. I don't know what, but it means something.
I don't know what, but it means something.
Yep. Yeah. Say his name and he will sign. I believe in your injury.
Real quick. This belt, I don't care about this belt. I care about that.
Yeah. What are you talking about?
He was close to signing that contract on top of the belt, like Punk.
Straight up,
But this is the fucked up part, because like even if you do sign over there, I feel like you've already had your WrestleMania moment.
Okay, I'll say, well, do you think he'll be as hot as he is now next year?
Absolutely not. Because I kind of feel like a part of the reason why he's hot is because he's not in the WWE bubble. He's not restricted to, I don't know.
That's true, but the only thing I can say about that is I thought, because they kind of tried to do the same thing with Cody when he came in. They brought him in.
He is not Cody.
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that I thought like after he did the loss at WrestleMania and then certain stuff, I was like, okay, where do you go from here? And bro, this guy has just continued to be over. He's gotten more over. And I don't know if I believe this is gonna because their fans don't care, bro. Like that's the other thing. Like once he's signed, it's different because he's our guy now. And I think the song is gonna stay over. I think the gimmick is gonna stay over. I don't know. I think he's going to be fine, but it just depends on where he's going. If he's going to NXT, where you could potentially still, protect his image and potentially make him a champion down there, yeah. But on the main roster, that's where it gets a little. That's where it gets a little shaky because what are you going to do with him on the main roster?
And does he get to keep the song?
Yeah.
Well, I think he gets to keep the song. It's his song.
Right? Does he? Is it his song? Like I don't know if
it's
one of them TNA people.
I'm pretty sure it's his song because it's on all his socials and stuff.
Yeah, and I think he had that before he even went over to TNA.
Did he?
Like that's an old song.
I hope so for his sake because he gonna need it.
Yeah. Because if you if you don't have the I believe in Joe Hendry, that's what I was saying. Like I don't know what's on the other side of that.
That's half the battle.
Yeah, it is. More from Tony P says, still don't know what the move with Ricky is because Paige was the one that needed to lose and get called up. Raw was thought, in my opinion, the better show for WWE this week. SmackDown was what it was. It's 3-hour slog. I did enjoy Nia, Jade, Naomi 3-way. Yeah, SmackDown has gotten better over the past few weeks. It's still 3 hours. I'm very worried about the report that it's going to stay 3 hours until September now.
Don't do this.
But it's what it is. I think at this point, Ricky's in a tricky spot because Ricky, I think right now is better than most of the men's wrestlers you have down there in terms of like the package you have with him, his presentation, everything. I feel like if you're not going to make him the main champion, if you're not done with Oba, you've got to move him on because there's nobody down there for him to work. Like, what are you gonna do with him as North American champion going for? You're gonna have him work Stacks and some of these other guys? Like, no, you got to move him on.
Yeah, that's the only way. I think you have to really see what you got in Ricky Starks, and it's like just throwing him in the deep end. Like this NXT shit isn't enough because you don't have enough firepower to go against him. You got to put him against the real guys.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest issue. Like putting with the Mariah situation, put Mariah down there is a bit different because there are so many women for her to work. Like there's not really anybody for Ricky to work down there, and that's the issue with him is North American champion.
Right.
They just moved out like half of the people that Mariah could work with.
Also,
and should work with.
That's true, but I mean, you still have stuff that you can build towards. Like you still have Kalani down there, you still have Sol Ruka down there, you still have other options. You still got Lola Vice down there. You've got more than you've got in the men's division.
Yeah. Jada Parker.
Yeah. You got
men's division is just rough. That's what it is.
Yeah.
No matter what.
It's really, that's what it is. That's what it is. But so Ricky moving on, that does make a lot of sense because I agree. There's nothing down there for him. And especially if Oba is going to be the ruler for the foreseeable future, then it's just like, there's no point in even doing that. And it's like there's way more options for Ricky to feud with and to get involved with on the main roster. It's just I hope they have a plan.
Yes.
Like nobody really wanted to see him in NXT in the first place, so it was a little confusing. That was the move that they did. So I don't know. Hopefully they have a clear idea and a clear path of what they want to do with him.
How about watching Battleground? And he came out and he did the challenge to Ethan. When he came out, his music was going. I was like, "Oh wait, I forgot that's how his music sounds." I was like, "That's his theme music." I was like, "Okay,
that's a song."
Yeah. It plays.
It plays.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I see what they were going for.
Yeah.
There's something really specific that they were going for. I wonder what that could be.
They were going for something.
Yeah. Maybe he gets the Metro Boomin record.
Mm.
If Young Metro don't trust you, dun 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 dun.
Do you think he goes to Raw or SmackDown? It's got to be Raw, right? I mean, like,
I think Raw makes more sense. I also think he should be heel, man. I just think he kind of works better as a heel.
He is a better heel.
Yeah.
Do you think? What do you? Are they done building this Seth stable?
I don't know that he fits with them.
You don't think they could use a young loudmouth, brash, up and cut? I mean, they got Seth Rollins. He's pretty loudmouth, brash himself.
I don't know that he fits with them.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen a lot of people saying they should pair him with Punk and like people going up against Seth, but I don't know. I feel like that would work for people that watch both shows, and I'm not sure that everybody that watches WWE product would get why that's significant.
Right.
I agree. Yeah.
See. I read that one. From Tony P. However, the show of the week was Double or Nothing. I said on Fightful's post show and Cali's Connections post show that this may be better or on par with All Out 2021. To me, All Out was mostly praised for the Punk return match, cage match, and the debuts. I think overall, like the matches here are probably better than All Out 2021. I think for most people, it's just the feeling at that time. You can make an argument that 2021 was like the height of AEW, like the most people were excited about the product.
After that show, for sure, like the vibes coming out of that show and how people were feeling Bryan and Punk and Adam Cole was just different.
Yeah. I don't know. I think
the matches I feel were better this time though, but that's a different story.
Yeah, I definitely think the ending of the show had an argument for being better.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, ending that show with Adam Cole debuting and then Bryan, I don't know. I don't know.
There was a lot. That was crazy.
That was a crazy 1-2 punch.
Yeah, and being in the building for that, I don't know. It's close, but it's close. See, from Arduit, he says, "Happy Grapsody, y'all. Good vibes today. Running a fundraiser today and rocking some mutual aid for our neighbors on wrestling. AEW got me feeling away right now, and it's awesome. I was wondering where you going with this." He said, "I finally feel like we can actually say 4 pillars now, meaning Hangman, Ospreay, Swerve, and Omega. Hangman legit gives me the burning vibes that Kobashi does when he beats Moxley, who I guess is Jumbo or Housen. I'm conflicted as to what should happen next. I'm tired of year-long reigns, and I kind of want some hot
shotting,
hot potatoing of the titles, and make more champions, make it the hottest thing in the world. But also, they wanted to do a modern reign of fire with Hangman. That could be the coolest shit ever. Anyway, peace and love, y'all. Also, fuck fascists." It was a lot. There's a lot in that. There's a lot in that Humper chat. Appreciate you, Ardu. I don't know, man. I the fact that people have just like jumped past the pillars kind of cements my point that I think Hangman is like the biggest AEW success story, because I feel like he's at a better place than any of the pillars are. The only pillar that I think is even in his stratosphere is Max.
Dark. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, Max. Yeah.
In terms of success, I would say it's Max, but you know.
Yeah. Like accolades in this show, definitely Max. But then like in this current position, it's still Hangman over all those guys. So like that pillar shit is kind of deaded.
Yeah.
Mm.
And like I don't know if I would say Kenny Omega's a pillar at this point, you know?
Yeah.
Like I love Kenny and he's the reason for the season, but like he's not every week to week, day to day. Like he's not like a super active wrestler. So I don't know if I could put him in that list.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know that we need to redo the pillars thing anyway.
Also, yeah.
Remember at one point when people were like, Britt Baker should be a pillar.
People were saying that.
Remember that? Yeah.
People start talking. What about numbers? I'm like, all right, I don't think I want to do this.
Life comes at you fast, man.
So fast.
Sure.
Mormon Tony P says Double or Nothing was carried by all the matches themselves. The damn tag match was even good. Then we had the follow-up, the holy shit, when them three were in the ring together. Those are the future of AEW, forms years to come, and may possibly get a three-way with them soon. Yeah, I did wonder that. Like, I think a triple threat with Hangman, Ospreay, and Swerve would be a big match. I don't know when you do that match, but that could be a big match.
When Hangman's champion?
Yeah. Full gear.
Yeah, maybe.
Swerve and Hangman have history on that show. Like, they could get hit.
Yeah.
See, we got a couple more from Tony P. He says, but damn, Anarchy in the Arena. God, what a fun match. I cackled when So Excited came on. Then when bodies hit, I know this match ascended into a classic. This was before the main event, which had me saying Double or Nothing 2025 is on par or better than All Out 2021. Yeah, I think this is definitely my favorite Anarchy in the Arena match.
Yeah, I think so too. I have to really think back because most of them I've been in the arena for. I haven't really watched them on TV.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He says, to me, All Out had more moments than overall show quality than Double or Nothing had. Back on Dynamite, Tekla's debut had people talking, fiending, gooning, off rip. I didn't see any of this. I feel you. I didn't see any of that.
Side of the internet.
Yeah, he said the matches were fun with the hardcore women's tag and Josh/Brody in the mixed tag match. Yeah, I thought that this was a good spot to debut Tekla, and I was again very surprised that after that people were like, "Oh, so this is what we're doing with Jamie Hayter." I was like, "Guys, it's fine.
It's so fine." When people are like, "Oh, she's being buried," I'm like, "Oh God, we gotta unlearn words."
Yeah,
we need more women's storylines. This is
it's a secondary feud for her. And I feel like that's a match you can easily put on All Out. You're bringing in a debuting woman and putting her against Jamie. Like, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, very surprised people were being weird about that. But see, more from Tony P. He says, to me, oh, sorry, read that one already. He said, it then ended with the Tony Mercedes promo. You could tell Mercedes was having fun, feels comfortable on the mic as an AEW talent now. Tony continues to make me smile with her promos. I can't wait for this title match. Yeah. Tony's one of the best talkers in the company. When she dropped that line of, I do think you're probably the greatest of all time, but unfortunately for you, I'm timeless. God, what a line.
That was a fucking bar.
Cooked.
That's how you contend with Mercedes's big money talk. You know what I mean? It's be like, that's all cool, but I'm me. And like,
yeah.
Great way to, I think, kick off what this feud's going to be.
Yeah. Mercedes continues to have the best facial expressions in wrestling. At the end, when she started doing her dance and her face completely changed, and it cut to Tony mocking her and rolling on the floor. Fucking hilarious.
Their dance off, yeah, really good way to end the show.
Yeah. I think last two from Tony. He says, I always feel Anarchy in Arena is a tribute match to ECW, especially with the music playing through like a New Jack match, and feel sooner or later they should play Natural Born Killers as a tribute to him at one of these Anarchy arenas in the future.
They need to do that. That has to be on the horizon.
Yeah. Last one for Tony P says, also, let me also say this. Sammy was to Bloodline what Gabe maybe to the Death Riders. As to Mariah, not getting that tag match I want, but still happened to her following her dream. Sorry, still happy for her following her dreams. I hope she is put into a position where she is as not just another blonde, but herself. The Mariah stuff is very interesting. It's probably where we're going to get out of here. We first started hearing the rumblings of this a few months ago that Mariah may be done with AEW. Then we got the official news this week that she is no longer on the roster page. According to PW Insider and a few other sources, she is officially WWE bound. It sounds like they knew this going into the Hollywood ending match, and they booked that match accordingly. I've seen some rumors that that's why that match didn't main event that show, which I think is unfortunate because I think it should have main evented that show.
Yeah.
And while I understand not wanting her to give her that main event spot if she's just leaving, I still think they deserved it.
Like, my only thing is like, well, Tony's still here. You could have still been, that still could have been on her resume of having this main event. That still could have been on her resume of ending this like this. Yeah, there were some rumblings around then. That was weird. And then post that match, we haven't seen her at all on TV. She hasn't been mentioned, nothing. Like, it's like she's totally ghost. So I kind of expected this thing was going to happen. It's all very funny and very interesting where we've landed with people coming and going on places. I came up in a time where Kevin Nash would not stop about talking about how much money he make and how important none of this wrestling shit matters. It talks about how much money is more important than everything. And that's totally changed in these days. These wrestlers are taking potentials and they're taking what could be over money these days. Like there's wrestlers that are saying and doing this. Like I want to try to have a WrestleMania moment over making more money, not being in WWE. And it's just a really funny place to land at because they're talking about Sting money, Bret Hart, all this money. Like all I know is wrestlers being like, you have to make the most fucking money. And for them to not be like that anymore, it's just it's crazy. It's weird.
Yeah.
I am operating from a standpoint where I have no idea what these people's contracts are. I don't know what your financials are. I don't know what you're fucking making. So that's none of my business. But if it comes down to making money or following my dream, it's like there's two types of people in this world in that sense, I guess, you know? Where it's like, okay, well, if I follow my dream and everything happens according to plan, then the money should come, right?
Right.
But it's like, you know, do I really need to circumvent all of that? Because if I got the money, I should be able to, whatever the fuck I dream of, I make that happen. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, I don't know. I kind of try not to pocket watch the performers in that sense.
Definitely.
Just kind of just let shit happen. But yeah, I think when it comes down to that old school mentality of, you know, the almighty dollar above all, I still think that should be people's, you know, line of thinking, because there's no telling how these people are going to think of you once you're under their banner. There's no telling what's going to happen if you get injured. You're not going to be able to come back directly to your spot like that. That doesn't always happen. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, you got to always kind of also think of the worst case scenario as well. So.
Yeah. There's so much uncertainty in wrestling. It just feels like get your bag while you can.
Right.
Yeah.
And stuff. I get it, but
Because all these companies could give up on women's wrestling tomorrow. You cannot trust these fools.
yeah. I get it, but I also get like there are people that this is all they've ever wanted to do was wrestle over there. And for some wrestlers, that's it. That's the big stage. Yeah. That's the biggest stage to wrestle on. And so, knowing what we know about Mariah's a big diva stan. She was a WWE shop influencer. Like, it's not surprising at all that this was her end goal. And
right.
I can't even say that the way she went about this is wrong, because to go the route of going to Stardom, having a run in Stardom, getting the opportunity to have this run in AEW, and this AEW run went very well for her. She was treated very well. The only thing I'm kind of surprised about is that it was a 2-year deal. Like,
yeah,
I'm surprised. That's the surprising bit about it. But
it seems like 2-year deals are rare over there too.
Hey, well, if that's the case, then maybe we could have some faith in whoever her management or her agents are to negotiate things in her favor. You know what I'm saying? Because like, how did you get a 2-year deal when typically, you know what I'm saying, for the most case, like what I'm seeing is 3 years and 5 years.
Yep.
Yeah, but I mean, if this was her end goal, she played it correctly, went in there, got a nice rookie year, got a championship run out of it, was in probably the best storyline featuring women in the history of that company.
Yep.
Yeah.
Then peaced out.
Strike while the iron is hot, and then looking at the landscape of the WWE, how long does she have before she's one of the top women getting paid what she maybe wants to get paid? How long is Charlotte still there? How long is Becky Lynch still there? You got Rhea, you got Bianca, how long is Bayley still there? How long are these people still there that are at the top of the totem pole where, like maybe you feel like there's an opportunity for you to take one of those spots?
Yeah. Spots are opening up and going to continue to open up as the years progress here. And she's young.
Yeah, it's an opportune time to go over there. So I get it. I just, at this point, man, those people, the AEW detractors, I never ever want to hear again that AEW doesn't make stars. I don't want to hear that no more, because they've been signing a lot of people over there. Yep. The AEW WWE pipeline has been wide open for the past 3-4 years. I don't want to hear no more that they don't make stars over there, bro. They've made several people that end up getting over there and getting pushed heavily. So I don't want to hear that no more.
And a lot of them with their exact same shit they had in AEW. Phil, Jade's song is the same song,
bro. They don't sign Jade if she doesn't have this run over there.
Right.
I don't think they sign Penta and use Penta the way they're using Penta if he doesn't have the AEW run. I mean, you can go across the board. Ricky as well. I don't think they sign Ricky and use him the way that they're using him currently if he didn't have an AEW run.
Right. It's just funny how the talks around it, because there's people saying, like, I think, like, you're right. Mariah did exactly how the way she did. She did her contract exactly how it should. She went and did her job, and she didn't burn bridges. And people are being like, AEW fumbled. I'm like, I don't think anybody did anything more or less than they could have,
No.
On either side.
I think that
this is just what she wanted. This is a personal decision for her and what she feels like is maybe best for her future and her career.
Like, I don't know if the AEW could have done anything to keep her there. It's just like, this is what she wanted to do, this is her trajectory. And I don't think that's wrong on either part.
Yeah, and even if they could and she just made the decision, I want to work over there, that's her decision.
Yep.
Yeah, I get it. And yeah, I know people are gonna immediately do what fans do, but like, I think she's gonna do well in certain spots over there. I just think it just depends on what they do. Like, if they put her straight on NXT, there's plenty of room for her to do well on NXT. If you're telling me they're going to put her on NXT and push her a certain way because there's already becoming a log jam of people coming to the main roster, that makes sense. Like, 'cause it's not the same situation as Ricky, because you've got other people down there to work. It's a better situation than Ricky was stepping into. Now, if you're getting into the numbers talk, which I don't really care about, like going from winning a championship at Wembley to going to NXT,
it's crazy.
I don't know, but that's her choice. Again, that's her choice if that's what she wants to do. If she sees the potential in getting from there to the WrestleMania stage.
I mean, if she's looking at her own thing that she did herself, if she's like, well, I did this in AEW, why can't I do it over here? I'm with her. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah, again, that's her choice. And so I get it. I just think that people are going to do what they always do. They're going to make this into, oh, well, why would she not take the money? Look, I can't tell her what to do with her life. Like, that's what she want to do. That's what she want to do. Like, why didn't she take the money? She's stupid. Like, that's her choice. I don't know.
She got to figure it out.
Yeah, if that's what she want to do. Great. I don't know. I think the rest of this talk around it has been what I expect. Like I said, people playing the Tony promo over again. Like, oh, I guess this was a shoot. Like, she cooked her. It's like, well, I just think her and Tony want different things. Tony has been over there. Tony,
right.
It's just different, man. And hey, maybe she'll go over there and it'll work really well. Maybe it won't.
You
never know.
I think personally, though,
getting lost in the shuffle over there, you never know.
I think personally, for their aesthetic, I think she's gonna fit very well.
Yeah.
I think what Tony initially saw in her, I will admit I didn't quite get it. Because it felt like with all of the wrestlers they were signing from Stardom, I'm like, man, you had Julia coming out of there. You let WWE snag Julia. You had other wrestlers coming out of Stardom, and you went with Mariah. I didn't quite get it at first, but I think he saw the same trajectory that Tony was on coming out of the Stardom run. And I think like the way that she could be marketed and the way that she was used in that first run with AEW, I think she's going to do well with WWE.
The only thing that I worry about is the thing that made her unique and stand out in AEW is she had the WWE diva aesthetic, and she was kind of hammering on what people kind of loved about it. And she was a big fish in a small pond over there. But now she's going to be in a pond where there's 3, 4, 5, 6 other women that do that same aesthetic. So it's not going to be, she's not going to stand out like she did in AEW because there's going to be other people that kind of do her same shit.
Yeah.
Which I worry about,
That's true. But I also think it's a bit different because she does the diva stuff, but she can also work. It's not like she's just doing all this stuff for gags. Like
her and JC Jane kind of do the same thing, but she's a way better worker than JC Jane is. So
yeah. It is very interesting that it seems like they moved everybody on and put the belt on JC, and then this news immediately comes out. It's like, dag, man. Kind of feels like JC's time as champion is kind of
JC got her belt like please.
Yeah, it just feels like yeah.
She was like, another one? God damn.
Yeah. Feels like impending doom is coming, bro.
Right.
Man. But yeah, definitely seems like that's something that she's always wanted to do, of course, is is evident from her socials and her history or whatever. So
right.
Kudos and good luck to her,
Bro.
We'll see what happens.
Bro. That is a wild chat. Phantom Blade. I don't think you realize how this sounds. Phantom Blade said Riot's gonna get put in the Chaz box where all the blonde women go. That is a wild. This is a wild chat, bro.
The Chaz box. I think she'll be fine.
Yeah.
I think she knows what she wants, and that gets people farther than anything else does. You know what I mean? If she's just getting there bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, it's going to be different. But I think she knows what this is going to be all about. It's going to be different.
Yeah.
She seems very goal-oriented.
Yes. Yes.
Just based on watching, like the moves that she's made, she seems very intentional. So we'll see.
Yeah. We think she's getting a new name.
That was a super champion then.
No, I don't think so.
They shouldn't. But yeah, well, we'll see. I didn't think they should change Jeff Cobb, but here we are.
Ricky Starks, I didn't think that he was gonna get a new name, so I don't know. Yeah, and Jeff Cobb's a big one too, because like he's had that name for a long time. Like I didn't think that was gonna be a thing, but
JC Mateo.
Yeah.
Sound
like maybe Buffy.
Will Chisholm out of chat said, to be fair, Stephanie Vaquer is crazy over talking about kind of women transitioning from NXT and all the big stuff that's going on there. Also kind of with Mariah too. So I think that they have an embarrassment of riches of women's wrestlers over there. And Mariah she's either going to destroy it or it's going to take time. Like she's either going to immediately do it or it's going to be like in 2 years, we're back to Mariah. So it's like Graham said, she's goal oriented. She weathers the storm. I think she'll be fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I think she'll be fine. Somebody said they might change her name to Buffy. Nah, her going over there and becoming Buffy the Body is crazy.
Stranger things have happened.
The King magazine photo shoot, man.
That's crazy. That is absolutely nuts.
That would be a hilarious rollout, bro. And a lot of people wouldn't understand what was going on.
Nope.
But yeah, there's all of our Humper chats, I believe. We don't have any super chats left.
That's all of them.
Yeah, appreciate you, Graham. We went a marathon here. I did not expect this.
Unbelievable.
TMC, man. The marathon continues.
Podcast is still on.
What's happening? What's happening? You feel me?
Yeah, get your promos out there with Public Enemy still going strong. Smoking it out there.
Come on, man. Salute to y'all. I definitely and greatly appreciate the invite. You know what I'm saying? It's we should do these things more often. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about? We should. But
this is your first time since
my second time back. This is my second time here, but this is my first time since Will's been gone. Yeah.
Really?
Oh, you were here with
on this pod since Will.
Yeah, I don't think I've been on since Will's been gone. Yeah.
Oh shit. Yeah, that's too long.
I feel like that might be the case. Yeah, but nonetheless, I had an amazing time. Like you said, yeah, marathon episode, 5 hours is crazy. But hey, you got to give the people what they want. And you know what I'm saying? It seems like the people definitely enjoy you guys' takes. So for me being invited on here to give my little ism, you know what I'm saying? It's super dope. You feel me? So
California, West Coast, baby. Don't forget. Never forget.
Yeah. Hey, Joey Badass. I heard what you said, bro. You feel me? Nah, man, but salute to y'all. Definitely appreciate the invite once again. Hey, if y'all want to check out Public Enemies, that's every week Thursday. You feel me? 4:20 p.m. West Coast time. You feel me?
Yes, sir.
7:20 p.m. anywhere else, you might be in the world or in America. It's whatever time it is on that clock on your end, that's what it is. But yeah, fuck with me. Me and my guys, we be over there. Me, Gresh, Cujo, CJ, Ben, we be all doing our thing. You know what I'm saying? You never know who you're going to get or what you're going to get on that side of things. But yeah, definitely appreciate you guys. Fuck with us at Public Enemies HQ. But if you want to follow me, oh my God, Graham, everywhere like air. You feel me? You could beat me there. Don't meet me there. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But yeah, thank you guys.
Everywhere like air.
You feel me?
That's so hard.
One of the funniest podcast moments ever to me is tuning in to watch the Swole interview, and Jizzle takes like this huge swing at Ian Shay. I was like, bro, what?
In the middle of the interview.
The big giant Ian J bottle.
I was like, what is going on?
He's the vibes of the Public Enemies podcast for sure. Right. He's definitely gonna bring that energy and give you a couple comedy moments to break the seriousness up. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
that's my guy. Yeah. What can I say?
This has been Grapsody. I'm Phil Lindsey. Of course, there's Righteous Reg, the homie Graham. We are out of here. Don't ask us for another one of these 5-hour podcasts, guys.
Ever again.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. Unless I get invited back, we can do it again. Yeah. It's like, nah, bro, we ain't doing that shit.
No. Yeah, appreciate you guys as always. We are out of here.
Deuces.